Selected Ho Chí Minh, edited by Vijay Prashad. For our teacher Ijaz Ahmad, 1941 to 2022. Victor Jara, or 1971, or The Right to Live in Peace poet Ho Chí Minh, who punches from Vietnam to all humanity. No cannon will erase the furrow of your rice field. The right to live in peace. Indochina is the place beyond the wide sea where they burst the flower with genocide and napalm. The moon is an explosion that melts all the clamor. The right to live in peace. Indochina is the place beyond the wide sea where they burst the flower with genocide and napalm. The moon is an explosion that melts all the clamor. The right to live in peace. Uncle Ho, our song is fire of pure love, its dovecote. It's olive tree, olive grove. It is the universal chant, bonds that will triumph. The right to live in peace. It is the universal chant, bonds that will triumph. The right to live in peace. The right to live in peace. Translated by Taro Zuniga Silva. Introduction. Ho Chí Minh's Pen by Vijay Prashad. Venerable Ho. In early September 1969, a black lacquered wooden plaque was placed on the door of an old and abandoned temple in Saigon. In vermilion, the residents of the neighboring hutments of the poor read, Temple of the Venerable One, Den Tho Chu. People from the locality marched into the temple carrying flowers, incense, and fruit, bowing before the lamps and candles that had been placed on the altar. Thousands of people began to appear at the temple, workers and students, housewives and teachers, soldiers and journalists. Mother Seven, who lived next door, took charge of the temple as its priest. Not long after, the local police superintendent sent along his policemen who stood before the temple with their guns and bayonets at the ready. When a police officer tried to remove the plaque, Mother Seven shouted that the police were destroying the temple of the Venerable One. Her alert summoned a crowd of neighbors. They approached the police, whose officer ordered them to charge. Mother Seven, at the front of the crowd, removed her headscarf and said, "My boys. When I started life as a worker, my hair was jet black, and I wore it in a big chignon. As you see, it is now white and thin. Never in my life have I eaten my fill." Year in and year out, Mr. Diem and Mr. Tu have clamored about independence and freedom, but we have never been able to live in independence and freedom. On the contrary, we watch the heaps of garbage grow higher in Saigon. We must look for independence and freedom in another world. We believe there is a world in which our aspirations can be realized. We believe in those who can help our dreams come true. It is all quite simple. The gentlemen who rule over us order you to come to kill us. We have only joss sticks in our hands and no weapons at all. Mother Seven referred to two presidents of South Vietnam, Ngo Dinh Diem 1955 to 1963 and Nguyen Van Thieu 19,671,975. Both subordinate to the United States and the remains of the Vietnamese oligarchy. Mother Seven understood that neither of these men, puppets of imperialism, as they were often called, moved an agenda that benefited her. The police lowered their guns. Other women came and stood beside Mother Seven, joining her in challenging the officers. The officer claimed he was just following orders. He asked Mother Seven and other leaders to come and talk to the district chief. The next day, Mother Seven and a few others went to the home of the district chief, who was guarded by men with machine guns. The district chief was furious. "Your Excellency," said Mother Seven, "have you set foot in the temple to see what is in there?" "Come and visit our temple," she said to him. "We practice the cult of the Venerable. That is a person who has dedicated his life to the happiness of the people and to the independence of the country." Mother Seven's sincerity irked the police chief. "Who are you worshiping if not the Venerable Ho? Who else in the country apart from Mr. Ho Chí Minh could be called venerable? There never used to be anyone saying prayers in that deserted temple. But as soon as Mr. Ho died, the decrepit old temple suddenly attracted everyone imaginable. You watch out. Don't go too far. And if you do, don't complain about my being too severe." Ho Chí Minh died on September 2, 1969 in Hanoi. The Democratic Republic of Vietnam, DRVN, declared a week of mourning. The Republic of Vietnam, south of the 17th parallel, banned any commemoration. The police chief had been tasked to prevent any kind of celebration of his life, including the conversion of an abandoned temple. Even the police chief had to admit this man was venerable, and none other seemed to match him. The confounded superintendent was one more functionary of a defunct system, whose working class creatively found a way to exercise their sorrow at the loss of the man that they knew as Back Ho or Uncle Ho. Vietnam has a right to be free. Nguyen Sin Kung was born in Hoang Tru in Ngai and province on 19th May 18,902, although his father, Nguyen Sin Sac, was a Confucian scholar, and although he studied at a Confucian school, the overwhelming influence on his life was the feeling of patriotism. France had conquered Vietnam in 1885, only 5 years before Nguyen Sin Kung was born. During his youth, sections of the older declining elite tried to eject the French through insurrections such as the Can, Vuong movement, but then took their entire Confucian heritage to the door of the colonial administrators and became their compradors. The exhaustion of the older regime in the face of the brutal dynamism of French colonial power disturbed men like Nguyen Sin Sac. That is why he sent his son, who would later become Ho Chi Minh III, to French schools, hoping that he would learn about modernity from the French and then free his country. In 1946, Ho Chi Minh told the U.S. journalist David Schonbrun, "Our parents give us a name and tell us about where we come from. That doesn't matter. What really matters is where we are going." 4. In his schools, including the prestigious Quoc Hoc Academy in Hue, the old imperial capital, Ho Chi Minh propagated his instinctual patriotic and nationalist ideas. In May 1910, Ho Chi Minh offered to interpret for some agricultural workers and peasants from the village of Cong Luong, who came to Hue to protest. French colonial taxes. For this act, Ho Chi Minh was expelled from his school. Ho Chi Minh's earliest writings, written a decade after this expulsion, are suffused with great hatred of the cruelty of French colonialism, which in 1922 he called colonial sadism, documents 1 and 2. These early writings from La Paria are filled with stories of brutality. A man beaten and shot to death for looking into the house of a French colonial settler. A man hung from the rafters by a missionary and beaten to death for being suspected of theft, high taxes leaving the peasants starving, their bowls filled with opium rather than food. Words like duty, humanity, and civilization, he wrote in 1923, are not what they seem. What is this duty? You showed what it is throughout your speech. It is markets, competition, interests, privileges. Trade and finance are things that express your humanity. Taxes, forced labor, excessive exploitation, that is the summing up of your civilization. The politics available in Indochina did not draw in this young man since they largely appealed to the elite. Many years ago, the communist historian Nguyen Quoc Vien reflected on this elite strain of politics with clarity, saying that the men who advanced the anti-colonial agenda were totally incapable of organizing a strike, working for years on end in mines or on plantations, waging guerrilla warfare for decades, or plodding through the mud of rice paddies. The first directive of the Communist Party, however, asked its members to do just these things, to build a base of support among the people. The most powerful strand of this elite-facing politics was led by Phan Chau Trinh, 1872 to 1926, who promoted the view that his country's future would emerge out of French civilization, and that colonialism was the instrument for the introduction of these higher forms of life into Indochina. French liberals, Phan Chau Trinh argued, would hand over the key to modernity for the Vietnamese. Given the surrender of the old aristocratic elite to the French and its retreat into a fantasy version of Confucianism, at least Phan Chau Trinh hoped to revive the progressive trends in Vietnamese culture and modernize Vietnamese society. The other political tendency was led by Phan Boi Chau, 1867 to 1940, who, inspired by Japan's defeat of Tsarist Russia in 1904-05, sought the future not in Paris but in Tokyo, not in French civilization but in Pan-Asianism. It tells us something about Ho Chi Minh's orientation at the time that he boarded the Admiral Latouche Treville in 1911 for France and not the Hokuto Maru bound for Nagasaki. From 1911 to 1941, Ho Chi Minh remained outside his homeland, but his thought was focused on it. He traveled around the Atlantic Ocean, working on a ship, discovering the width and breadth of the world, learning from the sailors about their deep histories of radicalism. When he settled in France, he contacted the Vietnamese exiles, throwing himself into their activity, finding his way into the socialist movement, trying to convince them to take a stronger position against colonial sadism. In 1960, writing for a Soviet magazine on his first brush with Leninism, Ho Chi Minh described how a comrade gave him Lenin's thesis on the national and colonial questions that had been published in Le Humanite on 16 to July 17, 1920. There were political terms difficult to understand in this thesis, Ho Chi Minh recalled. But by reading it again and again, finally, I could grasp the main part of it. What emotion, enthusiasm, clear-sightedness, and confidence it instilled in me. I was overjoyed to tears, document 6. Ho Chi Minh then went to his comrades and said, "This is what we need. This is the path to our liberation." What is this path? 1. That national liberation is a key part of the world revolution, and therefore that anti-colonial national movements had to be supported by revolutionaries. 2. That national liberation itself was not possible without the social revolution, so that a bourgeois nationalist project would be incomplete without the emancipation of the workers and the peasants. Freedom for the Vietnamese people was not going to come through French colonialism or through Pan-Asianism. It required a national liberation project that was rooted in the liberation of the Vietnamese people from French imperialism, from the wretched side of their social and cultural inheritance, from the rigor mortis of landlordism, and from capitalist exploitation. This realization did not come whole cloth to Ho Chi Minh from Lenin's texts on the colonial and national question. Elements of such clarity had been with him since his time as a young student, but the various elements came together in France, where he made a lifetime commitment to the twin movements of national liberation and communism. Fragments of these ideas had been available to Ho Chi Minh in the group of Annamese patriots created by Phan Chau Trinh in 1911 and in the French Socialist and Communist parties, where Ho Chi Minh had his first experience amongst Vietnamese communists. In July 1923, Ho Chi Minh decamped for Moscow, hoping to develop further his ideas of Leninism in the USSR and to find a way to return to Vietnam to put those ideas into practice. In Moscow, Ho Chi Minh met radicals from other colonized countries and communists from Soviet republics in Central Asia. These interactions, and his study amongst the Communist International officials, showed Ho Chi Minh the validity of Lenin's unity of communist and national liberation struggles. He watched his comrades from Vietnam and elsewhere imbibe the ambitious air of the world revolution, singing the Internationale in the Opera House. He studied at the Communist University of the Toilers of the East and worked at the Comintern Secretariat, rubbing shoulders with Bolsheviks and radicals from across the world. In December 1923, the Soviet poet Osip Mandelstam interviewed Ho Chi Minh, who recounted the story of colonial sadism, a spasm of almost physical revulsion going through his body as he spoke of French colonialism. Mandelstam asked Ho Chi Minh about the movement led by Mahatma Gandhi in India and if there was a reflection of such a movement in Vietnam. No, the Annamese people, peasants live, burned in the most profound night with no newspapers, no conception of what's happening in the world. It's night, actual night. In conversation, Mandelstam wrote, Ho Chi Minh often uses the word brothers. His brothers are Negroes, Hindus, Syrians, Chinese. It is well worth acknowledging the fact that Ho Chi Minh, as part of this internationalism, was one of the founders of the Communist Party of Malaya, 1930, and the Communist Party of Siam, 1942. In 1924, Ho Chi Minh wrote in a report for the 5th Comintern meeting, "The revolt of the colonial peasants is imminent. They have already risen in several colonies, but each time their rebellions have been drowned in blood. If they now seem resigned, that is solely for lack of organization and leadership. It is the duty of the Communist International to work toward that union, Document 3. It was to conduct this task that Ho Chi Minh left Moscow in the autumn of 1924 for Guangzhou, Canton, where he formed the Thanh Nien, the Vietnam Revolutionary Young Comrades League, or Rifle Hoi Vietnam Kashmang Thanh Nien. This group emerged as the first major front of Vietnamese revolutionaries to work both outside Vietnam and behind the lines of the French colony. Ho Chi Minh taught at the Special Political Institute for the Vietnamese Revolution, where his lectures on the history and necessity of revolution would later be published as The Revolutionary Path, Document 5. The spinal cord of communism began to grow inside the Vietnamese Revolution. In Guangzhou, Ho Chi Minh and his comrades trained a generation of communists, many of them returning to Vietnam to strengthen the organizations of the peasantry, the working class, and the oppressed sections. A strike in August 1925 at Saigon Arsenal showed that the Vietnamese working class, still relatively small in numbers, had a high level of political consciousness. The workers struck to block the passage of a French warship that was en route to China as part of an imperialist adventure. One of the leaders of that strike, Ton Duc Thang, had cut his teeth in the Great Mutiny of 3 French warships in the Black Sea in 1919, led by communists such as André Marty and others, who protested, among other things, against the imperialist attack on the new Soviet Republic. Vietnam was racked by a wave of strikes in the last years of the 1920s, culminating in the establishment in July 1929 of the Tonkin Red Federation of Trade Unions, which eventually became the Vietnam General Confederation of Labor. In parts of northern Vietnam, the peasants formed associations Exe Bo Nong, which drew in tens of thousands of agricultural workers and farmers. Hoang Quoc Viet, later a leader of the Vietnamese trade union movement, recalled how an Reichel cadre met him in Haiphong and taught him the elements of Marxism. He talked to me about labor, about workers and capitalists, about surplus value. Every word of his penetrated my mind like water in a piece of dry chalk. A women's labor study association, New Kong Ha Khoi, was set up in Hue in 1926. This was a sign of broader politicization of women and youth that would eventually lead into the anti-colonial and socialist movement. In China, meanwhile, Chiang Kai-shek's Chinese nationalist Kuomintang cracked down on the Communist Party of China, which had hosted Ho Chi Minh and the Reichel. Ho Chi Minh fled to Moscow, regrouped, and then arrived in Hong Kong to try and repair the sectarian splits that had torn apart the Reichel and other anti-colonial Vietnamese forces. In a village near Kowloon, Hong Kong, in February 1930, Ho Chi Minh gathered the 3 main communist forces together. At the meeting, the delegates began to argue with each other. Ho Chi Minh later recalled that he stopped the bickering. "We won't discuss the story," he said. "I come here with the responsibility of unifying communist forces. The line of the communists is as follows: first make the bourgeois to democratic revolution, later make the socialist revolution." They founded the Communist Party of Vietnam, CPV, which at the time only had 211 members, document 7. In October 1930, the party was renamed the Indochinese Communist Party to organize left forces in Vietnam, Kampuchea, and Laos in 19. That party was dissolved, and the Workers' Party of Vietnam was formed, alongside left parties in Kampuchea and Laos. In 1976, after the unification of North and South Vietnam, the Workers' Party of Vietnam joined with the People's Revolutionary Party of South Vietnam to create the Communist Party of Vietnam, which now governs the country. The CPV is a direct heir of the party founded in February 1930. While the communists met in Kowloon, a mutiny of colonial troops broke out in Yen Bai, near the Vietnam-China border. It was put down in hours. Then, in Tonkin, the Vietnamese nationalists, Viet Nam Quoc Dan Dang, VNQDD, initiated a failed insurrection. The French rolled out the guillotine and decapitated the VNQDD, which meant that space opened for the communists to wrest leadership of the patriotic sections of the country. But the mutiny and the insurrection came alongside a range of workers' strikes, from the seizure of the Phu Rieng Du rubber plantation, February 1930, to the revolt at the Nam Dinh textile mill, March 1930, to the protest of workers at the match factory and sawmill in BHCK April 1930. 14. This rumble was a consequence of the deterioration of living standards occasioned by French colonial attempts to export the crisis of capitalism, spurred by the Depression of 1929 to the colonies. Building on these stirrings, the CPV called for Vietnam-wide demonstrations on May 1, 1930. These protests escalated into the Inje Tin Soviet, the name taken from the two districts of Inje An and Ha Tin, where 2,011 of the 2,400 CPV party members lived. In these Soviets, which were focused on the Inge Tin Soviet, the enthusiastic peasantry seized grain stores and fought to overthrow landlordism, whereas the workers struck in the name of Lenin and Rosa Luxemburg, a direct nod to the internationalism that had entered these struggles. The French crushed this uprising, arresting and murdering hundreds of CPV members and other leaders of the uprising. The weakness of the CPV was clear to its leadership, which in October 1930 discussed the importance of the creation of a democratic front and of the enhancement of the independent character of the workers' and peasants' struggles. These debates, with Ho Chi Minh and Tran Phu at their core, opened discussions about the dialectic between the democratic national revolution and the necessity of building the power of the working class, the peasantry, and the masses dancheng. Between 1931 and 1941, the Indo-Chinese Communist Party, ICP, built up the party apparatus against terrible repression from the French colonial authorities, who arrested the ICP leaders at various moments. About 10,000 communists and nationalists sat in French colonial prisons in this period, a school for these militants who, if they survived, had their steel tempered by the ruthlessness of the colonial authorities. Ho Chi Minh was arrested in Hong Kong in June 1931 and held there until he was able to leave in January 1933. Ho Chi Minh arrived in Moscow in July 1934. In the Soviet Union, Ho Chi Minh taught at the Marx-Engels-Lenin Institute and in the Indo-Chinese section of the Stalin School and the Scientific Institute for the Study of National and Colonial Problems, maintained contact with the core leadership of the ICP, especially Ha Hai Tap, with whom he had some disagreements over the arrests of party members in 1931, and sent his key inputs to the party, some of it published in the party's mass paper in Saigon, La Lutte. At the 7th Comintern meeting in 1935, Nguyen Thi Minh Khai made the argument that the ICP mobilize all its forces to create a broad front to struggle for peace. This was the view that had been put by Ho Chi Minh to the Comintern Executive Committee the previous year when he argued that party members did not grasp the United Front implications of the bourgeois to democratic revolution phase of the time. From 1935 onwards, the ICP toned down the rhetoric of social revolution and strengthened its role in Vietnamese political culture as the spear of patriotism and national liberation. In September 1936, the party cadre was told that the main task was the emancipation of nations. The arrival of the Popular Front government in France, which included socialists in the cabinet, enabled the pressure to be lifted from the ICP, whose members were released from prison. This springtime for the ICP lasted until September 1939. In this period, the ICP emerged as the major anti-colonial force, with Ha Hoi Tap and La Hong Fong working together under the Comintern principles agreed upon by Ho Chi Minh to establish first a united anti-imperialist Popular Front 1009, 135, and then Vietnam Doc Lap Dong Minh, or the Viet Minh, 1941. The general orientation of these fronts was against French imperialism and against Vietnamese feudal forces who had allied themselves with the French. Despite debates in the ICP, the tenor was to advance the national democratic agenda while building the independent organizations of the masses. As part of the struggle, the ICP initiated an insurrection in Bac Sun in northeast Vietnam, which was crushed by the French. The bulk of the ICP leadership was shot to death in August 1941, including Ha Hui Tap and Nguyen Thi Minh Khai, with others imprisoned for long periods. La Hong Fong died in prison. Despite this debacle, the base of the ICP remained intact. now the bulwark of anti-colonialism and anti-feudalism. Ho Chi Minh returned to China in late 1938 and went to work with the 8th Army of the Chinese Communists. Although through Nguyen Thi Minh Khai, Pham Van Dong, and Vo Nguyen Giap, he was in direct touch with the ICP inside Vietnam. In Notre Voice, a Saigon newspaper, Ho Chi Minh wrote about the war effort and the need for a united front. In 1939, Ho Chi Minh sent a report to the Communist International in which he wrote in precis about the situation in Vietnam and of the importance for the ICP to strengthen its grip on the popular mood against French colonialism. Document 8. In 1940, several elements of the international situation confirmed Ho Chi Minh's view that the ICP had to drive a national liberation strategy. The Japanese military had made considerable gains in southern China, in Guangxi and Yunnan, the Nazi. German army defeated the French in May 1940. By June, the French capitulated to the Nazi project with the Vichy regime. And Japan, which had an alliance with Nazi Germany, now moved into Vietnam as an ally of the Vichy French. Ho Chi Minh realized that only the ICP could lead the resistance against the Vichy French and the Japanese Imperial Army, which is why by October he moved. With a core group to Kunming, closer to Vietnam, it was from here that the Viet Minh was organized. It was during this travel closer and closer to Vietnam that Ho Chi Minh adopted the name by which we know him. Ho Chi Minh, he who enlightens. As the communists set up their camps, they would produce pamphlets and they would conduct classes. One of these was called The Road to Liberation Con Duong Giai Phong, while their newspaper was called Independent Vietnam Vietnam Doc Lap. Eventually, the party members arrived inside Vietnam, setting up their camp at Pac Bo. This was the first time that Ho Chi Minh had been home in 30 years. On May 10, 1941, the ICP held its 8th plenum in Pac Bo, with Ho Chi Minh as chair. The party decided that their focus had to be to defeat imperialism, although it was clear that the social revolution had to remain as their strategic goal. Due to the intensification of imperialist pressure, the landlords, rich peasants, and a segment of the native bourgeois class have greatly changed their attitude, the leaders wrote. If earlier these classes were the reserve army of the anti-revolutionary imperialists, they have now become the reserve army of the revolution. What does this mean for the social revolution? This does not mean that our party is ignoring the problems of class struggle in the Indo-Chinese Revolution. No, the problem of class struggle will continue to exist. But at the present time, the nation has prime importance, and all demands that are of benefit to a specific class but are harmful to the national interest must be subordinated to the survival of the nation and the race. At this moment, if we do not resolve the problem of national liberation, and do not demand independence and freedom for the entire people, then not only will the entire people of our nation continue to live the life of beasts, but also the particular interests of individual social classes will not be achieved for thousands of years. Party leaders left Pac Bo to spread out across the country and build the Viet Minh, as well as to strengthen the party itself. Ho Chi Minh held classes on Marxism, Leninism in the area, continuing his role as the main teacher of the movement. He wrote for Vietnam Doc Lap and other periodicals. He wrote 2 manuals on guerrilla warfare, guerrilla tactics, and the instruction of military cadres as his cadre trained for the war against imperialism that was inevitable. He wrote a history of Vietnam for the school and a text on the 10 principles of the Viet Minh. Of course, he wrote poems, including Women Document 9, which reflects part of the strategy of the ICP to extend its influence into urban areas through mass contact. The ICP worked with the Association of Women for National Salvation, a group that linked women in cooperatives, knitting groups, literacy classes, and savings clubs. The ICP made inroads, but it had to confront the fact that the Japanese had armed many offbeat Buddhist sects and right-wing militia groups. Ho Chi Minh crossed back into China to build international support for the national liberation process. He was arrested in South China as a spy and held for 14 months in a range of prisons. Here, Ho Chi Minh wrote a set of poems, Document 10. When Ho Chi Minh returned to Vietnam in October 1944, he found that the Tonkin Highlands, a majority of whom were ethnic minorities, had been well organized and were ready for an insurrection. Giap was ready to move his forces southwards, while Chu Van Tan of the Nung minority community was prepared to move northwards. Vietnam won its independence in 1945 out of a massive social collapse occasioned by hunger. In October-November 1944, a typhoon struck Tonkin, coming ahead of delayed rains, propelling another bad harvest forward, and hit hard by the forced requisitions by the Japanese of grain to feed their troops. Mass starvation was in the air as surplus grain vanished from the countryside. Perhaps 2 million people died of starvation in this period. Viet Minh and ICP cadres led the peasantry to seize whatever grain stores remained and fed the people to stave off further catastrophe. Setting up resistance bases in Annam and Tonkin, the ICP and its armed wing fought to defend the peasants against imperialist retribution, against colonial taxes and forced labor, against traders and debt, for communal ownership of land and for literacy, universal suffrage and equality. Ho Chi Minh led the government of these liberated areas. He was already the president of Free Vietnam. In August 1945, Japanese imperialism collapsed, leaving the field open for a People's Congress to be called by the ICP and the Viet Minh. Seize power was their slogan, which they did in the weeks ahead. On September 2, 1945, Ho Chi Minh stood before a large crowd in Hanoi and announced the formation of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Vietnam has the right to be a free and independent country, and in fact, it is so already, he said. Document 11, The War for National Liberation. When Ho Chi Minh spoke of Vietnam, he meant all three parts: Ba Ki Tonkin, Trung Ki Annam, and Nam Ki Cochinchina. The French had other ideas. At the Potsdam Conference, July-August 1945, the Allied powers agreed to divide Vietnam into British and Chinese sectors to outflank his allies. General Charles de Gaulle sent in the French Far East Expeditionary Corps CFAO to seize Indochina. By September 1945, Ho Chi Minh told young children that the French are attempting to come back. Document 12. By early 1947, the French took control of the main regions of Vietnam, with Ho Chi Minh and his forces retreating into the highlands of Viet Bac. Truong Chin, the ICP General Secretary, wrote a series of articles that defined the war that had already begun. The themes had already been developed by Ho Chi Minh in Pac Bo, protracted war and mobile warfare being the main ones, echoing the experience of the Communist Party of China and Mao Zedong. The ICP, under Giap and others, modernized the armed forces, bringing 80,000 fighters into the fray against 100,000 in the CFAO, and forming militias in which men and women equally mobilized. The war between the Vietnamese and the French imperialists became part of a broader Cold War that had set in between the USSR and the US, with the Soviets and Chinese communists providing aid to the Vietnamese, while the US aided the French. The Viet Minh forces struck hard against the French, winning battles in Sao Bang 1949, in Dong Quai 1950, and along route Colonial 4 1950. Before the decisive victory against the French at Dien Bien Phu, 1954. The defeat of the French led to the Geneva Accords, July 1954, which had three major provisions: the cessation of hostilities, the division of the country at the 17th parallel into two parts, and the promise of national elections in July 1956. Ho Chi Minh was well aware of the betrayals by the imperialist powers of the promises that they made over the years. The French did not abide by the agreement signed on March 6, 1946, nor the Geneva Accords. The United States would also abrogate the Paris Agreements of January 1973. Neither of the imperialist powers abided by the agreement to end hostilities or to hold elections. In many of his speeches after 1956, Ho Chi Minh returned to the theme of imperialist betrayal. He made it clear to the Vietnamese people in the North and the South, as well as to the sensitive people around the world, that his government was prepared to submit to elections, but that the imperialists knew that their puppets in Saigon, such as the Emperor Bao Dai, would not be able to succeed. In fact, U.S. President Dwight D. Eisenhower admitted as much in his 1963 memoir, "I have never talked or corresponded with a person knowledgeable in Indo-Chinese affairs who did not agree that had elections been held as of the time of the fighting, possibly 80% of the population would have voted for the communist Ho Chi Minh as their leader rather than Chief of State Bao Dai." Indeed, the lack of leadership and drive on the part of Bao Dai was a factor in the feeling prevalent among Vietnamese that they had nothing to fight for. One of the key agreements was that the two sides would refrain from any international alliance. Just months later, the United States engineered the creation of the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, SATO, with the Free Territory under the jurisdiction of the state of Vietnam, namely South Vietnam, as within the SATO orbit. A few years later, U.S. Secretary of State John Foster Dulles said that the purpose of SATO was to provide our president legal authority to intervene in Indo-China 21. This was a violation of the Accords, as Ho Chi Minh made clear in a speech to celebrate the 10th anniversary of Vietnamese Independence Document 33. Even more ruthless were the reprisals against those in the South who had joined the national liberation fight, and the arrests of the entire Saigon peace movement, as well as leaders of 200 organizations, from religious groups to sports associations, from youth forums to women's unions. 22. The United States, as Ho Chi Minh recognized early on, had no interest in democracy for Vietnam. Allegiance to communism swept through large parts of Asia. In the Philippines, the Hukbalahap insurgency, which involved the Communist Party of the Philippines through its people. Is Liberation Army threatened the fragile U.S.-backed state, 1942-54. In China, the Communist Party won the Civil War and founded the People's Republic of China, 1949. In Korea, the Soviet Red Army and the Chinese People's Liberation Army supported the communist forces of Kim Il-sung as they swept down the northern part of the peninsula, and as they organized a massive left-wing insurrection in southern Korea. 1945 to 1900. In Indonesia, the Communist Party grew rapidly in numbers and influence under the leadership of D.N. Adit, 1951 to 1965. In India, the communist movement attempted an insurrection in 1948 and then led the hugely consequential Telangana Rebellion, 1946 to 1951, in the heart of the country. The United States used every method possible to counter the rise of the communists. At a press conference on April 7, 1954, U.S. President Eisenhower ruminated about the fall of Asian countries to communism, a fall he compared to the game dominoes. You have a row of dominoes set up, you knock over the first one, and what will happen to the last one is that it will go over very quickly. China was already lost, as the U.S. State Department planners put it. Now, the point was to stop a second China. That is why the U.S. fully backed the dictators Ramon Magsaysay in the Philippines and Syngman Rhee in South Korea, both given the green light to use deadly force against their own people. That is why the U.S. backed the 1965 coup in Indonesia. It is why the U.S. put in place a dictator in South Vietnam, Ngo Dinh Diem, who ran the South as a fascist regime with no local elections and no democratization of any kind. Ho called this the cruel domination of the USDM clique, Document 44. Backed by the Catholic hierarchy, the large landholders, the old aristocrats, and the United States, Diem ran a terror state that included the garrisoning of 8 million villagers into what the U.S. conceded were concentration camps. The United States backed Diem until he outlived his welcome and was assassinated in 1963 to be replaced by 3 military dictators, all generals, Duong Van Minh, Nguyen Khan, and Nguyen Van Thieu, 24. Unable to build popular support for their anti-communist crusade, the United States then escalated a terrible armed conflict against both the National Liberation Forces in the South and the DRVN. In just one campaign of the ghastly U.S. war, Operation Hades, 1961 to 1971, the U.S. sprayed 73 million liters of chemical weapons on Vietnam to destroy any vegetation in the country. Agent Orange, the most terrible of the chemical weapons, was used in most of Vietnam's agricultural belt. This warfare not only helped kill the millions who died in the war itself, but it left socialist Vietnam with a terrible legacy: tens of thousands of Vietnamese. Children born with grave birth defects, spina bifida, cerebral palsy, and millions of acres of good farmland made toxic by the long-lasting chemicals. Both the medical and the agricultural devastation has lasted for at least 5 generations, with every indicator that they will run through several generations more. No evaluation of the imperiled state of the Vietnamese Revolution can or should avoid the military, biological, and chemical attack by the U.S. and its allies against the fledgling Vietnamese communists in the newly independent Vietnam. The general attitude of the U.S. government in this period can be summed up by U.S. Army Major Phil Cannella, who, while observing the destruction of Ben Tre in the Mekong Delta, told AP reporter Peter Arnett, "It became necessary to destroy the town to save it." In 1968, the Vietnamese National Liberation Forces launched a major assault on the United States and its allies. This is known as the Tet Offensive, and it, although militarily unsuccessful, politically broke the back of the U.S. war. 4 years before this war, General Giap said of the U.S. authorities, "They are no longer discussing whether they will lose or win, but when their defeat comes." This was the attitude of Ho Chi Minh, which is clear in the various speeches and writings from 1964 onward, document 46. That attitude defined Ho Chi Minh's last years. During the worst of the U.S. bombing of the northern part of Vietnam, Ho Chi Minh went on a tour of air defenses. He was already in his late 70s. His comrades asked after his health. "Bring down more U.S. aircraft," he said, "and I'll be in the best of health." Ho Chi Minh died in 1969 before his country was free, but he already knew the inevitable. Ho Chi Minh's theory of socialist construction. Ho Chi Minh understood early that the period after 1945 would be defined by 2 intertwined political dynamics: the unification of Vietnam by the defeat of the French and later us imperialists, as well as the defeat of the wretched old social classes, including the monarchy, led by Bao Dai. 2. The necessity of the social revolution, centered around the agrarian reform, to emancipate the people from the burdens of feudal social forms and imperialist extraction. These dynamics were identified by the ICP and the Vietnam Workers' Party. As Truong Chin put it, the National Liberation Revolution and agrarian reform had to go hand in hand because of the close collusion between the imperialists and the feudal landowner class, exercised in order to maintain their rule. It was impossible to overthrow the imperialists alone without striking at the feudalists, their agents. 27. Ho Chi Minh's writings and speeches reflected his sharp attention to these dynamics. It is often said of Ho Chi Minh that he was not a theorist and that he did not leave behind a corpus of theoretical texts. 28. This is a very narrow and false judgment. Ho Chi Minh did not have the time to set out a major theoretical treatise on the nature of the Vietnamese Revolution, but the texts he left behind, a fraction of them collected in this volume, help us to understand the theory that enabled him to lead the ICP and then the Workers' Party to victory against imperialist aggression, and to start the process of constructing socialism in Vietnam. Ho Chi Minh steeped himself in study and teaching throughout his life. He translated a set of Marxist classics into Vietnamese, Bukharin, and Preobrazhensky's ABCs of Communism 1928, The Communist Manifesto 1936, Lenin's Left-Wing Communism and Infantile Disorder 1936, and Stalin's History of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union Bolshevik 1941. He wrote a range of texts, including the important The Revolutionary Path, Document 5, and The Land Revolution in Southeast Asia. The translations, the studies, the teaching, all of this work, plus the engagement with the building of the revolutionary process, strengthened Ho Chi Minh's Marxist theory. In a report to the Comintern in 1924, Ho Chi Minh wrote, "The class struggle is not the same in the West." Karl Marx had written the texts available to Ho Chi Minh with the European experience at their center, although in France he admitted that he used capital as a pillow since he found it at that time too difficult to understand. Europe is not all of humanity, he wrote from Guangzhou to Moscow. What was needed as far as Indochina was concerned was to revise Marxism down to its historical foundations by strengthening it with Oriental ethnology. This was a judgment in 1924. As the years went on, Ho Chi Minh did not transfer the European experience with an Asian one. Rather, drawing from Lenin, Ho Chi Minh developed a Marxist theory from the world of the colonies. This is a set of considerations that we are calling national liberation Marxism. When the categories of Marxism drifted outside the boundaries of the North Atlantic region, they had to be slightly stretched, as Frantz Fanon wrote, and the narrative of historical materialism had to be enhanced. Each of these movements taking up Marxism, such as the movement to liberate Vietnam led by Ho Chi Minh, had to first translate it into their own context. The central problem of Marxism in the colonies was that the productive forces in these parts of the world had been systematically eroded by imperialism, and the older social hierarchies had not been washed away by the currents of democracy. How does one make a revolution in a place without social wealth? Marxists in countries such as China and Vietnam had to experiment with the process of socialist construction, testing their theories and developing their overall framework. The contradictions and possibilities that came before they are not unique, and nor is the compulsion on the time and energy of the leaders, however. Building socialism in the realm of necessity requires a set of considerations that extend Marxist theory beyond the classics. There was considerable learning from the experiences of the Soviets and the Chinese communists, some of this experience gathered from the visits of the Vietnamese to the USSR and the PRC, and some of it was brought by advisors. Ho Chi Minh often reflects on the experiences of these two countries, deciding in some instances to innovate based on failures elsewhere and on the concrete experiences of Vietnam. In 1957, Ho Chi Minh addressed the students at the First Party School, document 38. In just one paragraph, he laid out the theory of national liberation Marxism with a special emphasis on the need to advance, the productive forces, the need to socialize labor, and the need for widespread cultural changes against the wretched hierarchies of our societies. The North is in the transitional stage to socialism. The socialist revolution is the most difficult and far-reaching change. We have to build up a completely new society unknown to our history. We have to radically change thousand-year-old customs and habits, ways of thinking and prejudices. We have to change old relations of production, abolish the exploiting classes, and establish new relations of production without exploitation and oppression. Therefore, we have gradually to turn our country from a backward agricultural country into an industrial one. Step-by-step collectivization of agriculture has to be implemented. Private industry and commerce and handicraft must go through a socialist transformation. Our ignorant and poverty-ridden country must be turned into one with an advanced culture and a happy and merry life. It is worthwhile to spend a little time unraveling the theory that is in this paragraph, and that informs the praxis of the Vietnamese Revolution. Equally important to point out is that there have been since 1945 fierce debates inside the Vietnamese Communist movement and within the state about the various policies themselves and the timing and sequencing of the policies. Not only is there very little serious attention lavished on the theory developed by Ho Chi Minh in his writings, but there is equally little discussion about the various debates inside Vietnam over the course of the past half-century. This volume of Ho Chi Minh's writings will, I hope, spur debate on the national liberation Marxism that he helped fashion. For the remainder of this introduction, I wish to offer some elements of Ho Chi Minh's thought, culled from the writings that I have selected for this book. Revolution against Capital. Karl Marx anticipated that revolutions would take place in those parts of the world where the capitalist productive forces had developed sufficiently and where they would come up against the limitations of the social relations of production grounded in a private property. However, revolutionary developments in Germany and in other parts of Europe and North America, where capitalism was well developed, failed. This failure defined a large part of Western Marxism. Confidence in Lenin. Experiencing the upsurge in the colonial world, Lenin argued before the October Revolution, and then in the Comintern, that countries under colonial dominion would never see their productive forces advanced, and so would be forced by a mechanical reading of Marxism to wait forever for the revolutionary moment. Marxists had to encourage the national liberation struggles in the colonies, whether in Indochina or in Ireland, to overthrow imperialism and unleash the possibility for a new historical period to open that would put the socialist process at its center. Since the colonies had a low level of industrial development, the working class would not be sufficiently large or well developed enough to provide the mass basis for the struggle. Therefore, the Marxists had to organize the peasantry, particularly the rural proletariat, and forge a worker-peasant unity that would be committed to national liberation and social revolution. At the Fifth Congress of the Comintern 1924, Ho Chi Minh said, "The revolt of the colonial peasants is imminent. They have already risen in several colonies, but each time their rebellions have been drowned in blood. If they now seem resigned, that is solely for lack of organization and leadership. It is the duty of the Communist International to work toward that union, Document 3. This was the essence of what Ho Chi Minh read in 1920, and this is what drew him through Leninism to the Communist Movement, Document 6. Eject the colonizer, secure the territory. National liberation has two core elements. 1. The ejection of the colonial power. 2. The securing of the sovereignty of the territory, either the nation or a confederation of nations." Deputy Prime Minister of the DRVN, Pham Van Dong, traveled on the same plane from Rangoon, Burma to Bandung, Indonesia. With India's Jawaharlal Nehru, Egypt's Gamal Abdel Nasser, China's Zhou Enlai, and others. On the flight, Nehru and Van Dong shared their fealty to both decolonization and to the importance of peaceful cooperation and non-alignment. Van Dong informed Nehru that Ho Chi Minh's government was committed to the Geneva Accords, would cooperate with the International Control Commission, which was tasked with monitoring progress on the Accords. India was a member and would work for the peaceful decolonization of Vietnam. They arrived in Bandung for the Asian and African Conference of 1955, which highlighted the importance of decolonization and of territorial integrity. 3 years later, Ho Chi Minh visited India and affirmed his country's insistence on peaceful negotiation and on non-alignment, Document 39. In December 1960, the United Nations General Assembly passed a resolution on decolonization, Declaration on the Granting of Independence to Colonial Countries, and Peoples, Resolution 1514. The declaration said that the process of liberation is irresistible and irreversible. The Bandung spirit and the affirmation of the UN Declaration were captured in the formation of the Non-Aligned Movement, NAM, in Belgrade, Yugoslavia. In 1961, however, the NAM hesitated to get involved. In the war in Vietnam, only in 1969 in Cairo and in 1970 in Lusaka, calling for the withdrawal of foreign, namely the U.S., troops from the country. On March 8, 1965, U.S. Marines had already landed at Da Nang, setting aside the fiction of being mere advisors to the Diem dictatorship. In response, Ho Chi Minh clarified the centrality of the need to eject the colonizer from his country. "We are determined to fight until final victory. Even if we have to go on fighting another 5 years, 10 years, 20 years, or even longer," he said. It would take 10 years more. Build a socialist project. A key element of national liberation Marxism, as espoused by Ho Chi Minh, is the futility of trying to secure a territory without advancing the social revolution. A territory can appear to be independent, flag independence, but if it remains entangled in the tentacles of imperialism, then its independence is merely nominal. To be truly secure and sovereign requires a country to create a project around the objective of emancipation of the people within the nation or within a confederation of nations. To build a project in a country such as Vietnam is complex, which is why the debates within the party and within the government were fertile. In the early period, the Vietnamese communists, including Ho Chi Minh, used the language of stages to describe the construction of the socialist project. First, they said, would come the national to democratic stage, in which a united front of sections of the patriotic bourgeoisie, including the landlords, with the working class and the peasantry, would confront imperialism and its aristocratic allies. This battle would result in the necessary defeat of imperialism. A new stage would open when the working class and peasantry could advance the social revolution to confront the bourgeoisie, including the landlords. But the Vietnamese communists did not understand these stages in such a mechanical manner. In the report of the Second Congress of the Vietnam Workers' Party, February 1951, the communists clarified their understanding of the stages. All the stages of the Vietnamese Revolution follow one another and are closely related to each other. The task of the later stage has to be carried out already to some extent in the preceding stage, and sometimes one has to proceed to the later stage in order to realize partially certain tasks that were not totally carried out in the preceding stage. Nonetheless, we should not forget that each stage has its own central task, and we must not confuse it with the immediate central task of another. We also cannot raise to the same level the central task of each stage. Partially to realize the task of a later stage in the preceding stage means that this can only be done to the extent that it is of interest to the completion of the central task of the preceding stage. We do not accept the tendency to skip over stages, a tendency that is hasty and careless and does not solidly grasp the essentials of each stage. However, we also reject the tendency to progress slowly step by step, according to which the later stage can only be carried out when all the tasks of the preceding stage are completed, for example, during the stage of the people's national democratic revolution. We already have to build the socialist and cooperative economic sectors, but may have to proceed to the stage of socialist revolution before all the malignant and exploitative traces of feudalism and semi-feudalism can be eliminated. Certainly, the goal of socialist construction was fundamental to the communists. The only issue at hand was how to sequence the various elements of the process, sequencing that would require close attention to the needs of the national liberation struggle. The alliances and compromises built would have to be carefully worked, based on the need for a broad front, but at the same time, they had to be careful not to alienate the key classes, working class and peasantry, from the party as it sought these wider alliances. It was clear to Ho Chi Minh that seizure of territory, whether the liberated areas in the north before 1945 or the DRVN after 1945, was not a goal by itself. Certain basic standards have to be set for the transitional socialist state. These standards are set in motion by the commitment to enhance the lives of the people through the means of socialist planning and organization, as well as by the transformation, mainly of land relations and industrial production. Therefore, the priority for a socialist state in a post-colonial setting is to conduct agrarian reform, build the industrial sector, and set the improvements of health and education as priorities. Since the bulk of the Vietnamese population in 1945 worked on the land, agrarian reform had to be conducted as quickly as possible. In May 1950, Ho Chi Minh's government lifted the burden on the peasantry by releasing them from most of their debts, canceling many of the contracts of the agricultural workers, reducing rents on agricultural land, and opening up land left fallow by landlords. The government used its resources to build infrastructures, such as canals and roads. This was the start of the agrarian reform process that took off in earnest in Vietnam's north in 1953. The agrarian reform had several important aspects, 4 of them highlighted below. 1. To satisfy the land hunger of the agricultural workers and landless peasants. 2. To draw the peasants together into efficient cooperative agriculture, which would make it economically viable to increase the use of inputs, including machinery, and would increase the productivity of the acreage. 3. To smash the political power of landlords and the wretched social relations that benefited them, including the power of the clergy and the local police. It was only agrarian reform that would wash away the muck of ages, which calcified around human potential and lay waste to the imagination. 4. To build new collective structures to provide healthcare and education. The state and the party conducted a range of mass campaigns to improve health and literacy in the 1950s. In 1956, 13 million people out of 15 million attended classes on hygiene and preventative medicine. The government and the cooperatives built commune health centers, which participated in mass campaigns and adopted both traditional Vietnamese medicines and modern medical practices. These commune health centers were accountable to the members of the commune. Ho Chi Minh's lectures to the teachers and to the healthcare cadres, documents 21 and 31, provide a window into these policies. The success of Vietnam's public healthcare system was celebrated in 1978 at the World Health Organization meeting at Alma-Ata, USSR, which produced the celebrated Alma-Ata Declaration. The policy laid out by the Vietnam Workers' Party for Agrarian Reform produced what Mao called in 1955 for the People's Republic of China the high tide in the countryside. In his 1956 letter to the peasants and cadre, Ho Chi Minh writes, "Land reform is a class struggle against the feudalists, an earth-shaking, fierce, and hard revolution." Document 37. Little wonder that across Dar Vien, but also in large parts of South Vietnam, through the work of the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam, the NLF, the peasantry flocked to the banner of the communists and held Ho Chi Minh close to their hearts. Study after study of the ground realities of Vietnam during the 1960s, whether done by the party itself or by Western scholars, affirms this fact. James Threllinger, who did a study of Mai Tui Phuong, near Hue, was told by a peasant that the NLF had answers for all of the most important problems that we all knew. They had an answer about land reform, which was that they would give land to the poor people. They had an answer about high taxes. They said that the liberation would spend the taxes only for the people and would collect them without corruption. They also said that they would help the poor. And this was something else that made them popular because many people in the village were poor. Certainly, errors crept into the agrarian reform policy, parts of which were revoked in 1956. Many of these errors were anticipated by Ho Chi Minh in his September 1954 address to the Land Reform Conference in Thai Nguyen, document 29. There are always two lessons here. First, that the policy, despite its problems, certainly democratized northern Vietnam and offered a beacon for the landlord-dominated South. And second, that the policy emerged out of sincere attempts to transform a hideous social reality. "Only he who never does anything never makes mistakes," wrote Lenin in 1922, 39. One of the key aspects of the agrarian reform agenda is the central place that it took in the plans of the DRVN, and that it was not made secondary to industrial development. Ho Chi Minh and his comrades carefully studied the experience in the USSR and China. Mao's lessons in 1955-56, which were well known to Ho Chi Minh, played an important role in the development of Vietnam's planning process. Just as with the stages of the revolution, the process of agrarian reform and industrialization had to be understood to be sequential and parallel. Heavy industry, Mao wrote in July 1955, produces for agricultural use tractors and other farm machinery, chemical fertilizers, modern means of transport, oil, electric power, etc. And that all these things can be used or used extensively only on the basis of an agriculture where large-scale cooperative farming prevails. Therefore, Mao wrote on the cooperative transformation of agriculture, "We are now carrying out a revolution not only in the social system, the change from private to public ownership, but also in technology, the change from handicraft to large-scale modern machine production. And the two revolutions are interconnected. In agriculture, with conditions as they are in our country, cooperation must precede the use of big machinery. In capitalist countries, agriculture develops capitalistically. Therefore, we must rely on no account regard industry and agriculture, socialist industrialization, and the socialist transformation of agriculture as disconnected or isolated things, and on no account must we emphasize the one and play down the other." 40. Central planning, developed in both the USSR and the PRC, had to be established as quickly as possible. In November 1945, Ho Chi Minh summed up a serious problem before the Council of Ministers. "We are governing through a difficult period. Chinese, French, and Japanese are present on our soil, and now we have to deal with the famine. Our ministries do not communicate with each other, and our government has no common plan of action. We lack personnel, even though we have flung open our ranks." It took a decade to build up the capacity of the state administration, which had been seriously depleted by the flight of the French and the Vietnamese who worked for the colonial state. This provided the new state with an opportunity, because now DRVN could produce a new culture of statecraft. To that end, the party developed the theory of collective mastery, Lam Chu, Le Duan wrote about the need to create a state organized by the working class and the working people themselves to exercise their right to collective mastery. A state that is really of the people, by the people, and for the people, through which the party exercises its leadership over society. To exercise leadership meant, Le Duan said in 1967, that the party always starts with the aspirations, interests, and degree of consciousness and understanding of the masses. After lines and policies are put forward, the party should propagate them among the masses, put them to the discussion by the masses so as to transform those party lines and policies into the masses' own ideas. Through the masses' ideas and revolutionary actions, the party sums up experiences and perfects its lines and policies. 43. Here, Le Duan is talking of the party, but he could very well have meant the state, since DRVN leadership hoped to instill this very attitude of a mass state into the administrative structure. In Ho Chi Minh's writings and speeches, he urges the party, the mass organizations, and the state bureaucrats to avoid subjectivism, bureaucracy, commandism, narrow-mindedness, and arrogance. Documents 23 and 32. He told the party in 1951, commandism reveals itself in the tendency to rely on the administration to force the people to do things without taking care to agitate and explain to the people, to make them work on their own initiative and own accord. Document 23. It was not until October 1955, a full 10 years after Ho Chi Minh complained of a lack of personnel, that DRVN was able to establish a national planning council and begin to coordinate between the arms of the government. There is always a delicate balance between putting the best cadre into government and therefore losing people capable of building the party's connection to the masses and leaving them in the party, and therefore risking failure in the operation of the government. This is particularly a problem in a country with low levels of literacy, and where the reliance upon the educational structures of the party to build basic competence is very high. There is a misreading of this dynamic, assuming that the leadership wanted the party to dominate the government, when in fact what is often the case is that the government seeks trained people from the party to join the administration. The National Planning Council first released a one-year plan to revive the 1956 economy back to 1939 levels. The war and famine had taken a brutal toll on economic activity. Alongside this one-year plan, the council established a 3-year program for literacy. It was only in 1957-58 that the council could start a 3-year plan, 1958-60, and then begin the 5-year plans from 1961 to 1965-44. All means had to be used to build the productive forces, including compromises to accumulate capital for the public good. And all means had to be used to socialize labor, including through collective production, such as in cooperatives. Since capital was often not easily available, the cultural transformation of social life and the productive process became key. Like Che Guevara's emphasis on voluntary labor, Ho Chi Minh developed a theory of patriotic emulation. Ti dua la yo nuok. Yo nuok ti fai ti dua. Patriotism is emulation, patriots must emulate. For example, documents 23 and 25. In October 1959, as a part of the assessment of the planning process, the Secretariat of the Party Central Committee conducted a survey of its functioning. The party found that patriotic emulation was an important component of plan development in Vietnam, but technological improvements could not be ignored. It would not be enough for us to merely rely on ideological education, political activation, and socialist emulation. The increase of labor productivity should be carried out on the basis of technology improvement and production rationalization and a high level of technology in order to realize high levels of labor productivity so as to secure the greatest supply to meet the ever-increasing needs of a socialist society. This was a point that Ho Chi Minh would repeat to the party in 1960, document 45, A change of attitude was necessary, but so was the infusion of technology and better organization of labor. Lift up the masses, this was Ho Chi Minh's belief. To that end, as president of the DRVN, Ho Chi Minh lived a monastic life in a small room with a bowl of rice. Some fish, some marinated eggplant, a clear broth, but a sufficient supply of Lucky Strike cigarettes, his concession to the U.S. multinationals. A volume such as this does not do enough justice to the wide-ranging work of Ho Chi Minh. It is, however, a good place to begin an exploration, not only of Ho Chi Minh, not only of Vietnam, but also of national liberation Marxism. In one of his poems, Ho Chi Minh wrote of a national hero, Quang Trung. He had willpower, he had a mighty brain. Besides, the people gathered under his banner. Ho Chi Minh could well have been writing about himself, his banner fluttering in the breeze. Santiago, Chile, March 2022. Part 1. Colonialism. 1. An open letter to M. Albert Sarraut, Minister of Colonies. La Paria, August 1, 1922. Your Excellency, we know very well of your affection for the natives, of the colonies in general, and of the Annamese, in particular, is great. Under your proconsulate, the Annamese people have known true prosperity and real happiness, the happiness of seeing their country dotted all over with an increasing number of spirit and opium shops, which, together, with firing squads, prisons, democracy, and all the improved apparatus of modern civilization, are combining to make the Annamese the most advanced of the Asians and the happiest of mortals. These acts of benevolence save us the trouble of recalling all the others, such as enforced recruitment and loans, bloody repressions, the dethronement and exile of kings, profanation of sacred places, etc. As a Chinese poem says, the wind of kindness follows the movement of your fan, and the rain of virtue precedes the tracks of your carriage. As you are now the supreme head of all the colonies, your special care for the Indo-Chinese has but increased with your elevation. You have created in Paris itself a service having the special task with special regard to Indochina, according to a colonial publication of keeping watch on the natives, especially the Annamese, living in France. But keeping watch alone seemed to your Excellency's fatherly solicitude insufficient, and you wanted to do better. That is why for some time now, you have granted each Annamese, dear Annamese, as your Excellency says, private aides de camp. Though still novices in the art of Sherlock Holmes, these good people are very devoted and particularly sympathetic. We have only praise to bestow on them and compliments to pay to their boss, your Excellency. We are sincerely moved by the honor that your Excellency has the extreme kindness to grant us, and we would have accepted it with all gratitude if it did not seem a little superfluous, and if it did not excite envy and jealousy. At a time when Parliament is trying to save money and cut down administrative personnel, when there is a large budget deficit, when agriculture and industry lack labor, when attempts are being made to levy taxes on workers' wages, and at a time when repopulation demands the use of all productive energies, it would seem to us anti-patriotic at such a time to accept personal favors that necessarily cause loss of the powers of the citizens condemned as aides de camp, and lead to idleness and the spending of money that the proletariat has sweated hard for. In consequence, while remaining obliged to you, we respectfully decline this distinction, flattering to us but too expensive to the country. If your Excellency insists on knowing what we do every day, nothing is easier. We shall publish every morning a bulletin of our movements, and your Excellency will have but the trouble of reading. Besides, our timetable is quite simple and almost unchanging. Morning from 8 to 12 at the workshop, afternoon in newspaper offices, leftist of course, or at the library. Evening, at home or attending educational talks. Sundays and holidays, visiting museums or other places of interest. One in October 1921, a group of anti-colonial radicals in France, including Ho Chi Minh, set up the Intercolonial Union, which was close to the French Communist Party. Others in the group came from the Antilles, Dahomey, Guadeloupe, Guyana, and Reunion. In April 1922, Ho Chi Minh began to publish their journal La Paria, which, at its high point, had a subscription base of 2,000. Only a few copies were able to get to Vietnam. 2. Annamese women and French domination. La Paria, August 1st, 1922. Colonization is, in itself, an act of violence of the stronger against the weaker. This violence becomes still more odious when it is exercised upon women and children. It is bitterly ironic to find that civilization symbolized in its various forms, viz., liberty, justice, etc., by the gentle image of woman, and run by a category of men well known to be champions of gallantry, inflicts on its living emblem the most ignoble treatment, and afflicts her shamefully in her manners, her modesty, and even her life. Colonial sadism is unbelievably widespread and cruel, but we shall confine ourselves here to recalling a few instances seen and described by witnesses unsuspected of partiality. These facts will allow our Western sisters to realize both the nature of the civilizing mission of capitalism and the sufferings of their sisters in the colonies. On the arrival of the soldiers, relates a colonial, the population fled. There only remained 2 old men and 2 women, 1 maiden, and a mother suckling her baby and holding an 8-year-old girl by the hand. The soldiers asked for money, spirits, and opium. As they could not make themselves understood, they became furious and knocked down one of the old men with their rifle butts. Later, 2 of them, already drunk when they arrived, amused themselves for many hours by roasting the other old man at a wood fire. Meanwhile, the others raped the 2 women and the 8-year-old girl. Then, weary, they murdered the girl. The mother was then able to escape with her infant, and, from 100 yards off, hidden in a bush, she saw her companion tortured. She did not know why the murder was perpetrated, but she saw the young girl lying on her back, bound and gagged, and one of the men, many times, slowly thrust his bayonet into her stomach and very slowly draw it out again. Then he cut off the dead girl's finger to take a ring and her head to steal a necklace. The 3 corpses lay on the flat ground of a former salt marsh, the 8-year-old girl naked, the young woman disemboweled, her stiffened left forearm raising a clenched fist to the indifferent sky, and the old man, horrible, naked like the others, disfigured by the roasting with his fat, which had run, melted and congealed with the skin of his belly, which was bloated, grilled, and golden, like the skin of a roast pig. 5th Congress of the Communist International, July 8, 1924. Speech 1. Comrades, I only wish to put forward some suggestions about Comrade Manuilski's criticisms of our policy on the colonial question. But before entering upon the matter, it is desirable to give some statistics in order to help us to see its importance more clearly. See table on facing page. Therefore, 9 countries with a population of 320,657,000 and an area of 11,470,100 square kilometers are exploiting colonies embracing dozens of nationalities with a population of 560,193,000 and covering an area of 55,637,600 square kilometers. The whole area of the colonies is 5 times greater than that of the mother countries, and the whole population of the mother countries amounts to less than 3/5 of that of the colonies. These figures are still more striking if the biggest imperialist countries are taken separately. The British colonies taken as a whole are 8.5 times more populous and about 232 times bigger than Great Britain. France occupies an area 19 times bigger than her own. The population of the French colonies exceeds that of France by 16,600,000. Thus, it is not an exaggeration to say that so long as the French and British Communist parties have not brought out a really progressive policy with regard to the colonies, have not come into contact with the colonial peoples, their program as a whole is and will be ineffective because it goes counter to Leninism. I will explain myself more clearly. In his speech on Lenin and the national question, Comrade Stalin said that the reformists and leaders of the Second International dared not align the white people of the colonies with their colored counterparts. 2. Lenin also refused to recognize this division and pushed aside the obstacles separating the civilized slaves of imperialism from the uncivilized slaves. According to Lenin, the victory of the revolution in Western Europe depended on its close contact with the liberation movement against imperialism in enslaved colonies and with the national question, both of which form a part of the common problem of the proletarian revolution and dictatorship. Later, Comrade Stalin spoke of the viewpoint that held that the European proletarians could achieve success without a direct alliance with the liberation movement in the colonies. And he considered this a counter-revolutionary viewpoint. But if we judge from practice to make our theoretical examination, we are entitled to say that our big parties, excepting the Soviet Communist Party, still hold the above-mentioned viewpoint because they are inactive in this matter. What has the bourgeois class in the colonialist countries done towards oppressing so many people enslaved by them? They have done everything. Using the means given them by the state administrative machine, they have carried out intense propaganda. They have crammed the heads of the people of the mother countries with speeches, films, newspapers, exhibitions, and every other means so that they have a colonialist outlook. They have displayed before their eyes pictures of the easy, honorable, and rich life, which seems to await them in the colonies. As for our communist parties in Great Britain, Holland, Belgium, and other countries, what have they done to cope with the colonial invasions perpetrated by the bourgeois class of their countries? What have they done from the day they accepted Lenin's political program to educate the working class of their countries in the spirit of just internationalism and that of close contact with the working masses in the colonies? What our parties have done in this domain is almost worthless. As for me, I was born in a French colony and am a member of the French Communist Party, and I am very sorry to say that our Communist Party has done hardly anything for the colonies. It is the task of the communist newspapers to introduce the colonial question to our militants to awaken the working masses in the colonies, win them over to the cause of communism. But what have our newspapers done? Nothing at all. If we compare the number of columns devoted to the colonial question in the bourgeois newspapers, such as the Times, Figaro, Evora, or in those of different opinions such as Le Populaire or Liberty, with those devoted to the same question in the Humanite, the central organ of our party, we are bound to say that this comparison will not be favorable to us. When the Ministry of Colonies worked out a plan for transforming many African regions into large private plantations and turning the people of these regions into veritable slaves attached to the new employer's land, our newspapers still remained silent. In the French West African colonies, forcible measures for enlistment, unknown for centuries, were carried out, and yet our newspapers maintained a close silence. The colonialist authorities in Indochina turned themselves into slave traders and sold the inhabitants of North Vietnam to planters in the Pacific Islands. They lengthened the natives' military service from 2 to 4 years. They sold the greater part of the colonial land to financier sharks, and they increased taxes by a further 30% in spite of the natives' inability to pay the old ones. And all this was done while the natives were being driven to bankruptcy and dying of hunger through floods. However, our newspapers still maintained silence. Thus, it is no wonder that the natives are inclined to side with organizations for democracy and freedom, such as the Society for the Rights of Man and the Citizen, together with other similar organizations that take care of them or pretend to take care of them. If we go even further, we shall see incredible things, making everybody think that our party has a disregard for all that concerns the colonies. For instance, Le Humanite did not publish the International Peasants' Appeal to the people of the colonies issued by the Communist International. Prior to the Lyons Conference, the items listed for debate covered all political programs except that on the colonial question. Le Humanite carried many articles on the Senegal boxer Siki's success, but did not raise its voice when the dockers at Dakar port, Siki, his brothers, were arrested in the middle of their work, tied hand and foot, hauled onto lorries, and taken to jail. Later, they were sent to the garrisons to be turned into defenders of civilization, that is to say, into soldiers. The central organ of our party daily informed our readers of the feats of the pilot Ouadi, who flew from Paris to Indochina. But when the colonial administration pillaged the people of Dainam, robbed them of their fields to give them to the French profiteers, sent out bombers with orders to the pilots to teach reason to the pitiful and despoiled local people, the organ of our party did not find it necessary to bring this news to the knowledge of its readers. Comrades, The press of the French bourgeoisie has realized that the national question cannot be separated from the colonial question. In my opinion, our party has not thoroughly understood this. The lessons of the Ruhr, when the native troops who were sent out to comfort the starving German workers encircled the suspected French regiments, the example of the Eastern troops in which the native forces were given machine guns to mobilize the spirit of the French troops worn out by the hard and protracted war, the events that occurred in 1917 at places where Russian troops were stationed in France, the lesson of the strike of agricultural workers in the Pyrenees, where native troops were forced to play the shameful part of saboteurs, and finally, the presence of 207,000 colonial troops in France itself. All these have not made our party think, have not made our party find it necessary to lay down a clear and firm policy on colonial questions. The party has missed many good opportunities for propaganda. The new leading organs of the party have acknowledged that the party is in a corner over this question. This is a good sign because once the leaders of the party have realized and recognized this weak point in the party's policy, there is hope that the party will do its utmost to rectify its errors. I firmly believe that this Congress will be the turning point and will urge the party to correct its past shortcomings. Although Comrade Manuilski is quite right in his remarks on the elections in Algeria, to be objective, I must say that it is true that our party has committed errors here, but has corrected them by nominating colonial representatives as candidates in the elections for the Seine department. Though this is still too little, it is fairly satisfactory as a beginning. I am very happy to see that, at present, our party is again filled with the best intentions and enthusiasm, and that it needs only to be strengthened by practical deeds to be brought to a correct policy on the colonial question. What are these practical deeds? It is not enough to work out long political programs and pass high to sounding resolutions, which are, after the Congress, sent to the museum as has always been done in the past. We must adopt concrete measures. I propose the following points. 1. To publish in L'Humanite a new feature of at least 2 columns weekly devoted to regular coverage of colonial questions. 2. To increase propaganda and choose party members among the natives of the colonial countries in which there are already branches of the Communist International. To send comrades from the colonial countries to study at the Eastern Communist University in Moscow. To come to an agreement with the United General Confederation of Labor on the organization of working people from colonial countries working in France. To set party members the task of paying more attention to colonial questions. In my opinion, these proposals are national, and if the Communist International and delegates of our party approve them, I believe that the 6th Congress, the French Communist Party, will be able to say that the united front of the masses of the metropolitan country and colonies has become a reality. Comrades, as Lenin's disciples, we must concentrate all our forces and energies on colonial questions as on all other questions in order to implement Lenin's teachings. Speech 2. The French colonies occupy an area of 10,241,510 square kilometers, with 55,571,000 inhabitants scattered over all 4 continents. In spite of the differences in races, climates, customs, traditions, and economic and social development, there are 2 common points that make them alike and can later bring about unity in the common struggle. 1. The economic situation. In all the French colonies, industry and commerce are hardly developed, and the majority of the population is engaged in agriculture. 95% of the population are peasants. In all the colonies, the native peoples are unremittingly exploited by the French imperialist capital. I don't have enough time to make a thorough analysis of the situation of the peasants in each colony. Therefore, I shall take only a few typical examples to give an idea of the peasants' life in the colonies. I shall begin with my country, Indochina, which naturally I know better than the other colonies. When France occupied this colony, the war drove the peasants away from their villages. Later, on their return, they found their lands occupied by the colonists who had followed in the wake of the victorious army. They had shared among themselves the land that the native peasants had cultivated for generations. Consequently, the Annamese peasants were turned into serfs and forced to cultivate their own lands for foreign masters. Numerous unfortunates who could not suffer the extremely hard conditions imposed by the occupiers left their lands and wandered about the country. They were called pirates by the French, who sought every means to prosecute them. The lands thieved in this way were allotted to the planters. They merely needed to say a word in order to get tracts of land, sometimes covering more than 20,000 or 25,000 hectares. These planters not only occupied lands without any payment, but also obtained all that was necessary to exploit those lands, including labor. The administration allowed them to make use of a number of prisoners without any payment or ordered the communes to supply them with manpower. Besides these wolves in the administration, the Catholic mission must be mentioned. The Catholic mission alone occupied 1/4 of the areas under cultivation in Cochinchina. To secure for itself all those lands, it used every imaginable and unimaginable method, including bribery, fraud, and coercion. Here are a few examples. Availing itself of crop failures, it gave the peasants loans, mortgaging their rice fields. The interest rates being too high, the peasants were unable to get out of debt and had to cede their mortgaged fields outright to the mission. Using all kinds of underhanded methods, the mission did its utmost to find out secret information that could be harmful to the authorities. It used this information as a threat to force the authorities to comply with its will. Together with the big capitalists, the mission founded companies for the exploitation of the plantations, which were occupied without any payment, and the lands were stolen from the peasants. The henchmen of the mission held high positions in the government. The mission exploited believers no less ruthlessly than the planters. Another of its tricks was to get together poor people and force them to reclaim wasteland with promises that once the land was cultivated, it would be divided among the peasants. But as soon as the land was reclaimed and the crops about to be harvested, the mission declared that the land belonged to it and drove out those who had toiled to make it productive. Robbed by their protectors, Catholic or non-Catholic, the Annamese peasants were not even left in peace to work on their remaining tiny plots of land. The Land Registry Service carried out a fraudulent cadastral survey to make the peasants pay more taxes. These increased every year. Recently, after occupying thousands of hectares of land belonging to the Annamese Highlanders to give them to the profiteers, the authorities sent aeroplanes to the place so that the victims dared not think of rebelling. The despoiled peasants, ruined and driven away, again found ways and means to reclaim virgin land. But once it was under cultivation, the administration would seize it and oblige them to buy it at prices fixed by the administration. Those unable to pay would be driven out pitilessly. Last year, the country was devastated by floods, however. Land taxes increased 30%. In addition to the iniquitous taxes that ruin them, the peasants still have to go on corvée, pay poll, tax, salt tax, buy government bonds, subscribe to various funds and many other things, and sign unequal contracts, etc. French capitalists in Algeria, Tunisia, and Morocco have carried out the same policy of robbery and exploitation. All the good irrigated land was kept for the French. The natives have driven away to areas at the foot of the mountains or to arid spots. The financial companies, profiteers, and high functionaries divided the land in the colonies among themselves. Through direct and indirect operations, the banks in Algeria and Tunisia in 1914 made 12,258,000 francs profit from a capital of 25 million francs. The Bank of Morocco, with a capital of 15,400,000 francs, made 1,753,000 francs profit in 1921. The French Algerian Company has occupied 324,000 hectares of the best land. The Algerian General Company has occupied 100,000 hectares. A private company has occupied 50,000 hectares of the forest without any payment, while the Capsier Phosphate and Railway Company has occupied 50,000 hectares of land rich in ores, and in addition has secured priority rights over 20,000 hectares of land in the neighborhood. A former French deputy has occupied a plantation covering 1,125 hectares of land, with mines whose value is 10 million francs, producing a yearly income of 4 million francs. The natives, the real owners of these mines, receive annually only 1/10 of a franc per hectare. French colonial policy has abolished the right of collective ownership and replaced it with private ownership. It has also abolished small ownership of plantations, thus advantaging the large owners. This policy has resulted in the loss of 5 million hectares of the native peasants' best land. In 15 years, the peasants in Kabylia were robbed of 192,090 hectares. Beginning in 1913, every year, the Moroccan peasants were robbed of 12,000 hectares of land under cultivation. Since France was victorious in the war for justice, that figure has risen to 14,540 hectares. At present, there are only 1,070 French people living in Morocco, but they occupy 500,000 hectares of land. Like their Annamese peasant brothers and sisters, the peasants in Africa lead an unbearably hard life, going on corvée all the time and paying heavy taxes. Their misery and sufferings are indescribable. Due to the shortage of food, they have to eat wild vegetables and grasses or rotten rice and consequently are affected with typhus and tuberculosis. Even in good harvest years, peasants are seen turning up rubbish heaps, disputing food remnants with dogs. In lean years, the corpses of peasants, dead from starvation, are seen everywhere in the fields and on the highways. The peasants' life in West Africa and French Equatorial Africa is still more frightful. These colonies are in the hands of about 40 companies. They occupy everything: land and fields, natural resources, and even the natives' lives. The latter lack even the right to work for themselves. They are compelled to work for the companies, all the time, and only for the companies. To force them to work for nothing, incredible means of coercion are used by the companies. All lands and fields are confiscated. Only those who agree to do the farming required by the companies are allowed to have some tiny plots of land. People are affected by all kinds of diseases due to malnutrition, and the death rate, especially among children, is very high. Another method is to make old people, women, and children work as servants. They are lodged in small huts, ill-treated, beaten, ill-fed, and sometimes murdered. In some localities, the number of permanent servants is kept about equal to the number of workers in order to discourage the latter from running away. So that work in the plantations shall not suffer, the natives are forbidden to work their own land in good times. Therefore, famine and epidemics occur very often, wreaking havoc in the colonies. The few tribes who have fled to the forests and succeeded in escaping the planters. Exploitation live like animals, feeding on roots and leaves, and die from malaria and the unwholesome climate. Meanwhile, the white masters are devastating their fields and villages. The following is an excerpt from an officer's diary describing briefly, but clearly, the repression of the colonial peasants. Raid on Kolover village. Raid on the Fan tribe at Kuno. Villages and gardens destroyed. Raid on Buchanan village. Village burnt down, 3,000 banana trees cut down. Raid on Kwa village. Village destroyed. Gardens and farms razed to the ground. Raid on Abimuffin village. All houses burnt down, all gardens and farms destroyed. Raid on Exampami village. Village destroyed. The whole commune along Baum River burnt down. The same system of pillage, extermination, and destruction prevails in the African regions under Italian, Spanish, British, or Portuguese rule. In the Belgian Congo, the population in 1891 was 25 million, but it had fallen to 8.5 million by 1911. The Hereros and Kama tribes in the former German colonies in Africa were completely exterminated. 80,000 were killed under German rule, and 15,000 were killed during the pacification period in 1914. The population of the French Congo was 20,000 in 1894. It was only 9,700 in 1911. In one province, there were 10,000 inhabitants in 1910. 8 years later, there remained only 1,080. In another province with 40,000 black inhabitants, in only 2 years, 20,000 people were killed, and in the following 6 months, 6,000 more were killed or disabled. The densely populated regions bordering the rivers were turned into deserts within a matter of 15 years. Bleached bones were scattered throughout the ravaged oases and villages. The life of the survivors was atrocious in the extreme. The peasants were robbed of the tiny plots of land allowed them by the companies. The artisans lost their crafts, and the breeders lost their cattle. The Matabellis were cattle breeders, Before the arrival of the British, they had 200,000 cattle. 2 years later, only 40,900 were left. The Herreros had 90,000 cattle. Within 12 years, the German colonists had robbed them of half. Similar cases are numerous in all the black countries that came into contact with the white civilization. In conclusion, I quote the African writer René Moran, author of Batouala, who said, "Equatorial Africa was a densely populated area, rich in rubber. There were here all kinds of gardens and farms with plenty of poultry and goats. After only 7 years, everything was destroyed. Villages were in ruins, gardens and farms laid waste, poultry and goats killed. The inhabitants grew weak because they had to work beyond their strength and without any payment. They were thus not sufficiently strong and lacked time to work their fields. Diseases broke out, famine appeared, and the death rate increased. We should know that they are the descendants of strong and healthy tribes imbued with an enduring and tempered fighting spirit. Here there is nothing left that can be called civilization." To complete this tragic picture, I want to add one point. French capitalism has never hesitated to drive each region in turn to famine if it might be advantageous to them. In many colonial countries, for example, the Reunion Islands, Algeria, Madagascar, etc., the inhabitants are no longer allowed to grow cereals but have to grow other crops required by French industry. These crops are more profitable to the planters, and this has caused the cost of living in the colonies to rise and often brings about famine. In all the French colonies, famine is on the increase, and so is the people's hatred. The native peasants are ripe for insurrection. In many colonies, they have risen up many times, but their uprisings have all been drowned in blood. If at present the peasants still have a passive attitude, the reason is that they still lack organization and leaders. The Communist International must help them to revolution and liberation. One Dmitry Manowilski was the secretary of the Executive Committee of the Comintern from December 1926 to May 1943. In the Comintern, Manowilski pushed the United Front approach, which would have broadened the anti-colonial struggle to include the petty bourgeois nationalist forces. The Chinese Party, he said, had been critical of members who had entered the Kuomintang on ground of class collaboration, the communists. Manowilski said, had to not only collaborate with petty bourgeois parties, but to take the initiative in organizing them in backward countries. Ho Chi Minh was not averse to such tactics, as long as they were not elevated to a strategy. For more, see Sophia Quinn Judge, Nguyen Ai Quoc, The Comintern, and the Vietnamese Communist Movement, 1919 to 1941, London, Ph.D., SOS, 2001, p. 64, Frederick Peterson, The Colonial Conference and the Dilemma of the Comintern's Colonial Work, 1928-29, Communist Histories, Vol. 1, ed. Vijay Prashad, New Delhi, Left Word Books, 2016, Liberate the Colonies, Communism and Colonial Freedom, 1917-1924, eds. John Riddell, Vijay Prashad, and Nazif Malla, New Delhi, Left Word Books, 2019. 2. Europe is not an isolated country. It is bound up with its colonies. It lives on the vital sap from these colonies. To think that the conference can make any change for the better in the relations between Europe and its colonies, that it can restrain or retard the development of the contradictions between them, means believing in miracles. J. Stalin, Concerning the International Situation, Bolshevik, September 20th, 1924. Works, Moscow, Foreign Language Publishing House, 1954, Vol. 6, pp. 293-314. René Maran, 1887-1960, was a writer from French Guiana whose book Batouala, Paris, Albin Michel, 1921, won the Prix Goncourt. 4. The USSR and the Colonial Peoples, Impricourt, No. 46, 1924. Colonialism is a leech with two suckers, one of which sucks the metropolitan proletariat and the other that of the colonies. If we want to kill this monster, we must sever both suckers at the same time. If only one is cut off, the other will continue to suck the blood of the proletariat, the animal will continue to live, and the severed sucker will grow again. The Russian Revolution has grasped this truth clearly. That is why it is not satisfied with making fine Platonic speeches and drafting humanitarian resolutions in favor of oppressed peoples, but rather teaches them to struggle and helps them spiritually, as proclaimed by Lenin in his theses on the colonial question. 21 Eastern nations sent delegates to the Baku Congress. Representatives of Western workers' parties also participated in the work of this Congress. For the first time, the proletariat of the conquering Western states and that of the subject Eastern countries fraternally joined hands and deliberated in common on the best means to defeat their common enemy, imperialism. Following this historic Congress, despite internal and external difficulties, revolutionary Russia has never hesitated to come to the aid of the peoples awakened by its heroic and victorious revolution. One of its first important acts was the founding of the University of the East, too. Today, this university has 1,022 students, including 151 women and 895 communists. Their social composition is as follows: 547 peasants, 265 workers, and 210 proletarian intellectuals. If we take into account the fact that Eastern countries are almost exclusively agricultural, the high percentage of students of peasant origin can readily be understood. In India, Japan, and especially in China, it is the intellectuals faithful to the working class who lead the latter in the struggle. This explains the relatively large number of intellectuals among the students at the university. The relatively low number of worker students is due to the fact that industry and commerce in Eastern countries, naturally excepting Japan, are still undeveloped. Moreover, the presence of 75 pupils from the age of 10 to 16 years must be noted. 150 professors are responsible for giving courses in social science, mathematics, historical materialism, the history of the workers' movement, natural science, the history of revolutions, political economy, etc. Young people of 62 nationalities are fraternally united in the classrooms. The university has 10 large buildings. It also has a cinema, which is put at the students' disposal for free on Thursdays and Sundays, the other days of the week. It operates on behalf of other organizations. 2 libraries containing about 47,000 books help the young revolutionaries to study thoroughly and to train their minds. Each nationality or group has its own library composed of books and publications in their mother tongue. The reading room, artistically decorated by the students, has a wealth of newspapers and periodicals. The students themselves publish a newspaper, the sole copy of which is posted on a big board by the door of the reading room. Students who are ill are admitted to the university hospital. There is a sanatorium in Crimea for the benefit of students who need rest. The Soviets have allotted to the university 2 camps, each composed of 9 buildings for the holidays. Each camp has a center where the students can learn about cattle breeding. "We already have 30 cows and 50 pigs," said the agrarian secretary of the university with pride. The 100 hectares of land allotted to these camps are cultivated by the students themselves. During their holidays and outside working hours, they help the peasants in their labor. One of these camps was, by the way, formerly the property of a Grand Duke. It is a memorable sight to see that from the top of the tower, once adorned with a Grand Ducal crown, the red flag now flutters, and in His Excellency's entertainment room, the young Korean and Armenian peasants are thoroughly enjoying their games. The students at the university are fed, clothed, and lodged for free. Each of them receives 6 gold rubles per month as pocket money. To instill in the students a true idea of the importance of children's education, the university has a model creche and a day nursery, looking after 60 small children. The yearly expenses of the university amount to 561,000 gold rubles. The 62 nationalities represented at the university form a commune. Its chairman and functionaries are elected every 3 months by all the students. A student delegate takes part in the economic and administrative management of the university. All must regularly, and in turn, work in the kitchen, the library, the club, etc. All misdemeanors and disputes are judged and settled by an elected tribunal in the presence of all comrades. Once a week, the commune holds a meeting to discuss the international political and economic situation. From time to time, meetings and evening parties are organized where amateur artists introduce the art and culture of their country. The fact that the communists not only treat the inferior natives of the colonies like brothers, but that they get them to participate in the political life of the country is highly characteristic of the barbarity of the Bolsheviks, treated in their native country as submissive subjects or protégés, having no other right but that to pay taxes, the Eastern students who are neither electors nor eligible for election in their own country, from whom the right to even express their political opinion is prohibited, in the Soviet Union take part in the election of the Soviets and have the right to send their representatives to the Soviets. Let our brothers of the colonies who vainly seek a change of nationality make a comparison between bourgeois democracy and proletarian democracy. These students have suffered themselves and have witnessed the sufferings of others. All have lived under the yoke of high civilization. All have been victims of exploitation and oppression by foreign capitalists. Moreover, they passionately long to acquire knowledge and to study. They are serious and full of enthusiasm. They are entirely different from the frequenters of the boulevards of the Latin Quarter, the Eastern students in Paris, Oxford, and Berlin. It can be said without exaggeration that under the roof of this university is the future of the colonial peoples. The colonial countries of the Near and Far East, stretching from Syria to Korea, cover more than 15 million square kilometers and have more than 1,200 million inhabitants. All these immense countries are now under the yoke of capitalism and imperialism. Although their considerable numbers should be their strength, these submissive peoples have never yet made any serious attempts to free themselves from this yoke. Not yet having realized the value of international solidarity, they have not known how to unite for the struggle. Relationships between their countries are not yet established as they are among the peoples of Europe and America. They possess gigantic strength and do not yet realize it. The University of the East, assembling all the young, active, and intelligent leaders of the colonized countries, has fulfilled a great task, namely, 1. It teaches to the future vanguard militants the principles of class struggle, confused in their minds by race conflicts and patriarchal customs. 2. It establishes between the proletarian vanguard of the colonies a close contact with the Western proletariat, thus preparing the way for the close, and effective cooperation that alone will ensure the final victory of the working class. 3. It teaches the colonized people, hitherto separated from one another, to know one another and to unite by creating the basis of a future union of Eastern countries, one of the wings of the proletarian revolution. 4. It sets an example for the proletariat of colonialist countries of what they can and must do in favor of their oppressed brothers. The Congress of the Peoples of the East was held in Baku, Soviet Azerbaijan, in September 1920. The Manifesto of the Peoples of the East and the appeal to the workers of Europe, America, and Japan took a fundamentally anti-colonial perspective. To advance the goals of these resolutions, the Congress set up a Committee of Action and Propaganda of Eastern Peoples, which lasted for nearly a year. 2. For more on the university, see Heather Ashby, The Communist University of the Toilers of the East, New Delhi, Left Word Books, forthcoming. Part 2. Revolution. 5. The revolutionary path. Without revolutionary theory, there can be no revolutionary movement. The role of the vanguard fighter can be fulfilled only by a party that is guided by the most advanced theory. Lenin, What is to be done? 1903. Characteristics of a revolutionary. A revolutionary must be thrifty and industrious, show solidarity, not self-interest, learn to correct mistakes, take care without being cowardly, be inquisitive, have patience, and be hardworking, be interested in research, open to new ideas, support common interests, not private ones, never seek fame, never be arrogant. So said, so done. Keep ideology steady, sacrifice, have little interest in material things, keep silent when needed. When dealing with people, one must accept and forgive the errors of others. Present a serious attitude to the group. Be willing to share and give advice to people. Show integrity, not opportunism. Evaluate people with care. When working, we should examine the situation carefully, be decisive, be brave, work for the party. Why write this book? 1. It is the same for everyone, with any big or small task, any easy or difficult job. If we don't make our best effort, then we will probably not be successful. A Chinese proverb says, "A lion uses all its might in attacking a rabbit. How strong a lion is. It is so easy for him to catch a rabbit, but he still must use all his strength." It is the same for our work to liberate our people from enslavement. If we do not try our best, we will not succeed. 2. Many people find it easy to be dispirited when facing difficulties, not understanding that constant dripping wears away the stone and practice makes perfect. No matter how hard it is, only determination can succeed. Sure, with only a few people we cannot do it, but many people working together will be able to make it. If this generation cannot achieve it, then the next generation will follow and get it done. 3. Wanting to join and work together, wanting to be focused, everyone must first question and understand why we must fight. Why can't we fight? Why must everyone give a hand? Why should we do it right away and not stand still watching and waiting for others? By doing this, we will have the same purpose, and we can march with the same will, with the same mind, with the same heart, and know how we will achieve the goal sooner. 4. Many books have been written about the theory and history of revolution. The French fear these and thus have prohibited us from studying them and prohibited us from seeing them, and consequently, our compatriots are still unclear about the meaning of revolution. Cachman 50. Some writers make proposals but do little, and this is a very vague way, or they incite our beloved people to violence but without being organized, or they encourage dependency and submission and forget resilience. 5. The purpose of this book is to help our people comprehend 1. Why we must make a revolution if we want to live. 2. Why revolution is the common task of our oppressed people, not merely the duty of one or two. 3. How the revolutionary history of other nations offers us lessons. 4. How we must bring the world movement to the attention of our people. 5. Who are our friends? Who are our enemies? 6. Our revolutionary strategy. This book conveys meanings briefly, is easy to understand, and is easy to remember. Maybe someone will object that the writing style is too direct. Yes, what I say here is very simple, quick, sure, like 2 times 2 is 4, I don't embellish it. For more than 60 years, French imperialism had enslaved us. More than 20 million have succumbed to this circle of death. We must speak up and do it quickly to save the race. There's no time to be fussy. After reading this book, you will reflect, wake up, and stand up, uniting to carry out the revolution. Both in a literal and an aspirational sense, this book stresses the one term: revolution, 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 revolution. 1. What is a revolution? Revolution is the destruction of the old and its replacement with the new, and it is the destruction of the bad and its replacement with the good. For example, Galileo Galilei, 1633, represents the scientific revolution. In the past, everyone thought that the Earth was the center of everything, but thanks to the experience of research, Galileo found that the Earth goes around the sun. George Stephenson, 1800, represents the mechanical revolution. In the past, people only walked or rode on horses. He invented the steam locomotive. Charles Darwin, 1859, is famous for the revolution in biology. In the old days, no one understood the origins of diverse species, but Darwin investigated evolution as nature's creativity. Karl Marx stands for a revolution in economics. He studied capitalism, imperialism, and class struggles, clearly showing their origins, history, current manifestations, and future possibilities. 2. How many kinds of revolutions are there? In the history of political thought, we have identified 3 kinds of revolution: A. Capitalist revolution, B. Nationalist revolution, C. Class-based revolution. Examples of the capitalist revolution are the French Revolution in 1789, the American Revolution for Independence in 1776, against the British, and the Japanese Revolution in 1864.3. Nationalist revolutions include those such as when Italy evicted the powerful Austrian troops in 1859, or when China reclaimed Manchuria in 1911. A class revolution is, for example, when the Russian workers and peasants evicted their capitalist exploiters and seized power in October 1917. 3. What was the origin of the capitalist revolution? A. The capitalists in the city means the bourgeoisie with factories and manufactured goods. These factories must have skilled workers, manufacturing many goods. They must have people to buy and sell these goods, and they must have means of transportation for the goods. B. The capitalists in the countryside are the landowners. They want to retain the old feudal property regime where sovereign power belongs to the wealthy. The peasants are treated as if they were buffaloes or pigs, forced to stay in one place to plow the fields. Traders want to move goods without arbitrary taxes and without different tariffs in different currencies in each place. So when they are traveling to and fro, traders have to ask permission from the feudal lords, who do everything they can to prevent new businesses and trades. The landlords were obstructing the bourgeoisie. The bourgeoisie was opposed to the landlords, and the two sides were in conflict, which led to the capitalist revolution. Never did the two of them fight against each other more intensively or conspicuously than in America. From 1861 to 1865, the provinces in the north, bourgeoisie, sent soldiers to fight against the southern provinces' landlords, plantation owners, as if they were two hostile countries. 4. What is the origin of the national revolution? A powerful nation robs a weaker one and rules over its people with force, conquering both economic and political rights. The people of those nations have lost their freedom and independence. All they can produce will be claimed by their oppressors. The bourgeois capitalist robs all the produce and the rights of our people. Where there is an enemy, they force our people into the army to die on their behalf. As in the battle among the European powers in 1914 to 1918, the French forced us to join their army and then increased taxes and fees on our people. If we fight and win, they enjoy the benefit and authority. If we lose both our people and our property. In short, the cruel and powerful enslave others, as France does to the Vietnamese people. When the enslaved masses cannot tolerate this anymore, they are awakened, are unified, and know that they would rather die than life on as slaves. They join forces to chase away their oppressors. This is the national revolution. 5. What is the origin of the class revolution? In the world, there are two classes. A, capitalist, not working but enjoying all the benefits. B, workers and farmers, hardworking but do not see the fruits of their labor. Consider the Vietnamese workers who work at the Han Gay coal mine in shifts of 11 hours per day. They work every day from the beginning to the end of the year and are paid only 3 cents a day. 3 cents a day is not enough to pay for their food. It is not enough to clothe themselves. It will not pay for medicine when they are sick, and it is not even enough to buy a coffin when they die. Whereas the owner of the mine never dirties his hands in work, enjoys sumptuous meals, travels to and fro conveniently, and takes a profit of millions per year. In 1925, it was VND 17 million. So, let's ask who produces this 17 million VND, the mine owner or the mine workers? Peasants do not even own their plows, but the private plantations occupy all 122,000 acres of arable land in central Vietnam and 150,000 acres in the south. In places where our people did not have enough to eat and sometimes were starving, the private landlords sold rice at profits of nearly 1,000 million yuan, French francs, per year. In 1925, they sold 911,477,000 yuan worth of rice. It's like this in our country. The same goes for other countries. Workers and peasants cannot stand it anymore. We must unite together to drive away the capitalists, as happened in Russia, that is the class revolution. In short, the oppressed class makes a revolution to overthrow the oppressor class. 6. How many stages does the revolution have? The revolution is divided into 2 stages. A, As Vietnam must drive away the French, India must drive away the English, Koreans must drive away the Japanese, the Filipinos must drive away the United States, and China must drive away the imperialists in order to regain, for their countries, the rights to equality and national freedom. That is the national revolution. B. The farmers and workers of every country in the world, uniting all races like brothers and sisters as one family. Then destroy all the capitalists. In the world, bring happiness to every country and to every people, thus making an equal world for all humanity. That is the world revolution. The two paths of revolution are different because the national revolution does not involve discriminating among classes, which means that scholars, peasants, workers, and merchants are unified to fight against the foreign invaders. As for the class or world revolution, the proletariat marches in the front ranks. But the two kinds of revolution are closely related to each other. For example, if the Vietnamese people succeed in revolution, then the French capital is weakened, and weakened French capitalism will make it is easier for French workers and peasants to carry out their revolution. And if the French workers and peasants succeed, then the Vietnamese people will more readily win their freedom. The Vietnamese Revolution and the French Revolution must rely upon each other. 7. Who are the revolutionaries? Because revolution is born of oppression. Whoever is most severely oppressed will be more resolute. Previously, the bourgeoisie was oppressed under feudalism, so they had their revolution. Now capitalism is oppressing the workers and farmers in turn, so the workers and farmers are the leading force of the revolution. 1. Because the workers and farmers are more heavily oppressed. 2. Because the workers and farmers are a mass, therefore they possess the greatest potential strength. 3. Because they are barefoot already, they have nothing, and so if defeated, they would only lose one miserable life. If they win, they will have the whole world. For this reason, workers and farmers are the fearless heart of the revolution, while the students, small merchants, and the small landowners, though also oppressed, do not suffer as much as the workers and farmers. So these three classes are only the revolutionary friends of the workers and farmers. 8. Is the revolution difficult or easy? It is very difficult to reform an old society that has existed for thousands of years. But knowing how to do it, knowing how to work together can make it possible. And then it is not difficult. Being easy or difficult all depends upon each individual, and the very determined will make it for certain. But those who want to make a revolution must know how. A. Capitalists and imperialists use religion and culture to fool the people. They use the law to bind our beloved people. They use power to scare the masses and take the wealth of our people, and they feed on greed. They make our people fear the word revolutionary. So the revolutionary task is first to raise the people's consciousness. B. The masses were miserable and violent. The Vietnamese refused to pay taxes like the Annamese in Trung Khai, central Vietnam. In Ha Thanh, Hanoi City, they tried poison. In the south, they escaped from jail, but without a plan, without ideology, they will forever fail. So the revolutionary path is to clarify theory and strategy, making it understandable to the masses. C. Because people do not theorize about the situation in the world, do not know how to think strategically, do not have any tactics, want to do more but do not know what to do, the revolutionary path must understand the movement of the world and the strategies to be presented to the people. D. Ordinarily, people are divided into groups. Our people in the South are suspicious of the people of the center, while the center despises the North. These divisions result in weaknesses. Half a pair of chopsticks are not much use. So then, the power of the revolutionary path is our focus. And if we want to focus, we must have a united revolutionary party. 9. What are the priorities of a revolution? First of all, we must have a revolutionary party responsible for mobilizing our people at home and making contact with oppressed nations and proletarians abroad. Our revolution will owe its victory to a strong party, just as a boat relies upon a firm hand on the tiller. If the party wants to be steady, there must be unity. Every member of the party must understand. Every member must follow Marxist theory. Without ideology, the party would be like a man without wisdom, a boat without a compass. At present, there are many doctrines and theories, but Leninism is the most genuine, firmest, and most revolutionary one. History of the American Revolution. 1. What is America's history? Before the 14th century, America was unknown to the rest of the world. In 1492, a merchant named Christopher Columbus wanted to sail to India but got lost and was lucky to meet the Native Americans. The people of that land were redskins, and they preferred to hunt rather than settle and trade. Ever since Columbus found America, people from other European countries came over to settle. White people wanted to enslave the redskins, but they refused to submit, so whites killed them, and then they took the blacks of Africa to America to work for them. Many Europeans came to the United States, but the largest was the British, 3 million people. So Britain conquered America as a colony. 2. Why was there an American Revolution? America is very rich in agricultural land, iron, coal, cotton, rice, cattle, and other resources. The English secretly wanted it all for themselves, so they promulgated the following 3 rules. 1. The Americans must always give their resources to the English. They were not allowed to sell them to other nations. 2. The Americans were not permitted to set up factories or trading associations. 3. Other countries were not permitted to trade with America. Only the English could trade. These 3 laws, which also added heavy taxes and duties, depressed the American economy. The laws angered the Americans, so they decided to boycott the English in 1770. 3. How was the movement? The boycott movement against the English government lasted for 5 years. The English brought soldiers to suppress the uprising and arrest its leaders for their crimes. Every time the English imposed one of their appointees, the people became angrier. In 1775, when the English army imposed a number of their officials upon the Americans as well, the people pulled together to fight, and when the English army killed 9 people, it was like a flame falling into gunpowder. The people were so angry that, live or die, they were determined to get rid of the English government. A year later, on July 4th, 1776, the revolution took place, and America declared its independence and became a republic. Now, the United States has 48 states, 12 and 110 million people. 4. What is the significance of the American Revolution for the Vietnamese Revolution? 1. The French policy toward Vietnam today is more shameful than English policy was toward America because France has grabbed all our wealth and has imposed restrictions on our people. They forced us to smoke opium and drink liquor. The English were only fond of American money, the French wanted money, but they also wanted to do away with our race, leaving Vietnam bereft. It is high time for the Vietnamese people to study how the American people made a revolution. 2. In America's Declaration of Independence, there are these lines: "Under heaven, all people are created equal and are endowed with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Whenever any form of government becomes destructive of these ends, it is the right of the people to alter or to abolish it, and to institute new government." But now, the American government does not want anyone to speak about revolution or have anyone threaten the government. 3. Although the American Revolution was successful more than 150 years ago, American workers and peasants are still mired in poverty and thinking about a second revolution. Because the American Revolution was a revolution of the capitalist revolution cannot be our revolution. We would lay down our lives for the revolution, but to make a complete or world revolution, we must work in such a way as to deliver rights for all the people rather than for a few. Only after many sacrifices could our people have a happy outcome. The bourgeois revolution in France. 1. Why was there a revolution in France? In the 18th century, the king was arrogant and lustful. The aristocracy and the missionaries were manipulating everyone everywhere. The tax burden upon the people was very heavy, and the people were miserable. Canada and India, originally French colonies, were now lost to the British. Moreover, some scholars, such as Montesquieu, 1755, Voltaire, and Rousseau, 1778, propagated liberalism. In addition, there was the British Revolutionary movement. Cromwell executed the British king and established a republican government in 1653. And there was the recent American Democratic Revolution, 1776, as examples. Especially because the new capitalists were blocked by feudalism, the people were oppressed by the king, aristocracy, and missionaries. So, the new capitalists allied with students, farmers, and workers to abolish feudalism. 2. When did the French Revolution start? 14. The king saw that the people were agitated, so they arrested those who were propagandizing and organizing. The people were very angry, and on July 14, 1789, they came together to riot and rescue prisoners from the big jail, the Bastille. The king ordered soldiers to defend the capital, the people, organized revolutionary forces to resist and fight the king, who then retreated to the Palace of Versailles. On 5 October that year, the workers of Paris came to Versailles to arrest the king and demanded that he sign a declaration to 1. Abolish the feudal regime and free the serfs. Convert all church property into state property. 2. Allow for the freedom of the press, freedom to form organizations, etc. 3. Write a constitution, removing the king's autocratic power. In 1792, because the king sought support abroad and was in collusion with the counter-revolutionaries, the people dismissed the king and formed a republic. On January 21, 1793, the king, his wife, and children were sentenced as traitors to their country and were beheaded. 3. How do European countries approach the French Revolution? People of all countries were happy to applaud and approve. But the ruling aristocracies of the other nations were in fear of their own people imitating the French masses. So outside France, they allied against the revolution, and within France, they supported the counter-revolutionaries. Although the French people had little food and few guns, thanks to their bravery and cleansing violence, they broke the aristocracy and the foreign powers. At that time, the revolutionary soldiers were called soldiers without trousers, without a hat, without a shoe, a torn shirt, a thin and starving face. But wherever these soldiers advanced, the foreign-backed forces fell away, unwilling to risk their lives. This shows that a person without fear in their mind is worth more than 1,000 people who are dispirited. 4. How many revolutions has France carried out? From 1792 to 1804 was the One Stone Republic. In 1804, Napoleon moved against the revolution to become emperor. In 1814, the Allied nations defeated Napoleon and restored the old king to the throne until 1848. In 1848, there was the Second Revolution. In 1852, Napoleon's nephew rebelled against the revolution and declared himself emperor. In 1870, after their defeat by Germany, Napoleon III fled, and France established the Third Republic. 5. What is the Paris Commune, Commune de Paris? 16. In 1871, the French king was defeated and fled as the Germans surrounded the French capital, Paris. French capitalists offered 2 provinces to Germany for peace. The war caused many deaths, much damage, and huge losses. People had no food to eat, and the workers had no work. On 18 March, the Parisian workers rose up in a communist revolution, the Commune. Because the workers were still inexperienced, they were not well organized, and because Germany helped the French capitalists to fight against the workers, by the end of May, the revolution had been defeated. 6. What was the purpose of the Commune? As soon as Paris was theirs, the Commune declared a people's government and declared that the Commune would practice these things. 1. All private manufacturing workshops will be turned over to the public. 2. All children, both boys and girls, will go to school. Tuition will be paid for by the state. 3. Citizens have the right to freedom of organization, press, association, emigration, etc. 4. Any man or woman may enter politics, elections, and candidacies for office. 5. The government is elected by the people, and the people have the right to change the government. 7. What was the outcome of the Commune? French capitalism at that time was like a house burning on 2 sides, caught in a pincer movement. On one side, the Germans were forcing its surrender, and on the other side, it faced revolution. The French capitalists chose humiliation with Germany rather than any reconciliation with their fate. The Germans were also afraid of revolution, so they tried their best to help the French capitalists put down the revolution. When France had surrendered, Germany had already captured all its soldiers, leaving only 40,000 police. When the revolution began, Germany allowed French capitalists an additional 100,000 soldiers with the aim of eradicating the revolution. So, we must understand that capitalism has no homeland. After wiping out the revolution, the capitalists took revenge. They killed 30,000 people, men, women, the elderly, and children. They deported 28,000 people. They arrested 650 children, 850 women, and 37,000 men. 8. How is the French Revolution meaningful for the Vietnamese Revolution? A. In all three revolutions, 1789, 1848, and 1870, the people were courageous, but the intellectuals were few, and so the capitalists were able to take advantage. B. Because the Paris Commune's organization was not very sophisticated, and because it did not communicate with the farmers, this led to its failure. C. The capitalists used the words liberty, equality, and fraternity to deceive the people and encourage them to overthrow feudalism. When the people overthrew feudalism, the bourgeoisie replaced the feudal lords as the new oppressors. D. The French Revolution was similar to the American Revolution, which means it was also a bourgeois and incomplete revolution. France is formally a republic, but internally workers and peasants are deprived of their rights, and externally France oppresses and exploits its colonies. There have been 3 revolutions so far, but now the French workers and peasants must have one more if they are to escape oppression. The Vietnamese revolutionaries should keep these things in mind. 9. What are examples of what the French Revolution teaches us? The French Revolution teaches us that 1. The workers and peasants are the root of the revolution, but the capitalists are opportunists. The bourgeoisie will take advantage of the masses. If not, they are counter-revolutionary. 2. The revolution must have a very sustainable organization to be successful. 3. Women and children will also take part in making revolution. 4. Where the people have great morale, no weapon can resist them. 5. The French Revolution saw so many people sacrifice without fear. If we want to make a revolution too, then we must not be afraid of sacrifices. The history of the Russian Revolution. 1. What are the origins of the Russian Revolution? Russia is a very large country whose territory is half in Asia and half in Europe. More than 90% of Russians are peasants. Less than 10% are working men. Previously, Russia was ruled under the serf system, which means all land and the peasants were under the control of the landlords. The landlord regarded the serf as an animal. Whether to live or die are all under his control and whim. When they needed money, they took peasant slaves as if they were animals for sale. Peasants could not leave one region for another. It was only in the second half of the 19th century that capitalism flourished in Russia. When they opened many factories and needed workers, they campaigned to abandon serfdom so that the peasants could work for them. In 1861, serfdom was abolished. The bourgeois capitalists and feudal landlords bear a grudge against each other, and the workers' and farmers' revolution also emerges from this contradiction. 2. What did the serfs do after their liberation? Being free, some of them went to the city to work, and some stayed to work in the fields. Working long hours for what little wages they could earn, they were now slaves to the capitalists. If they stayed in the countryside, there was little land. The cattle were in short supply, and moreover, they had inferior resources compared to the wealthy landlords, though people were. Nominally free, in fact, they have enslaved. Workers were miserable. Peasants had never known better. Those with a revolutionary outlook set up a party to unite the peasants, but didn't pay attention to the workers. In 1875, there was a revolutionary party called the Narodniks. In 1878, there was a new party called the Russian Workers' Union. But those two parties, with very few members, were persecuted, and their members were arrested by the government. Later, they turned into a terrorist party, focused only on assassinating the king and the officials. 3. What was the result of the two parties? Assassination is risky, and the results are not long, lasting as there will always be another boss to replace the one who is killed. Revolution means uniting the oppressed masses and demolishing the entire oppressive class, not just the assassination of a few kings or government officials by a handful of people. Although the two parties sacrificed many people and assassinated important people from the ruling class because they did not have a revolutionary mass base, they were hounded by the government until they were wiped out. In 1883, Georgy Plekhanov established the Emancipation Labor Group. This party was organized to popularize the theories of Karl Marx and to unite the peasantry and the workers in the practice and politics of revolution. 4. How does the party make a revolution? This party considered workers to be the base of the revolution, with the assistance of the peasantry. They worked very secretly. In Russia, there were too many spies, so the party agency had to set themselves up abroad in London. In 1894, Lenin joined the party. In 1898, the party held a congress inside Russia. Unfortunately, the government discovered this and arrested many party members. Despite these arrests, the party's declaration was spread throughout the nation so that the revolutionary movement was increasing every day. Those who had not been arrested were extremely secretive in their efforts at propaganda and organization. Not long after that, the party's name was changed to the Social Democratic Party, which later changed its name to the Communist Party. Between 1904 to 1905, Russia and Japan were at war. Taking advantage of the people's agitation, the party made its best effort to mobilize for revolution. 5. How did the party mobilize the people to its cause? Before fighting against Japan, the Tsar tricked the capitalists into spending money and cheated them by saying that if they could win, the economy would prosper and the capitalists would benefit considerably. But after their loss, the capitalists had spent so much money for so little gain that they now resented the Tsar. At the same time, the workers' resentment of and oppression by the Tsar meant they hated the Tsar more and more. The peasants had hated the Tsar for so long. Forced to enter the army, many died in the war, they paid exorbitantly high taxes, and their hatred of the Tsar became greater and greater. The three classes had different goals, but their hatred of the Tsar was the same. The party knew there was broad support for a revolution to overthrow the Tsar. 6. That time, how did the Tsar respond? The Tsar knew that the workers were the most enthusiastic for revolution, so he sought to separate capitalists, peasants, and workers from each other. The Tsar appointed a missionary to organize a labor union in order to first corrupt the workers and second to detect and arrest those who were for revolution. On January 9, 1905, the missionary, whose name was Georgy Apollonovich Gapon, brought some of the workers to the Tsar for advice. Because he forgot to tell the Tsar they were coming, and because the Tsar saw a crowd of people and was afraid of violence, the Tsar sent his soldiers out, who shot and killed many of the workers. Gapon escaped abroad. The workers of the provinces heard the news and went on strike, rioted, and began setting up worker congresses. The revolutionary fight against the Tsar and the government lasted from January to October. The Tsar, on the one hand, used soldiers against the revolution, and on the other hand, using the pretense of establishing a parliament of people's representatives for discussion of the country's affairs. 7. Why was the revolution of 1905 defeated? 1. While the capitalists wanted to take advantage of the workers to demolish the Tsar, when they saw the spirited workers, they feared that the workers would first fight against the Tsar and then later turn on them. So the capitalists betrayed the workers in favor of the Tsar. 2. The workers and peasants were not united. When the workers rose up, the mass of peasants did not immediately follow them into the fight. So the workers were defeated. The peasants then rose up against the Tsar. But it was too late, as the Tsar was able first to deal with the workers, then turn his attention against the peasants. 3. The workers were not very experienced nor well organized. Without the mobilization of the soldiers, the workers had too few weapons. 8. Did the defeat in 1905 set back the workers and the party? No, it did not. Experiencing that failure, the party studied again, criticized where and what went wrong, and why they failed. Clearly understanding the defects, then fixing them, is like forging a knife. First, you test the blade to know where it is sharp or where it is blunt. Then, you work the blunt side by sharpening it to the point when you know the new knife is good. After the failure in 1905, the workers understood that 1. They must be well organized, 2. They must connect with the peasantry. 3. They must mobilize the soldiers. 4. They should not trust the false prophets of the Franco-Annamite collaboration. And 5. Knowing that the capitalists and the Tsar are the same, to abolish the Tsar, they must abolish the capitalists. The failure of the 1905 revolution set the example for the successful revolution in 1917. 9. What is the history of the revolution in 1917? The revolution of 1917 resulted from the following. 1. During the European War, the British and French imperialists took advantage of the Tsar to fight against Germany. But the Russian Tsar was disorganized, wasteful with money, and many Russian soldiers were killed by the Germans. The imperial powers were angry and thus helped the capitalist class to get rid of the Tsar. 2. The capitalists were angry that the Tsar had relied only upon the aristocratic ruling army as it was useless, losing every battle. Moreover, the capitalists in Russia were mostly aligned with the British and French imperialists. If Russia lost to Germany, then not only would the Russian capital be at risk, but also that of the British and French. It became clear to the British and French imperialists that they would lose if they allowed the Tsar to remain in power. So the capitalists also wanted to remove the Tsar. 3. Obviously, the working men and the peasants considered the Tsar as their enemy. 4. The political opportunists took advantage of the situation, using the workers and peasants to help the Russian capitalists and British and French imperialism to remove the Tsar. Capitalism and imperialism took advantage of this opportunism in turn. 10. How did the opportunists make it? Taking advantage of so many soldiers' deaths, a starving population, mass unemployment, and the government disorganization, the opportunists told the people that the revolution would abolish. The Tsar, the land and factories would belong to the peasants. The people would have the right to form the government, and the war would turn to peace. In February, unexpectedly, the Tsar abdicated. With their authority empowered by the capitalists, the opportunists went back on their words. They ordered the soldiers to continue to fight. The land remained in the hands of the landlords, the factories stayed in the hands of the rich, and the peasants and workers had no say in the government. 11. Why didn't the Communist Party take power? When this revolution evicted the Tsar, the Communist Party was still leading the masses. But at that time, there were few party members, and it was not the right time, so they did not seize the government. The revolution was over in February. From February to April, many people still thought that the new government had not yet done anything for the benefit of the people because the government had not had enough time. In April, Lenin and many comrades from abroad returned. From April to November, the new government gradually showed their true color as counter-revolutionary. The communist members took part in propagandizing to the people the following. You can see that the opportunists are like servants for capitalism and imperialism, no more, no less. They did no better than the Tsar. This made everybody resent the new government. They joined with the peasants, laborers, soldiers, and secret organizations to carry out the communist revolution. The communist revolution succeeded. By the end of October, there were already organizations everywhere. Everyone wanted action. But Lenin said, wait a few more days for everyone to oppose the government. Then we will act. On 5 November, the government opened a meeting to enact new laws that had benefits for capitalists but were harmful to peasants and workers. Lenin told the party members that it would be too early to take action on 6 November, 24th October, because the people would not yet know how bad the rules were and would not yet blame the government. On the other hand, 8 November, 26 October would be too late because by then the government would know that the people were resentful, and they would be on guard. With great anticipation, the Communist Party decided to carry out the revolution on the 7th of November. The workers rushed to lay siege to the government, and the peasants evicted their landlords. The government sent out soldiers, but the soldiers sided with the workers and returned to fight against the government. From that day forward, the government opportunists withdrew, and the Communist Party seized authority and organized a government of workers, peasants, and soldiers. It distributed land to the tillers, conferred the management of factories upon the workers, no longer forced people to die for capitalism and imperialism, strove to organize a new economy, and practiced internationalism. How is the Russian Revolution meaningful to the Vietnamese Revolution? In the world, at that time, only the Bolshevik Revolution in Russia was a successful revolution, and it was thoroughly successful. And this means people enjoyed real happiness, real freedom, real equality, not the false freedom and equality that the French imperialists boast about to the Vietnamese people. The Russian Revolution had already abolished the Tsar, the capitalists, and the landlords, and also was striving to assist the international workers, peasants, and the oppressed peoples in the colonies 23 to make revolution, to demolish all the imperialists and capitalists in the world. The Russian Revolution teaches us that if the revolution is to be victorious, we must take the masses, workers, and peasants as foundational. We must have a solid party, we must be tenacious, we must be of the same mind, and we must be ready to lay down our lives for our cause. In brief, we must follow Marxism, Leninism. 6. The path that led me to Leninism. Problem of the EAST, April 1960. After World War I made my living in Paris, first as a retoucher at a photographer's, then as a painter of Chinese antiquities made in France. I would distribute leaflets denouncing the crimes committed by the French colonialists in Vietnam. At that time, I supported the October Revolution only instinctively, not yet grasping all its historic importance. I loved and admired Lenin because he was a great patriot who liberated his compatriots. Until then, I had read none of his books. The reason for my joining the French Socialist Party was that these ladies and gentlemen, as I called my comrades at that moment, had shown their sympathy towards me, towards the struggle of the oppressed peoples. But I understood neither what was a party, a trade union, nor what was socialism nor communism. Heated discussions were then taking place in the branches of the Socialist Party on the questions of whether the Socialist Party should remain in the Second International, should a Second and a Half International be founded, or should the Socialist Party join Lenin's Third International. I attended the meetings regularly, twice or thrice a week, and attentively listened to the discussion. First, I could not thoroughly understand these discussions. Why were the discussions so heated? Either with the Second and a Half, or Third International, the revolution could be waged. What was the use of arguing then? As for the First International, what had become of it? What I wanted most to know, and this was never debated in the meetings, was which international sides with the peoples of colonial countries. I raised this question, the most important in my opinion, in a meeting. Some comrades answered, it is the Third, not the Second International. And a comrade gave me Lenin's thesis on the national and colonial questions, published by La Humanite, to read. There were political terms difficult to understand in this thesis. But by dint of reading it again and again, finally, I could grasp the main part of it. What emotion, enthusiasm, clear-sightedness, and confidence it instilled in me. I was overjoyed to tears. Though sitting alone in my room, I shouted out aloud as if addressing large crowds, "Dear martyrs, compatriots, this is what we need, and this is the path to our liberation." With that, I had entire confidence in Lenin and in the Third International. Formerly, during the meetings of the party branch, I only listened to the discussion. I had a vague belief that all were logical and could not differentiate as to who was right and who was wrong. But from then on, I also plunged into the debates and discussed with fervor. Though I was still lacking French words to express all my thoughts, I smashed the allegations attacking Lenin and the Third International with no less vigor. My only argument was, if you do not condemn colonialism, if you do not side with the colonial people, what kind of revolution are you waging? Not only did I take part in the meetings of my own party branch, but I also went to other party branches to express my position. Now, I must stress again that comrades Marcel Cachin, Vaillant Couturier, Monmuseau, and many others helped me to broaden my knowledge. Finally, at the Tours Congress, I voted with them to join the Third International. At first, patriotism, not yet communism, led me to have confidence in Lenin and in the Third International. Step by step along with the struggle, by studying Marxism, Leninism parallel with participation in practical activities, I gradually came upon the fact that only socialism and communism can liberate from slavery the oppressed nations and the working people throughout the world. There is a legend in our country, as well as in China, on the miraculous Book of the Wise. When facing great difficulties, one opens it and finds a way out. Leninism is not only a miraculous Book of the Wise, a compass for us Vietnamese revolutionaries and people, it is also the radiant sun illuminating our path to final victory, to socialism and communism. Part 3. Independence and War. 7. Appeal made on the occasion of the founding of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party. Hong Kong, February 18, 1930. Workers, peasants, soldiers, youth, and school students, oppressed and exploited fellow countrymen, sisters and brothers, comrades. Imperialist contradictions were the cause of the 1914-1918 World War. After this horrible slaughter, the world was divided into two camps. One is the revolutionary camp, which includes the oppressed colonial peoples and the exploited working class throughout the world. Its vanguard is the Soviet Union. The other is the counter-revolutionary camp of international capitalism and imperialism, whose general staff is the League of Nations. That war resulted in the untold loss of life and property for the people. French imperialism was the hardest hit. Therefore, in order to restore the forces of capitalism in France, the French imperialists have resorted to every perfidious scheme to intensify capitalist exploitation in Indochina. They have built new factories to exploit the workers by paying them starvation wages. They have plundered the peasants' land to establish plantations and drive them to destitution. They have levied new, heavy taxes. They have forced our people to buy government bonds. In short, they have driven our people into utter misery. They have increased their military forces, firstly to strangle the Vietnamese Revolution, secondly to prepare for a new imperialist war in the Pacific aimed at conquering new colonies, thirdly to suppress the Chinese Revolution, and fourthly to attack the Soviet Union, because it helps the oppressed nations and the exploited working class to wage revolution. World War II will break out. When it does, the French imperialists will certainly drive our people into an even greater horrible slaughter. If we let them prepare for this war, oppose the Chinese Revolution and attack the Soviet Union, if we allow them to stifle the Vietnamese Revolution, this will be tantamount to letting them wipe our race off the surface of the earth and drown our nation in the Pacific. However, the French imperialists' barbarous oppression and ruthless exploitation have awakened our compatriots, who've all realized that revolution is the only road to survival and that without it, they will die a slow death. This is why the revolutionary movement has grown stronger with each passing day. The workers refuse to work, the peasants demand land, the students go on strike, and the traders stop doing business. Everywhere the masses have arisen to oppose the French imperialists. The revolution has made the French imperialists tremble with fear. On the one hand, they use the feudalists and comprador bourgeoisie to oppress and exploit our people. On the other hand, they terrorize, arrest, jail, deport, and kill a great number of Vietnamese revolutionaries. If the French imperialists think that they can suppress the Vietnamese Revolution by means of terror, they are grossly mistaken. For one thing, the Vietnamese Revolution is not isolated, but enjoys the assistance of the world proletariat in general, and that of the French working class in particular. Secondly, it is precisely at the very time when the French imperialists are frenziedly carrying out terrorist acts that the Vietnamese communists, formerly working separately, have united into a single party, the Indo-Chinese Communist Party, to lead the revolutionary struggle of our entire people. Workers, peasants, soldiers, youth, school students, oppressed and exploited fellow countrymen. The Indo-Chinese Communist Party was founded. It is the party of the working class. It will help the proletariat lead the revolution waged for the sake of all oppressed and exploited people. From now on, we must join the party, help it, and follow it in order to implement the following slogans: to overthrow French imperialism and Vietnamese feudalism and the reactionary bourgeoisie, to make Indochina completely independent, to establish a worker, peasant, soldier government, to confiscate the banks and other enterprises belonging to the imperialists and put them under the control of the worker, peasant, soldier government, to confiscate all the plantations and property belonging to the imperialists and the Vietnamese reactionary bourgeoisie and distribute them to the poor peasants, to implement the 8-hour working day, to abolish the forced buying of government bonds, the poll tax, and all unjust taxes hitting the poor, bring democratic freedoms to the masses, to dispense education to all the people, to realize equality between man and woman. 8. The party's line in the period of the Democratic Front. July 1939. 1. For the time being, the party should not be too ambitious in its demands, national independence, parliament, etc. To do so would be to play into the hands of the Japanese fascists. It should, therefore, only demand democratic rights, freedom of organization, freedom of assembly, freedom of the press, freedom of speech, a general amnesty for all political prisoners, and struggle for the legalization of the party. 2. To reach this goal, the party must seek to organize a broad national democratic front. That front should consist of not only the peoples of Indochina, but also of all progressive French people living in Indochina, not only of working people, but also of the national bourgeois class. 3. The party must adopt a wise and flexible attitude towards the national bourgeoisie. It should seek to draw it into the front, to rally the elements that can be rallied, and to neutralize those that can be neutralized. We must, by all means, avoid leaving them outside the front, lest they should fall into the hands of the enemy of the revolution and increase the strength of the reactionaries. 4. We cannot make any alliance with or any concession to the Trotskyite group. We must do everything possible to lay bare their faces as the running dogs of the fascists and annihilate them politically. 5. To increase and consolidate its forces, to widen its influence, and to work effectively, the Indochinese Democratic Front must keep in close contact with the French Popular Front, because the latter also struggles for freedom and democracy and can help us tremendously. 6. The party should not demand that the front acknowledge its leadership. It must instead show itself as the organization that makes the greatest sacrifices and is the most active and loyal. It is only through daily struggle and work that the masses of the people will acknowledge the correct policies and capability of the leadership of the party, and thus can win the leading position. 7. To be able to carry out the above tasks, the party must uncompromisingly fight against factionalism and most systematically organize Marxism, Leninist cooperation to raise the cultural and political level of all party members. It must maintain close contact with the French Communist Party. One extract from the report by Ho Chi Minh to the Communist International. 1941. Vietnamese women forever have sacrificed themselves for our country, and our race 10,000 gathered in response to the call of the sisters Trung set out to save the country and the people forever. Through the years of revolutionary struggle, our sisters have often participated. Many times struggle courageously hearts of gold, the courage of iron. Who could do less? Like Nguyen Minh Khai, convicted to death many times. Now the opportunity is near. Defeat the French, defeat the Japanese, save people and homes. Women from young to old unite together in the struggle, gather together in the Viet Minh front, first save the country, then ourselves, so that all the world will know. 10. Prison Diary. 1942 to 1943. Learning to play chess. To wear away the time, we learn to play chess. In thousands, horses and infantry chase each other, move quickly into action, in attack or in retreat. Talent and swift feet give us the upper hand. 2. Eyes must look far ahead, and thoughts be deeply pondered. Be bold and unremitting in attack. Come the right moment, a pawn can bring you victory. 3. The forces on both sides are equally balanced. But victory will come only to one side. Attack, retreat with unerring strategy, then you will merit the title of great commander. Guards carrying pigs. Along the way we travel, the guards are carrying pigs. Pigs travel on guards' shoulders, while men are dragged in irons. Once a man is forced to surrender his natural human freedom, the value of a man is less than that of a pig. 2. In this world, the ills of man may number tens of thousands, but nothing that can befall him is worse than the loss of freedom. A simple word, a gesture is no longer a man's right. We can only submit to be driven along like horses or cattle, alert in Vietnam. News from Shichirao Agency, published in the Nanning Press. Better death than slavery. Everywhere in my country, the red flags are fluttering again. What it is to be a prisoner at such a time. When shall I be set free to take my part in the battle? I have traveled the 13 districts of Guangxi province and tasted the pleasures of 18 different prisons. What crime have I committed, I keep on asking? The crime of being devoted to my people. September 2nd, 1945. All men are created equal. They are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. This immortal statement was made in the Declaration of Independence of the United States of America in 1776. In a broader sense, this means all the peoples on the earth are equal from birth. All the peoples have a right to live, to be happy and free. The Declaration of the French Revolution made in 1791 on the rights of man and the citizen also states, all men are born free and with equal rights, and must always remain free and have equal rights. Those are undeniable truths. Nevertheless, for more than 80 years, the French imperialists, abusing the standard of liberty, equality, and fraternity, have violated our country and oppressed our fellow citizens. They have acted contrary to the ideals of humanity and justice. In the field of politics, they have deprived our people of every democratic liberty. They have enforced inhuman laws. They have set up 3 distinct political regimes in the north, the center, and the south of Vietnam in order to wreck our national unity and prevent our people from being united. They have built more prisons than schools. They have mercilessly slain our patriots. They have drowned our uprisings in rivers of blood. They have fettered public opinion. They have practiced obscurantism against our people. To weaken our race, they have forced us to use opium and alcohol. In the field of economics, they have fleeced us to the backbone, impoverished our people, and devastated our land. They have robbed us of our rice fields, our mines, our forests, and our raw materials. They have monopolized the issuing of banknotes and the export trade. They have invented numerous unjustifiable taxes and reduced our people, especially our peasantry, to a state of extreme poverty. They have hampered the prospering of our national bourgeoisie. They have mercilessly exploited our workers. In the autumn of 1940, when the Japanese fascists violated Indochina's territory to establish new bases in their fight against the Allies, the French imperialists went down on their bended knees and handed over our country to them. Thus, from that date, our people were subjected to the double yoke of the French and the Japanese. Their sufferings and miseries increased. The result was that from the end of last year to the beginning of this year, from Quang Tri province to the north of Vietnam, more than 2 million of our fellow citizens died from starvation. On 9 March, the French troops were disarmed by the Japanese. The French colonialists either fled or surrendered, showing that not only were they incapable of protecting us, but that in the span of 5 years, they had twice sold our country to the Japanese. On several occasions before 9 March, the Viet Minh League urged the French to ally themselves with it against the Japanese. Instead of agreeing to this proposal, the French colonialists so intensified their terrorist activities against the Viet Minh members that, before fleeing, they massacred a great number of our political prisoners detained at Yen Bay and Sao Bang. Notwithstanding all this, our fellow citizens have always manifested toward the French a tolerant and humane attitude. Even after the Japanese putsch of March 1945, the Viet Minh League helped many Frenchmen to cross the frontier, rescued some of them from Japanese jails, and protected French lives and property. From the autumn of 1940, our country had, in fact, ceased to be a French colony and had become a Japanese possession. After the Japanese surrendered to the Allies, our whole people rose to regain our national sovereignty and to found the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. The truth is that we have wrested our independence from the Japanese and not from the French. The French have fled, the Japanese have capitulated, Emperor Bao Dai has abdicated. Our people have broken the chains which for nearly a century have fettered them and have won independence for the country. Our people, at the same time, have overthrown the monarchic regime that has reigned supreme for dozens of centuries. In its place has been established the present democratic republic. For these reasons, we, members of the provisional government, representing the whole Vietnamese people, declare that from now on, we break off all relations of a colonial character with France. We repeal all the international obligations that France has so far subscribed to on behalf of Vietnam, and we abolish all the special rights the French have unlawfully acquired in our country. The whole Vietnamese people, animated by a common purpose, are determined to fight to the bitter end against any attempt by the French colonialists to reconquer their country. We are convinced that the Allied nations, which in Tehran and San Francisco have acknowledged the principles of self-determination and equality of nations, and will not refuse to acknowledge the independence of Vietnam. A people who have courageously opposed French domination for more than 80 years, a people who have fought side by side with the Allies against the fascists during these last years, such a people must be free and independent. For these reasons, we, members of the Provisional Government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, solemnly declare to the world that Vietnam has the right to be a free and independent country, and in fact it is so already. The entire Vietnamese people are determined to mobilize all their physical and mental strength, to sacrifice their lives and property in order to safeguard their independence and liberty. 12. Letter to Pupils on the School to Opening Day. September 1945. My dear nephews, today is the first day of term in the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. I visualize all the jubilant animation of the school reopening that will take place everywhere. You are all glad to see your teachers and schoolmates again after so long a holiday and so many epoch-making events. But your greater joy is that from now on, you will enjoy an entirely Vietnamese education. In former times, your fathers and brothers, and just last year you yourselves, were forced to receive an enslaving education, that is, an education aimed at training people as hirelings to the French colonialists. Today you have a better chance. You enjoy the education of an independent country, an education that will train you as citizens useful to Vietnam, an education that will fully develop your inborn abilities. Your chance for an education is due to the sacrifices of so many compatriots. So, what do you think of this? You must act in such a way so as to repay the great labor of the people who did not spare their lives and property to wrest back national independence. Do listen to my words, the words of a man who always cherishes the wish to see you become capable men. In the forthcoming school year, you must make efforts in your study, be good, obey your teachers, and compete with your schoolmates. 80 years of slavery have weakened our country. Now, we must rebuild the inheritance bequeathed to us by our ancestors so that we may keep pace with other nations of the world. In this construction, you are the hopes of the country. Whether Vietnam will become glorious or not, whether the Vietnamese people can equal the powerful nations in the world or not, will be greatly due to your study. To senior pupils, I give further advice. We have driven out the French colonialists and won back independence. But they are attempting to come back. No doubt they will fail because our entire people are closely united, resolute to struggle for the country, and ready to oppose the invaders, fulfilling their duty as citizens. You have not yet reached the age when you must shoulder these hard words. But after school hours, you ought to join the Pioneers Association for National Salvation, to train yourselves for a fighter's life, and contribute a small part to national defense. This is my sincere advice, which I hope you will always bear in mind. Today, on the occasion of school reopening, I wish you a year full of joy and success. My love to you all. 13. Letter to Old People. September 20th, 1945. Dear elders, I am talking with you as an elder myself. There is an old saying that goes, talents are exhausted with the coming of old age, and our elders generally believe it. Whatever happens, they say, old people must live in quietness. We are old, we have no more ambition. It is up to our children to take charge of temporal affairs. We are nearing death. We need not be active any longer. I do not appreciate this outlook. Patriots never live idly by reason of their old age. China had people such as Ma Fu Po. Our country had people such as Li Tung Kiet. The older they grew, the more energetic and heroic they became. At present, our independence and freedom have just been won back, but we still have to go through many difficulties in order to consolidate them. Consequently, our people, old and young alike, must endeavor to shoulder a part of the responsibility. Our children are young, and they will do heavy work. We are old, we cannot do heavy work, but leaning on our sticks, we will take the lead to encourage them and impart our experiences to them. We are elders. We must sincerely unite first to set an example for our children. Hence, I hope that the old people in Hanoi will pioneer in organizing the Old People's National Salvation Association for the old folk throughout the country to follow suit and contribute to the safeguarding of our national independence. 14. To the People's Executive Committees at all levels, BOSS, 1 provinces, districts, and villages. October 1945. Dear friends, our country was oppressed by the French for more than 80 years and by the Japanese for 4 or 5 years. The poverty suffered by our people was indescribable. It is a heartbreaking thing to remember it now. Thanks to our people's monolithic unity and the government's wise guidance, we have been able to break the bonds of slavery and win back our independence and freedom. If there are insufficient people, we will not have enough strength. If there is no government, no one will guide the people. Hence, the government and the people must unite into a bloc. We have now built our Democratic Republic of Vietnam. But if our country is independent without our people enjoying happiness and freedom, then this independence is meaningless. Our government has promised the people that it will do its best so that every citizen may enjoy his share of happiness. In the building of our country, the things to be restored will have to be restored slowly. They cannot be accomplished in a month or a year. But from the very beginning, we must correctly follow our guiding principles. We must realize that all government organs, from the central to the communal level, are the people's servants. That is to say, they are appointed to work for the sake of the whole people's interests, and not to oppress the people as under the French and Japanese. We must exert ourselves to do what is of benefit to the people. We must exert ourselves to avoid what is harmful to them. We must love them so that they may love and respect us. I know that many of you have correctly carried out the government's policies and won the people's confidence. But there are also many of you who have committed very serious mistakes. The main ones are 1. Breaches of the law. Traitors, whose guilt is clearly established, must be punished, and they have no grounds for complaint. But sometimes, because of personal enmity and rancor, you arrest honest people and confiscate their property, causing them distress. 2. Arrogance abusing your position as members of such and such committees, you become unruly and do things in your own way. You hold a public opinion in contempt and disregard the people's interests. You forget that you are elected by the people to serve them and should not be arrogant toward them. 3. Debauchery. If you make good cheer, dress yourselves in fine clothes, become more and more wasteful, more and more romantic, you must ask yourselves where the money comes from. You have gone so far as to appropriate public wealth for yourselves, forgetting integrity and virtue. You, members of committees, use official cars, your wives use them, and even your children use them. Ask yourselves who is paying for these expenses. 4. Sectarianism and connivance. You group your friends and relatives around you and give them positions for which they have no ability. Those who are competent and satisfactory but do not please you are discarded. You forget that this is a public affair and not a private concern of anyone. 5. Division. You pit one section of the people against another. You do not make various sections of the people reconcile one with the other so that they can live on good terms. In some places, you have gone so far as to let fields lie fallow and have made the peasants dissatisfied with you. You forget that, at this moment, we must unite the whole people, that no distinction can be made between the old and the young, the rich and the poor. This is necessary in order to safeguard our independence and fight the common enemy. 6. Conceit. Thinking that an official is someone of importance, you look upon the people with contempt. You always want to show off that you are Mandarin revolutionaries. You do not realize that through your conceit, you will lose the people's confidence and harm the government's prestige. Mistakes are not to be feared, but they are to be corrected when discovered. Hence, he who has not fallen into the above-mentioned mistakes should try to avoid them to make further progress. He who has committed them must endeavor to correct them. If he does not correct himself, the government will not forgive him. It is for the sake of the people's happiness and national interests that I have mentioned the above mistakes. We must always bear in mind the words justice and integrity. I hope you will make progress. 15. Address to the Frenchmen in Indochina, October 1945. Friends, I want to address a few words to you not as President of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, but as a sincere friend of the honest Frenchman. You love France and want it to be independent. You love your compatriots and want them to be free. Your patriotism is a glory to you because it is mankind's highest ideal. But we also have a right to love our country and want it to be independent, have we not? We also have a right to love our compatriots and want them to be free, have we not? What you consider as your ideal must be ours too. We neither dislike nor hate the French people. On the contrary, we respect them as great people who were the first to propagate the lofty ideal of liberty, equality, and fraternity, and have greatly contributed to culture, science, and civilization. Our struggle is not directed against France, nor is it directed against honest Frenchmen, but we are fighting the cruel domination of French colonialism in Indochina. You will understand to what extent this colonialism has sullied the reputation of France and imposed upon us disastrous calamities, forced labor, corvées, salt tax, compulsory consumption of opium and alcohol, heavy taxes, the complete absence of freedom, incessant terrorism, moral and material sufferings, and ruthless exploitation. Ask yourselves who has benefited by making us suffer in such a way. Is it France and the French people? No. France does not become richer from colonialist exploitation, and it is not due to the absence of this exploitation that it will become poorer. On the contrary, expenditure for the colonies is a burden loaded upon the French people's shoulders. Do the French planters and industrialists in Indochina profit? Before you give an answer, I want you to put yourselves in our situation for a moment. What would you do if foreigners came and imposed on you an endless string of plagues and sufferings? I strongly believe that you would struggle to the last against this domination. Then why do you want us shamefully to accept French domination? You have also known that this domination profits neither France nor the French people. It only enriches the few colonialist sharks and blemishes France's reputation. Some people say that it is to save face that France is trying to cling to Indochina. The recognition of Vietnam's independence will not lower France's prestige, but will heighten it before the world in history. This gesture will show to the world at large, and particularly to the Vietnamese, that today's France is completely different from the old imperialist France. It will win the respect of all peoples and the love of the Vietnamese who now, as always, want nothing else than to see their country independent. Frenchmen in Indochina. Don't you think that mankind's blood has been shed too much? Don't you think that peace, a genuine peace built on justice and democratic ideals, must be a substitute for war, that freedom, equality, and fraternity must be realized in all countries with no discrimination between nationalities and races? We do not fear death because we want to live. Like you, we want to live free, not to be trampled underfoot and strangled. Hence, we have made a distinction between good Frenchmen and bad ones. I repeat that we are struggling for our independence. We are struggling against domination and not against honest Frenchmen. At present, the French colonialists have started their offensive against us in the South. They have begun to kill so many of our compatriots, committed arson and plundering. We are obliged to fight these invaders in order to safeguard our families and country. However, everywhere in Vietnam, the lives and property of the Frenchmen are being protected, and will continue to be protected, provided they are content to live quietly and do not cause trouble. I solemnly guarantee that the Frenchmen who earn their living honestly and live quietly will always be treated by us as friends and brothers. We are a people advocating peace and respecting others' interests and freedom. Frenchmen in Indochina. It is now up to you to show that you are worthy children of the glorious heroes who formerly struggled for freedom, equality, and fraternity. Greetings to you all. One, the word in Vietnamese is to quoc, frequently translated as fatherland, but more accurately country with all the associations of patriotism. One of Ho Chi Minh's nom de guerres was Nguyen Ai Quoc, or Nguyen the Patriot. December 20th, 1946, compatriots all over the country. As we desired peace, we made concessions. But the more we made concessions, the further the French colonialists went, because they are resolved to invade our country once again. No, we would rather sacrifice all than lose our country. We are determined not to be enslaved. Compatriots, rise up. Men and women, old and young, regardless of creeds, political parties, or nationalities, all the Vietnamese must stand up to fight the French colonialists to save the country. Those who have rifles will use their rifles. Those who have swords will use their swords. Those who have no swords will use spades, hoes, or sticks. Everyone must endeavor to oppose the colonialists and save his country. Soldiers, self-defense guards, and militiamen. The hour for national salvation has struck. We must sacrifice even our last drop of blood to safeguard our country. Even if we have to endure hardship in the war of resistance, with the determination to make sacrifices, victory will surely be ours. Long live an independent and unified Vietnam. Long live the victorious resistance. 17. Letter to Comrades in North Vietnam. March 1st, 1947. Comrades in North Vietnam. I do not have time to meet you to take part in the criticism, review, and discussion of public affairs. I am very sorry that the circumstances do not allow me to do so. Thus, I am sending you a few words and hope that you will pay attention to them. 1. Now that our nation is at the crossroads, to die or to live, to perish or to exist, each comrade and the whole organization must devote all their heart and strength to turn the entire people in one direction, aiming at one goal, to drive out the French colonialists and bring unity and independence to the country. That is why each comrade and the whole organization must be clear-sighted, clever, careful, resolute, industrious, and single-minded. 2. This long war of resistance is the national revolution at a high level. At present, each comrade's thoughts and deeds have great importance for the whole country. The negligence of a man can bring a major affair to failure. Little errors can bring about disastrous results. Therefore, we must resolutely get rid of the following shortcomings. A. Localism. To heed only the interests of one's own locality without taking into account the interests of the whole country. Taking care only of the organization where one is working. Owing to these shortcomings, there may occur things that seem of minor importance at first glance, but that are in reality harmful to the common plan. To take an example, to grasp as many cadres and materials as possible for one's locality, unwilling to let the higher authorities move the cadres and materials to where they are needed most. B. Sectarianism. To listen to those who are on good terms with themselves even when they are wrong, and to make use of them even when they have no ability. To discard those who are at variance with oneself even when they are gifted, and refuse to listen to them however right they might be. This is a very harmful shortcoming. It deprives the organization of cadres and unity and always ensures the work will fail. This is a very dangerous habit. C. Militarism and bureaucracy. To behave like a small king when in charge of a region, to be arrogant and high-handed. To belittle one's superiors, abuse one's authority, and weigh heavily upon one's subalterns. To frighten the people by a haughty bearing. This despotic state of mind has brought about much ill feeling and discord, and created a gap between the higher and the lower levels, the organizations, and the people. D. Narrow-mindedness. We must bear in mind that everyone has his strong and weak points. We must make use of his strong points and help him to correct his shortcomings. To use people is like using wood. A skilled worker can make use of all kinds of wood, whether it is big or small, straight or curved. Narrow-mindedness leads to petty deeds, and it results in many enemies and few friends. A narrow-minded man receives little assistance from the others, and a narrow-minded organization cannot thrive. E. Formalism. Questions are not considered for their practical results or urgency, but only for showing off. For example, at present, military training aims to teach only how to handle guns, daggers, hand grenades, to understand topographical conditions, cleverly moving in the dark and reconnoitering, in a word, to train everybody for guerrilla warfare. But in many localities, time is devoted only to training for a parade. This is like practicing music to put out a fire. In other places, the forms of propaganda are limited to writing slogans, hanging flags, and banderoles, embellishing the information houses, and setting up tribunes, in other words, for the sake of the propaganda's form. But they never go to the people to give them explanations in order to help them thoroughly understand the policies of the organization. Paperwork, love of red tape, to sit in one's office and send out orders without going to where the work is being carried out, without seeing how the work is being carried out, and without mapping out plans for the successful implementation of the instructions and resolutions of the organization is very problematic. The officials are unaware, therefore, of whether the instructions and resolutions sent by the higher levels to the localities can be carried out or not. This style of work is very harmful. It prevents us from closely following the movement and from grasping the real situation. Therefore, many of our policies are not carried out thoroughly. G. Undisciplined. In some war-stricken regions, a number of comrades have, of their own initiative, left their localities and gone to work in other places without a decision from their higher levels or organization. Thus, these comrades have not only shown a weak spirit, doing what is easy or to their liking and giving up what is difficult, or not to their liking, but also they disregarded the discipline of the organization and have created chaos in the ranks of the organization. In many places, the comrades who committed errors were not punished adequately. There were comrades who had been demoted in one place but kept their former rank when going to another, or demoted only for form's sake, but in reality kept their former position. There were comrades who deserved punishment, but for personal reasons were only criticized or given a warning for form's sake. In other places, there were also people who went so far as to screen the others' mistakes and forgive one another, deceive the higher levels, and conceal their mistakes from the organization. Such ways of carrying out discipline not only prevent the guilty from correcting their mistakes, but also make them trifle with discipline. Worse still, a lax discipline will provide occasions for the reactionary elements to sneak into our ranks to sabotage our organization. Selfishness, debauchery. There are comrades who still suffer from megalomania. They are out for a position in some committee or a chairmanship. Others indulge in good food and fine clothing, try to turn the public property into their own, abuse their authority or job to indulge in trading transactions and getting rich, and think more of their private business than public affairs. Revolutionary virtues and public opinion are of no significance to them. There are comrades who are conceited and self-complacent, believing that as former political detainees or members of the Viet Minh Front, they are more competent than anyone else and irreplaceable. It is true that the imperialists' jails are schools for them, and the Viet Minh Front is an organization of patriots who devote themselves to national salvation. But it is certain that outside the Viet Minh, there are still many able, talented people whom the Viet Minh has not yet succeeded in organizing. Besides, if the political prisoners and members of the Viet Minh Front are the best, does it mean that all those who have not had the honor to be in jail, or those who have not joined the Viet Minh Front, have no talent and are of no use at all? Each of us must be modest. The more veteran and talented we are, the greater must be our modesty. We must have a yearning for progress and keep in mind our teacher's words, to learn, and to learn. Conceit and self-complacency will only hinder our progress. Some comrades are still in the habit of thinking, when one man is Mandarin, his whole family will profit. They give positions to their friends and relatives without heeding the disastrous results caused to the organization, provided that theirs get positions. Although you have, in general, many qualities, such as perseverance, thoroughness, resourcefulness, and initiative, and these are invaluable qualities that serve as the basis for the development of other virtues. But in this period of great difficulties and heavy tasks, those qualities are not enough. Only if you make use of this good foundation are you able to resolutely correct the above-mentioned shortcomings and be certain of complete success. You must do your utmost to carry out the following points. A. Our organization must be militarized. Mind and deeds must be in absolute harmony. Our organization is the vanguard unit, and if we are at variance when launching an assault, we'll have no hope of victory. Not only must our organization be single-minded, but the army, the people, and the administration also should be of one mind. B. The right men must be chosen for the leading organs, with defined power and responsibility, close connection with one another, and close cooperation. Abuse of power, pluralism, conflict, showing off, and jealousy regarding responsible posts must be absolutely avoided. At the moment, the question of leading organs is of importance. Great care should be taken to appoint members of these organs, but once they are appointed, there must be absolute obedience. Only when the inferiors obey their superiors can things go smoothly. C. Liaison and communications between provinces zones and between Trungbo Nambo and Biaxi Bo must be firmly maintained. Communication is the circulation of everything. If communications are cut off, there would be great difficulties for all things. Good communications will make everything easy. I hope that you will devote all your revolutionary spirit to overcoming your shortcomings, developing your qualities, uniting your efforts, strengthening inner solidarity, broadening your ranks, and reorganizing your work to lead the whole people enthusiastically to wage the war of resistance to a glorious victory. Greetings of friendship and determination to win. 12 Recommendations. April 5, 1948. The nation has its root in the people. In the war of resistance and national reconstruction, the main force lies in the people. Therefore, all the people in the army, administration, and mass organizations who are in contact or live with the people must remember and carry out the following 12 recommendations. 6 forbiddances. 1. Do not do what is likely to damage the land and crops or spoil the houses and belongings of the people. 2. Do not insist on buying or borrowing what the people are not willing to sell or lend. 3. Do not bring living hens into mountainous people's houses. 4. Never break our word. 5. Do not be offensive to people's faith and customs, such as to lie down before the altar, to raise feet over the hearth, to play music in the house, etc. 6. Do not say what is likely to make people believe that we hold them in contempt. 6 permissibles. 1. Help the people in their daily work, harvesting, fetching firewood, carrying water, sewing, etc. 2. Whenever possible, buy commodities for those who live far from markets: knives, salt, needles, thread, pens, papers, etc. 3. In your spare time, tell amusing, simple, and short stories useful to the resistance but not betraying secrets. 4. Teach the population the national script and elementary hygiene. 5. Study the customs of each region so as to be acquainted with them in order to create an atmosphere of sympathy first, then gradually explain to the people things that can abate their superstitions. 6. Show the people that you are correct, diligent, and disciplined. Stimulating poem. The above-mentioned 12 recommendations are feasible to all. He who loves his country will never forget them. When the people have a habit, all are like one man, with good soldiers and good people, everything will be crowned with success. Only when the root is firm can the tree live long and victory is built with the people as foundation. 19. Appeal for patriotic emulation. August 1st, 1949. Lately, I have been too busy with the war of resistance and have rarely had opportunities to talk to you, compatriots and fighters. So today, I, first of all, convey my affectionate greetings to you, elders, personalities, political, administrative, and technical cadres, compatriots at home and abroad and in the enemy-occupied area, young people and pioneers. I convey my affectionate greetings to you, all officers and men in the Army, militia, and guerrilla sector, our workers in the workshops of the Ministry of National Defense. Today is the first day of a new drive of patriotic emulation, so I will only speak of emulation. Since the August Revolution, the world has been struck with wonder and admiration for us, for 3 reasons. First, we brought our revolution to success, broke the colonialist fetters, overthrew feudalism, and set up a democratic republic. Second, not only can we lead the war of resistance, but we are sure of victory. Third, we are carrying out patriotic emulation while fighting. we began to compete with one another in June last year. The emulation drive has 3 aims: to wipe out famine, ignorance, and foreign invasion. Despite the lack of resources, experience, and the widespread destruction wrought by the French, we produced many good results after a year of emulation. It is thanks to our compatriots who did their utmost to increase production that, despite some difficulties, we were able to stave off famine. Other countries experienced more difficulties than we did in wartime. It is thanks to our compatriots' enthusiastic support and the mass education fighters' devotedness that several provinces such as Quang-Ngai, Ha Tin, Hung Yen, and Tai Bin have almost wiped out illiteracy. Other provinces are striving to keep pace with the former. This is a glorious achievement when compared with the fact that we had less than 500,000 pupils under the colonialist regime in 1941. It is thanks to the entire people's full support, the heroism of the army, the militia and the guerrilla fighters, and the workers' efforts in turning out weapons, that we have won many glorious victories from north to south. The colonialists themselves had to admit that our army had made much progress, and the French army was unable to defeat it. Apart from these main endeavors, our compatriots practiced patriotic emulation in many other respects, and the achievements they scored are no less glorious. Here are some examples. People's organizations and individuals competed in sponsoring the army and militia, namely the province of Ha Tin, which collected tens of millions of dongs for them. Old women emulated each other in joining the Association of Fighters' Mothers. The entire people competed in buying resistance bonds, contributing resistance duties and taxes. Women, though exempt, also emulated each other by saving to make contributions. Old men and women emulated each other in organizing guerrilla units. The youth emulated each other in enlisting. Office workers emulated each other in improving the style of work. Pioneers emulated each other in studying and helping grown-up people. Many of them sent me money in contribution to the resistance funds. Vietnamese nationals abroad and compatriots in the enemy-occupied area also emulated each other according to their abilities. In brief, everybody emulated others, and every task was accomplished with emulation and success. On this occasion, on behalf of the government, I thank and congratulate our compatriots and fighters. The more achievements we score, the clearer we see our shortcomings. In many places, our people, particularly our cadres, do not clearly grasp the significance of the patriotic emulation movement. This results in the following shortcomings. To misrepresent emulation as something different from daily activities. In truth, these are the basis for emulation. For instance, hitherto we have been eating, dressing, living. Now we must emulate best practices in eating, dressing, and living according to the rules of hygiene in order to prevent diseases. Hitherto we have been tilling the land. Now we must emulate new techniques in fertilizing the soil and increasing production. This is the way we must emulate in everything, to misrepresent emulation as a temporary job. In truth, it must be continuous. We must emulate the most advanced compatriots and fighters to lead the war of resistance to victory, to build the country successfully. In many instances, emulation plans are not appropriate to the circumstances nor to the locality. In some places, they are too ambitious to be achieved. In other places, emulation is, at first, carried out so intensively that it cannot be continued after some time for lack of strength. In other places, each organization and each branch have their own plans, but their plans do not harmonize with each other. As a result, contradiction prevails. The people are up to their ears at work, unable to carry out all these plans, and at a loss as to the plan to follow. Experiences of success or of failure are numerous, but they are not exchanged between different localities for the benefit of all. In certain places, emulation committees only work according to orders from the higher level ones. Thus, an instruction issued by the Central Committee reaches the Village Committee through the regional, provincial, and district committees without inquiries as to whether it suits each locality. These are our main shortcomings, which we are determined to set right. The essential point is clearly to explain to everybody how patriotic emulation is beneficial to him, to his family, to his village, and to his country. Once everybody has thoroughly understood this, all difficulties can be settled, and all shortcomings set right. At present, As the War of Resistance has reached the stage of pushing forward the struggle and preparing for the general counteroffensive, the patriotic emulation movement must also be aimed at this goal. Therefore, the emulation program at this stage still deals with the elimination of famine, ignorance, and foreign invasion, but at a higher tempo. In the cultural field, in the places where illiteracy has been wiped out, people must emulate students and study further. In other places, people must emulate those who know how to eradicate illiteracy. Writers and artists must emulate each other in creative work. Technicians must emulate other technicians in making discoveries. In the economic field, emulation must be carried out in supplying the people and army with enough food, clothes, and commodities to fight the enemy. In the military field, the People's Army, the militia, and the guerrilla fighters must emulate victorious warriors in training cadres and reorganizing the army. Workshops must emulate new ideas so as to turn out quality weapons in great quantity and quickly. Moreover, we must emulate best practices in every task that is beneficial to national welfare, the people's livelihood, and related to the resistance and national construction. Emulation must be undertaken by the whole people and in all fields. In patriotic emulation, virtues such as industriousness, thrift, probity, and righteousness must be highlighted. The slogan for patriotic emulation at present is, "All for victory." Victory over the colonialists. Victory over ignorance. Victory over famine. Victory over our defects. I am sure that with the experiences in emulation we gained last year, and with the enthusiasm of our compatriots and fighters, patriotic emulation will undoubtedly score great success, just as a protracted war of resistance will end in great victory. I hope that our compatriots and fighters will strive to go forward. Furthermore, our compatriots and fighters must also keep in mind that the French colonialists suffered many defeats last spring. Their plot to use the puppets to hoodwink our people also failed. Therefore, this autumn and winter, they are striving to muster more forces and launch rash and sudden attacks in an attempt to reverse the situation by force. We will meet with more difficulties than before. I always say, the nearer we are to victory, the more difficulties we will face. I hope that all our compatriots and fighters will eagerly emulate one another and overcome all difficulties to win victory. Our country will be genuinely independent and unified. Our people will be really prosperous and strong. With my affectionate greetings for success. 20. Message to Peasant Cadres. November 1949. Our country is an agricultural one. More than 9/10 of our people are peasants. More than 9/10 of our peasants are middle, poor, and landless peasants. Fighters in the people's regular and local army, militia, and guerrilla forces are mostly peasants. The production work to feed the army, the workers, and the office workers is carried out by the peasants. Sabotage work to check the enemy, the repairing of roads, communications, and transport is mostly done by the peasants. In a word, the peasants constitute an extremely big force among the nation and are a most loyal ally of the working class. For the resistance and national construction to be successfully achieved, for independence and reunification to be really attained, we should rely on our peasant forces. Our peasants are a big force and have an ardent patriotism, a determination to struggle and make sacrifices. Agitation among the peasants consists of systematically organizing the peasants, closely uniting the peasants, training the peasants so that they may be completely conscious of their rights and might, leading the peasants to struggle earnestly for their own interest and that of their country. To carry out agitation among the peasants means to stir up all of them, that is, to make them clearly understand the interests of the nation and of their class, to get them to join the National Salvation Peasants Association in great numbers in order to struggle for their objective and to actively participate in the war of resistance and national construction. To achieve this end, peasant cadres must eliminate subjectiveness, formalism, and red tape. Provincial cadres must go to districts and villages. District cadres must go to villages and hamlets. Cadres must go to the bases to see and hear for themselves and act accordingly. At the same time, they must think about what they are doing and concentrate on their work in order to conduct on-the-spot inquiries, to help in controlling unfavorable situations, and to draw on and exchange experiences with a view to helping the peasants and learning from them. In the administrative committees, as well as in leading bodies of the Peasants' Association, poor peasants and farmhands must really participate in management. If the cadres, peasant cadres, and cadres in state branches as well, strictly adhere to these principles and strictly carry them out, then emulation in production to stave off famine, emulation in learning the Vietnamese language to eliminate illiteracy, and emulation in assisting the army and fostering the militia and guerrilla force to annihilate the foreign aggressors will be successfully achieved. 21. On training work and study, National Conference on Training Work. We must be practical and pay adequate attention to training work. Training and study are not simple. To do them, we must understand them thoroughly. Now I shall answer some questions concerning this matter, one by one. 1. How many persons have various organizations trained so far? Accurate figures are not yet available, but we can reckon roughly as follows. In the report of the Youth Organization of the 5th Interzone, 1, it was said that 2,713 training courses had been opened. This figure seems to be so scientific that we cannot trust it completely. Now, let us drop the odd 713 and say roundly 2,000 courses. Other organizations in the 5th Interzone, workers, peasants, women, and so on, might also have opened 3,000 more courses. Thus, the 5th Interzone alone, which is thinly populated, was able to organize 5,000 training courses. Suppose each course was attended by 10 persons, there would be 50,000 persons trained in the whole Interzone. Nam Bo, the 4th and 3rd Interzones, and the Viet Bac Interzone have a larger population, and in some localities, training is also more developed. But let us put the figure squarely at 50,000 for each interzone. Then there would be in the whole country no less than 250,000 persons. Trained, that is, 250,000 cadres. Yet we hear complaints that cadres are lacking. Why? Because training is being done for form's sake and not for the sake of practical results, with too much attention being paid to quantity than to practicality and care. 2. Whom to train. We must train cadres, party members, cadres of various professional branches of the administration and the people. Let us mention the cadres first, because they are the capital of the party. Only with capital can we make profits. In whatever policy and work, if we have good cadres, we shall succeed, that is, we shall be profitable. Without good cadres, everything will be spoiled, that is, we shall lose our business. 3. Who are the instructors? Not everybody can do training work. To train a blacksmith or a fitter, the trainer must be an experienced blacksmith or fitter. Party instructors must be exemplary in all fields of ideology, virtue, and style of work. To fulfill his task, an instructor must learn continuously. Lenin advised us to learn more, learn unceasingly. Everybody must bear this in mind and practice it, and the instructors more than anybody else. Any instructor who thinks that he knows everything is the most ignorant of all. The watchwords, study without boredom, teach untiringly, which is seen in this meeting hall, is from Confucius. Although Confucius was a feudalist and there are many erroneous things in his theory, we must learn what is good in it. Only genuine revolutionaries can assimilate the valuable knowledge handed down by preceding generations. This is what Lenin taught us. Theory we must teach everybody Marxist, Leninist theory. He who knows the theory but does not put it into practice is good for nothing. We should not learn theory for the purpose of bragging about it. If we know the theory but do not put it into practice, that is mere theory. We learn theory in order to apply it to our work. Working without theory is like groping in the dark night. One goes slowly and often makes false moves. Only with theory can we understand all that happens in society and in the mass movements in order to work out correct policies and act correctly. Work, apart from theory, we must teach people how to work. For instance, in the general mobilization, the patriotic emulation movement, the collection of taxes and paddy, etc., we must explain to the people what these are. We must know how to mobilize the people and arrange work. Concerning our recent diplomatic success, we must know what influence it exerts on our people and the enemy, at home and abroad, and how to make full use of it. Such things must be taught to our cadres and our comrades. Culture, we must pay attention to teaching culture to comrades who still have low cultural standards in order to help them advance in theories and work. Professional knowledge, everybody must know a profession to earn a living. As regards the cadres in particular, he who leads a branch of activity must have professional knowledge about that branch. For instance, the comrades who lead the railway service must know railway work. Only so can they lead correctly. 5. How to train. The main thing is to be practical and careful rather than to run after quantity. The essential thing is to make the trainees understand thoroughly what they learn. But there are also many ways of understanding we may attempt. To make people understand every detail of the problem. Teaching in this way requires a lot of time. On the contrary, we can also teach in a general way, yet are able to make the trainees understand the problems thoroughly. For instance, if we want to teach about an elephant, we can explain in detail what its skeleton is like, how many teeth it has, and how long it lives, and so on. But if we cannot yet teach so minutely, we can tell people in a more general way about the form of an elephant. Like this, it is 3 or 4 times as big as a buffalo. It has legs as big as the pillars of a house, 2 ears like 2 fans, a trunk and 2 tusks at the end of his head, and so on. In this way, the trainees would not mistake an elephant for a shrimp, or a cat, or an ox. What is more, when talking about hunting elephants, people would not think of using hooks to capture them, or rods and sticks to beat them. So, the trainee may, to some extent, apply his knowledge to his deeds. On the contrary, if we have little time and our cultural level is still low, but apply ourselves to study carefully only the tusks of an elephant when returning from the class, we may think that the elephant is just a tusk, which brings no good. Training must be carried out from lower to higher levels. The training boards should not try to do everything themselves. They must first train cadres of low levels, then let them in their turn train lower levels. Thus, the Central Committee trains cadres at the interzonal and provincial levels, and the latter must, in turn, train cadres for the districts and villages. In this way, we can save labor and time, and the cadres who train those directly below them will know their trainees better. But training in this way must be done carefully. Don't do it carelessly, otherwise errors will become greater and greater at each lower level. We must closely link theory with practice. The Central Committee gives instructions on each line in policy. The training boards must compile documents based on the concrete situation and working experiences to explain these lines and policies. Only in this way can theory not be divorced from practice. Training must aim exactly at the requirements. The training boards must maintain close contact with the organs doing propaganda and agitation among the people and administrative organs. The main aim in training is to provide cadres for the various branches of activity: the party, the National United Front, the administration, and the army. The branches of activity are like consumers and the training board, producers. The producers must provide exactly what the consumers require. If we produce many teapots while people need many vehicles, our goods cannot be sold. In our training work, we must pay attention to ideological remolding. When training people, we must know them well in order to help them raise their abilities and eliminate their defects. We must educate and train at the same time. That is, helping them to know new things and simultaneously weeding out the reactionary things in their mind. For instance, at present, our cadres have a big defect, that is, self-conceit and self-complacency. We must smash this defect to pieces. If we keep it, learning and knowing many things would only do us harm. Due to self-conceit and self-complacency, our cadres have another big defect, which is the thirst for a position. For example, some of our cadres who worked at the interzonal level have been resentful and disappointed when they were sent to work at the provincial level, contending that work at the provincial level was below their abilities and that they should be working at a higher level. We must do away with this thirst for a position. Let us do anything that is beneficial to the revolution and to the party. There are neither glorious nor inglorious occupations. Training materials. We must, first of all, take materials on Marxism-Leninism as a basis. But materials must be selected and rearranged because levels of the trainees are not even. There must be materials suitable for each category of trainees. If the materials do not correspond to the level of the trainees, they will be of no use. Once returning from a conference, I met a group of young men and women peasants taking a rest at the end of a slope. I asked them where they were going, and they replied that they were returning from a training course. Although it was harvest time, they managed to go to the course, each carrying enough rice for 10 days. "Is it fun, your class?" I asked. "Yes, very fun." "What did you learn?" Karl Marx. "Did you know something new after the course?" Some hesitation, some of them said, "No, that's a real waste of labor and money." Besides material on Marxism-Leninism, there is also the material of a practical kind. That is the experiences brought to the class by the trainees themselves, experiences of successes and failures as well. Pooled and exchanged, these experiences constitute valuable lessons in addition to talks by higher-level comrades. But the exchange and gathering of experiences must be organized so as to give equal opportunity to speakers. All instructions, resolutions, laws, and orders of the party and the government are material that must be studied. We must raise the level of self-learning and guide it. Learning at the party schools is not the same as learning at schools of the old type, where we learned only when the teacher was there and played when he was away. Today we must know how to learn by ourselves. That is why we must know. 6. Why must we learn? We must learn in order to correct our ideological errors. To follow the revolution with all our ardor is a magnificent thing. But our ideology is not yet genuinely revolutionary, so we must learn in order to correct it. Only when we think correctly can we avoid errors in our acts and fulfill our revolutionary tasks. We must learn in order to replenish our revolutionary virtues. Only with revolutionary virtues can we work self-sacrificingly for the revolution and lead the masses in bringing the revolution to complete victory. We must learn in order to have confidence in the party, in the people, in the future of the nation, in the future of the revolution. Only with confidence can we act firmly and zealously and remain steady and self-denying in the face of difficulties. We must learn with the aim of acting. Learning and acting must go together. Learning without acting is useless. Inversely, acting cannot go well without learning. Where do we learn? We can learn at school, from books, among ourselves, and from the people. Not learning from the people is a very big shortcoming. Here is a very interesting story about learning from the people related to a Thai woman comrade from Son La province. When she was about 15 or 16 years old, revolutionary cadres entrusted her with a propaganda job. But she only did what she was asked to do, since she did not yet understand much. A year later, the enemy occupied Son La. The local people and cadres fled to Hoa Binh province. As the people there looked at them with contempt, saying that they feared the enemy, they made up their minds to return and take back their native villages. On their way home, they faced countless difficulties and hardships, but the cadres, sealed together by mutual love, did their best to protect one another. Once, a woman cadre in this group fell very ill. Her companions took great care of her, even washing her clothes. At the same time, the cadres did their best to help the people do everything, thus winning their sympathy and admiration. As a result, the people and cadres felt closely bound together, and the revolutionary bases were restored. Cadres lived among the people and gradually reorganized production and armed resistance. One day, 4 puppet soldiers came to the village. Women, dressed in their best, came out to invite them to drink. The soldiers fell into the trap, drank the drugged alcohol, and fell unconscious. The women called the guerrillas to come and disarm them. The soldiers, coming to consciousness and seeing that their rifles had been taken, took to their heels. The cadres, foreseeing that the enemy would certainly come and retaliate, told the people to hide their paddy and other property in the forest. However, they did not yet dare to propose these scorched earth tactics. But old folk in the village were precisely the first to put forward the idea of burning all dwellings, so that the enemies, if ever they came back, could not find shelter. This idea was accepted by the villagers. When enemy troops actually came to the village, the people fired back with the rifles they had taken from the drunken puppet soldiers. The enemy had to withdraw. From then on, the people believed in the cadres and in their own strength, and as a result, the movement rose day by day. Our Thai woman comrade is now 20 years old and has not yet been able to learn much. But she related the story very clearly and drew a correct Marxist conclusion with 3 points. She said, "Firstly, we were closely united. Secondly, the people loved us. Thirdly, we learned from the people's experiences. If the cadres are united, everything can be done. The cadres must be loved, trusted, and admired by the people. The cadres must keep in close touch with the people and learn from them. A shortcoming in training that needs immediate remedy. Our common shortcoming is to run after quantity, at the expense of quality, forgetting the motto, better well than much. A most striking case can be found in the opening of training courses. The courses have too big an attendance. If the attendance is too big, both teaching and learning will bring meager results because the theoretical standards of the students are uneven, and therefore their requirements are also uneven. The practical work levels of the students are also uneven, and therefore the program of study does not fit them closely. Courses are opened indiscriminately. There is at present an epidemic of opening schools. For instance, the party already has a school, yet there are also schools on mass agitation, peasants' agitation, women's agitation, youth agitation, and workers' agitation. Is there any party school that does not teach mass agitation? What's the use of opening special schools for that purpose? As there are too many courses, there are not enough teachers. And if there are not enough teachers, the students do not get enough study. And so there must be forced recruitment of teachers who consequently are always in a hurry when giving their courses. They pass into a class for a while and then go to another for a while, like dragonflies touching the water's surface. They can't teach well at all. The lack of teachers often leads to stopgaps. The stopgaps usually have low standards, and they say erroneous things, which is harmful to the students, that is, for the party. In the end, there is only a waste of rice, and learning brings no concrete result. Now, what is to be done? We must rationalize our work, that is. When each course opened must be a good one. Each student and teacher must be carefully chosen. Courses should not be opened indiscriminately, but this does not apply to the opening of training courses alone. The press must also rationalize its work. Don't do too many things at a time. Let us do a little, but do it well. If we do not rationalize our work, we may write a lot of things in our papers and spend a lot of money on them, but without anybody wanting to read them. Under such conditions, the party's work would be damaged, as we could not pay cash for journalists to sit drawing elephants and horses without any readers. That is, in short, all I want to tell you. I hope you will think it over. To South Vietnam proper, July 25th, 1950. Question, Mr. President. What is the present situation of the U.S. imperialists' interventionist policy in Indochina? Answer. The U.S. imperialists have, of late, openly interfered in Indochina's affairs. It is with their money and weapons and their instructions that the French colonialists have been waging war in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. However, the U.S. imperialists are intensifying their plot to discard the French colonialists so as to gain complete control over Indochina. That is why they do their utmost to redouble their direct intervention in every field, military, political, and economic. It is also for this reason that the contradictions between them and the French colonialists become sharper and sharper. Question: what influence does this intervention exert on the Indochinese people? Answer: the U.S. imperialists supply their henchmen with armaments to massacre the Indochinese people. They dump their goods in Indochina to prevent the development of local handicrafts. Their pornographic culture contaminates the youth in areas placed under their control. They follow the policy of buying up, diluting, and dividing our people. They drag some bad elements into becoming their tools and use them to invade our country. Question: what measures shall we take against them? Answer: to gain independence, we, the Indochinese people, must defeat the French colonialists, our number one enemy. At the same time, we will struggle against the U.S. interventionists. The deeper their interference, the more powerful our solidarity and our struggle. We will expose their maneuvers before all our people, especially those living in areas under their control. We will expose all those who serve as lackeys for the U.S. imperialists to coerce, deceive, and divide our people. The close solidarity between the peoples of Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos constitutes a force capable of defeating the French colonialists and the U.S. interventionists. The U.S. imperialists failed in China. They will fail in Indochina. We are still laboring under great difficulties, but victory will certainly be ours. In 1950, the United States intervened directly into Indochina. On 1st May, the U.S. approved $10 million in military assistance to the French in their war in Indochina. That month, the U.S. opened a defense attaché office in Saigon, which sealed the entry of the United States directly into the war against the Vietnamese. In September, U.S. President Harry Truman sent the Military Assistance Advisory Group, MAG, to assist the French. By 1953, U.S. financial assistance to the French war effort ballooned to $350 million. 23rd. Political report read at the Second National Congress of the Vietnam Workers' Party, 11 to February 19, 1951. First international situation in the past 50 years. The first month of 1951 was the closing of the first half and the opening of the second half of the 20th century. It is a moment of great importance in the history of mankind. Quicker and more important changes occurred in the past 50 years than in many previous centuries added together. The cinema, wireless telegraphy, television, and even atomic energy were discovered in the course of these 50 years. Humankind has made a big stride in harnessing nature. Also, in this period, with the passing of free competition to monopoly, capitalism has turned into imperialism. In these 50 years, the imperialists unleashed 2 world wars, the most terrible in history. It was in these wars that the Russian, German, Italian, and Japanese imperialists were defeated. The British and French imperialists were going downhill, while the U.S. capitalists had become the leading imperialists, the leading reactionaries. Most important of all was the successful Russian October Revolution. The Soviet Union, a socialist country, was established, spreading over 1/6 of the globe's area. Nearly 1/2 of the human race has embarked on the path of a new democracy. The oppressed peoples, one after another, rose up against imperialism and for independence and freedom. The Chinese Revolution was successful. The workers' movement in the imperialist countries grew stronger. In the same period, in Vietnam, our party, which is now 21 years old, was born. We have been independent for 6 years. Our long-term war of resistance has very successfully moved forward and is now 5 years old. In a word, many events of great importance occurred in the first half of the 20th century, and we can venture to say that with the efforts of the revolutionaries, greater and more glorious changes will take place in the second half of this century. Second, the birth of our party. After World War I, 1914 to 1918, to make up for their heavy losses, the French colonialists invested more capital in developing business in our country, grasping more wealth and exploiting more labor power of our people. Meanwhile, the successful Russian Revolution and the boiling Chinese Revolution were exerting deep and extensive influence. As a result, the Vietnamese working class, which was growing up, was enlightened, began to struggle, and needed a vanguard team, a general staff to lead it. January 6, 1930, our party came into. After the success of the Russian October Revolution, Lenin promoted the establishment of the Communist International. Since that time, the international proletariat and the world revolution have become a great family, and our party is one of its youngest members. Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin are the common teachers for the world revolution. Comrade Mao Zedong has skillfully syncretized the ideology of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, correctly applied it to the practical situation of China, and has led the Chinese Revolution to complete victory. Owing to geographical, historical, economic, and cultural conditions, the Chinese Revolution exerted a great influence on the Vietnamese Revolution, which had to learn and, indeed, has learned many experiences from it. Thanks to the experiences of the Chinese Revolution and to Mao Zedong's thoughts, we have further understood the ideology of Marx, Engels, Lenin, and Stalin, and consequently scored many successes. The Vietnamese revolutionaries must engrave these experiences on their minds and be grateful for them. As the French colonialists were carrying out a policy of savage persecution, our party was born under very difficult circumstances. However, immediately after its founding, our party led a fierce struggle against the French colonialists, which climaxed in the days of the Ng en Soviet. This was the first time our people held local power and began to implement, though over a small area, democratic policies. The Ng en Soviet failed, but it had a great influence. Its heroism has always been intense in the heart of the masses of the people and paved the way for future victories. From 1931 to 1945, always under the leadership of our party, the revolutionary movement in Vietnam rose, then ebbed, then rose again. These 15 years can be divided into 3 periods. 1. The period from 1931 to 1935. 2. The period from 1936 to 1939. 3. The period from 1939 to 1945. 1. The period from 1931 to 1935. From 1931 to 1933, the French colonialists pursued a policy of frantic persecution. Many party cadres and people were arrested and killed. Almost the entire party and mass organizations were in disintegration. As a result, the revolutionary movement temporarily ebbed. Thanks to the loyalty and devotion of the remaining comrades, the determination of the Central Committee, and the assistance of the brother parties, from 1933 onwards, the revolutionary movement again rose gradually. At that time, the party strove, on the one hand, to consolidate its underground organizations and, on the other hand, to combine underground work with legal activity, propaganda, and agitation in the press and in the municipal councils, regional councils, etc. In 1935, the party held its first Congress in Macau. The Congress assessed the situation in the home country and in the world, reviewed the work done, and mapped out a program for the coming period. But the policies worked out at the Macau Congress were not in keeping with the revolutionary movement in the world and in the home country at that time. They advocated the distribution of land to the agricultural workers and did not realize the anti-fascist task and the danger of fascist wars, etc. 2. The period from 1936 to 1939. In 1936, at the Second Party Congress, comrades La Hong Fong and Ha Hui Tap rectified these errors and worked out new policies in line. With the resolutions of the Seventh Congress of the Communist International, setting up the Democratic Front, semi-legal and semi-illegal activity of the party. At that time in France, the Popular Front was in power. Our party launched a movement for democracy and set up the Indo-Chinese Democratic Front. The movement of the Democratic Front was fairly strong and widespread. The people struggled openly. This was our strong point. But our weak point was that the party did not provide close enough leadership. Therefore, in many localities, our cadres were narrow-minded, tended to keep within the law, were complacent with partial successes, and neglected the consolidation of the party's underground organization. The party did not clearly explain its standpoint on the question of national independence. A great number of comrades unprincipledly cooperated with the Trotskyites. When the Popular Front in France collapsed and World War II broke out, the movement of the Democratic Front in our country was also repressed by the colonialists, and our party was thrown into confusion for a time. 5. However, this movement has also given our party and the present National Front invaluable experiences. It has taught us that whatever conforms to the people's aspiration will receive support from the masses, who will wholeheartedly struggle for it, and as such, it becomes a real mass movement. It has also taught us to avoid, at all costs, subjectivism and narrow-mindedness, etc. 3. The period from 1939 to 1945. The great events in this period in our country and in the world occurred only 10 years ago. Many people witnessed them, and they are still fresh in the memory of many of us. I shall recall only some principal ones in the world. In 1939, World War II broke out. At first, it was an imperialist war between the German, Italian, and Japanese fascist imperialists on the one side, and the British, French, and U.S. imperialists on the other. June 1941. The German fascists attacked the Soviet Union, the fortress of the World Revolution, and the latter had to fight back and ally with the British and us against the fascist camp. Henceforward, the war was waged between the democratic camp and the fascist camp. Owing to the enormous forces of the Red Army and the Soviet people and Stalin's correct strategy, in May 1945, Germany was crushed, and in August 1945, Japan surrendered. The democratic camp won a complete victory. In this victory, the Soviet Union was the most successful in the military field, as well as in the political and spiritual fields. Thanks to the success of the Soviet Union, the countries in Eastern Europe, which were bases or integral parts of fascist Germany, have become new democracies. Thanks to the success of the Soviet Union colonial countries such as China and colonial countries such as Korea and Vietnam have driven or are driving out the aggressive imperialists to wrest back freedom and independence. Thanks to the victory of the Soviet Union, the movement for national liberation in other colonies is accelerating rapidly. The United States was successful in the financial field. While the other countries were pouring their resources into the war and were devastated by it, the United States made big profits. After the war, the German, Italian, and Japanese fascists were annihilated. The British and French imperialists were greatly weakened. The Soviet Union very quickly rehabilitated and developed its work of socialist construction. But treading in the steps of Germany, Italy, and Japan, the U.S. has now become the ringleader of the fascist imperialists. In our country, after the outbreak of World War II, the Party Central Committee held the November 1939 session and worked out its policies to set up a united front against the French colonialists and the imperialist war, and to prepare for an insurrection. We withdrew the slogan to confiscate the landlord's land to distribute to the tillers in order to draw the landlord class into the National United Front. After France's capitulation to fascist Germany, Japan encroached upon French power in Indochina and used the French colonialists as their henchmen to repress the revolution in our country. In that period, our people launched 3 uprisings in Bac Sun, Nam Khai, and Du Luong. In May 1941, the Party Central Committee held its 8th session. The main question was to determine that the revolution facing Vietnam was a revolution for national liberation and to set up the Viet Minh Front. The main slogan was, to unite the entire people, oppose the Japanese and the French, and wrest back independence, and to postpone the agrarian revolution. The name Vietnam Doc Lap Dong Minh Hoi League for the Independence of Vietnam was very clear in meaning, practical, and fully in keeping with the aspirations of the entire people. Besides, the simple, practical, and complete program of the front comprised 10 points, as a propaganda song relates. 10 policies are mapped out, which are first useful to the country, second, benefiting the people. These 10 points include points common to the whole nation and those dealing with the struggle in the interests of workers, peasants, and all strata of the population. As a result, the Viet Minh Front was warmly welcomed by the people, and thanks to the efforts made by the cadres to keep close to the people, it developed very rapidly and very strongly. As the front developed successfully, the party also matured. The party also helped the progressive intellectuals to found the Vietnam Democratic Party in order to attract young intellectuals and civil servants and to accelerate the disintegration of the pro-Japanese Dai Viet. In the world, the Soviet Union and the Allies scored successive victories. In our country, the Japanese and the French were in conflict. Under the party's leadership, the Viet Minh Front grew fairly strong. In this situation, the Standing Bureau of the Central Committee held its enlarged session in March 1945. The main resolution was to speed up the anti-Japanese movement and to prepare for the general insurrection. At that time, the French colonialists' power had already fallen into the hands of the Japanese fascists. In May 1945, Germany capitulated. In August, Japan surrendered. The Soviet Union and the Allies won a complete victory. Early in August, the party held its second National Congress in Tan Trao to decide on the plan of action and to take part in the National People's Congress convened by the Viet Minh Front. The People's Congress was also held in Tan Trao in the same month. The National People's Congress approved the plan put forth by The Viet Minh and the Order for General Insurrection and elected the Vietnam National Liberation Committee, which would later become the provisional government of our country. Because the party's policies were correct and they were carried out in good time and in a flexible way, the August General Insurrection was successful. 4. From the August Revolution up to now, thanks to the clear-sighted and resolute leadership of our party and the solidarity and enthusiasm of the entire people within and outside the Viet Minh Front, the August Revolution was successful. Comrades, not only the toiling classes and people, but also the oppressed people in other countries can be proud that this is the first time in the revolutionary history of colonial and semi-colonial peoples in which a party, only 15 years of age, has led the revolution to success and seized power throughout the country. On our part, we must bear in mind that our success was due to the great victory of the Soviet Red Army, which had defeated fascist Japan, to the friendly assistance of international solidarity, to the close unity of our entire people, and to the heroic sacrifice of our revolutionary predecessors. Our comrades like Tran Phu, Ngo Jia Tu, Lê Hồng Phong, Nguyen Thi Minh Khai, Ha Huy Thap, Nguyen Van Khu, Hoang Van Thu, and thousands of others place the interests of the party, the revolution, and their class and nation above and before everything else. They had deep confidence in the great forces and glorious future of their class and nation. They willingly sacrificed everything, even their lives, for the sake of their party, their class, and their nation. They fertilized the revolution tree with their blood and bones, and as a result, the tree of revolution has now bloomed and borne good fruit. All of us must follow these examples of heroism and selflessness to be genuine revolutionaries. The August Revolution overthrew the centuries-old monarchy, broke the chains of the nearly 100 years old colonial rule, brought back power to the people, and built the basis for an independent, free, and happy democratic Republic of Vietnam. This is an extremely momentous change in the history of our country. Thanks to the successful August Revolution, we have become a member of the world's great democratic family. The August Revolution has exerted a direct and very great influence on our two brothers Cambodian and Laotian nations. After the success of the August Revolution, the Cambodian and Laotian peoples also rose up against the imperialists to claim independence. On September 2, 1945, the government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam declared to the world that Vietnam had the right to be independent and put into practice democratic freedoms in the country. Mention should be made here that some comrades, members of the Vietnam National Liberation Committee who, having been elected by the National People's Congress, should have taken part in the provisional government, but of their own accord withdrew to give their places to patriotic personalities outside the Viet Minh Front. This is a selfless, magnanimous gesture of people who do not care for the position, who put the interests of the nation and of the national union above individual interests. This is a praiseworthy, honorable gesture that we must imitate. The difficulties of the party and government. As soon as the people's power came into existence, it was met with great difficulties. Due to the policy of ruthless exploitation by the Japanese and the French within only half a year, end of 1944 and beginning of 1945, more than 2 million people in the North died of starvation. We were independent for hardly 1 month when the British troops entered the South. They allegedly came to disarm the Japanese army, but were, in reality, an expeditionary corps, helping the French colonialists in their attempt to reoccupy our country. The Kuomintang troops entered the North under the same pretext, but actually they had 3 wicked aims: to annihilate our party, to smash the Viet Minh Front, to help the Vietnamese reactionaries overthrow the people's power in order to set up a reactionary government under their sway. In the face of that grave and pressing situation, our party did everything possible to keep itself in existence, to work and develop, to give discreet and more effective leadership in order to have the time gradually to consolidate the forces of the people's power and to strengthen the National United Front. At that time, the party could not hesitate. Hesitation meant failure. The party had to make quick decisions and take measures, even painful ones, to save the situation. The greatest worry was about the party's proclamation of voluntary dissolution. But in reality, it went underground. And though underground, the party continued to lead the administration and the people. We recognize that the party's declaration of dissolution, actually going underground, was a good measure. In spite of many difficulties, the party and the government guided our country through dangerous rapids and implemented many points in the programs of the Viet Minh Front, holding general elections to elect the National Assembly and chart the Constitution, building and consolidating the people's power, annihilating the Vietnamese reactionaries, building and strengthening the People's Army and arming the people, elaborating labor laws, reducing land rent and interest rates, and building people's culture, broadening and consolidating the United National Front, establishing the All-Vietnam Union. Mention should be made of the preliminary agreement of March 6, 1946, and the modus vivendi of September 14, 1946, because they were considered ultra-rightist and caused much grumbling. But, in the opinion of our comrades and compatriots in the South, they were correct. Indeed, they were, because our comrades and compatriots cleverly availed themselves of this opportunity to build up and develop their forces. Lenin said that even if a compromise with bandits was advantageous to the revolution, he would do it. We needed peace to build our country, and therefore we made concessions to maintain peace. Although the French colonialists broke their word and unleashed war, nearly 1 year of temporary peace gave us time to build up our basic forces. When the French deliberately provoked war, we could no longer put up with them, and the nationwide war broke out. The long-term war of resistance. The enemy schemed a lightning war. As they wanted to attack swiftly and win swiftly, our party and government put forth the slogan, Long-Term War of Resistance. The enemy plotted to sow dissension among us, so our slogan was Unity of the Entire People. Therefore, right from the start, our strategy prevailed over the enemy's strategy. To wage a long-term war of resistance, there must be an adequate supply of arms and munitions to the army, of food and clothing to the troops and the people. Our country is poor, and our technical capabilities are underdeveloped. The cities and towns which have some industries are occupied by the enemy. We tried to offset our material deficiencies by the enthusiasm of the entire people. So, the party and the government promoted patriotic emulation. Emulation covers all fields, but it is aimed at 3 main points: doing away with famine, wiping out illiteracy, and annihilating the foreign invaders. Our workers emulated those who were highly trained in manufacturing weapons for troops and enthusiastically trained themselves, and magnificently scored military victories. The recent victories were proof of this. Our people ardently emulated those who were more advanced and got satisfactory results. Our country is economically backward. We have been waging the war of resistance for years, and still, we can withstand this fight without suffering too many privations. This is a fact. The majority of our population is now literate. This is a glorious achievement lauded by the world. I suggest that our Congress should send affectionate thanks and congratulations to our troops and compatriots. But our organization, supervision, exchange, and summing up of experiences are still weak. This is our shortcoming. From now on, we strive to overcome them, and the emulation movement will certainly bring about many more and better results. The military aspect is the key one in the War of Resistance. At the beginning of the War of Resistance, our army was young. Though full of heroism, it lacked weapons, experience, officers, everything. The enemy army was well known in the world. They had navy, infantry, and air forces. Moreover, they were supported by the British and U.S. imperialists, especially by the latter. The difference between our force and the enemy's forces was so great that there were, at the time, people who likened our war of resistance to a locust fighting an elephant. Those people only saw things from the material side, in the present conditions, and with a narrow mind. Back then, we could only fight the enemy's aeroplanes and cannons with bamboo sticks. But guided by Marxism-Leninism, our party did not look only at present, but also at the future, and had firm confidence in the spirit and forces of the masses and of the nation. Therefore, we resolutely told the wavering and pessimistic people that today the locust fights the elephant, but tomorrow the elephant will be disemboweled. Practical life has shown that the colonialist elephant is being disemboweled while our army has grown into a powerful tiger. Although in the beginning the enemy was the stronger and we the weaker, however, we doggedly waged the war of resistance. We scored many successes and firmly believed in our final victory because our cause is just and our troops are courageous, our people are united and undaunted, because we are supported by the French people and the world's democratic camp, and also because our strategy is correct. Our party and government foresaw that our war of resistance would have 3 stages. The first stage began September 23, 1945, and continued to the end of the Viet Bac campaign in autumn-winter 1947, in which all we did was to preserve and increase our main forces. The second stage began at the end of the Viet Bac campaign in 1947 and continues today, where we have actively contended with the enemy and prepared for the general counteroffensive. The third stage is the general counteroffensive. Because they did not grasp the policy of the party and the government, a number of comrades got the wrong ideas. Some said that the slogan for a general counteroffensive was put forth too early. Others wanted to know the date of the general counteroffensive. Still, others believed that the general counteroffensive would certainly be launched in 1950, etc. These wrong conceptions were harmful to our work. We must, first of all, keep in mind that the war of resistance will be long and hard, but we will win. The war of resistance must be lengthy because we have a small population and a small territory, and our country is poor, and all around preparations must be made by our whole nation. We must always bear in mind that compared to us, the French invaders are quite strong, and in addition, they are assisted by the British and the US. They are a thick-skinned mandarin, and we must have time to sharpen our nails to tear them to pieces. We must also understand that each stage is linked with the one before and after it. The second succeeds the first and produces seeds for the third. Many changes occur in the course of one stage to another. Each stage also has changes of its own. It is possible to examine the general situation in order to divide it into big stages, but it is not possible to cut off completely one stage from the other, like cutting bread. The length of each stage depends on the situation in the home country and in the world, and on the changes between the enemy forces and ours. We must understand that the long-term war of resistance is closely connected with the preparations for the general counter-to-offensive. As the war of resistance is long, there must also be lengthy preparations for the general counteroffensive. It depends on the changes between the enemy forces and ours, and also on the changes in the international situation, whether the general counteroffensive will come early or late. In all circumstances, the more careful and complete the preparations, the more favorable will be the general counteroffensive and the more certain our success. The slogan to prepare strongly for the general counteroffensive was put forth early in 1950. Did we make preparations during that year? Yes, we did. The government issued the General Mobilization Order and launched the movement for patriotic emulation. As is well known, the troops and the people have been striving to make preparations and have obtained good results. Did we pass to the general counter-to-offensive in 1950? Yes, we did, and are passing to it. The big diplomatic successes scored early in 1950, and the victories won on the battlefronts at the end of that year were proof of this. Have we launched the general counteroffensive? We have been preparing to switch over to the general counteroffensive, which is not yet actually being carried out. We must fully grasp the meaning of the words to prepare to pass strongly over to. Once the preparations are complete, we will launch the general counteroffensive. The more complete the preparations, the quicker will come the hour for launching the general counteroffensive, and the more favorable it will be. We should avoid precipitation, rashness, and impatience. The troops, the people, the cadres, everybody, and every branch must strive to make complete preparations. When our preparations are completed, we will launch the general counteroffensive, and it will certainly be successful then. Correction of mistakes. Our party has scored many achievements, but has also committed no fewer mistakes. We must sincerely make self-criticism in order to correct them. Efforts must be devoted to the correction of our mistakes, so that we shall be able to make progress. Before speaking of our mistakes, we must recognize that our party cadres, especially those in the temporarily occupied zones, are very heroic and devoted, who, in Spite of all hardships and dangers, always keep close to the people, cling to their work without fear and complaints, and are always ready to sacrifice their lives. They are model fighters of the nation, the meritorious sons and daughters of the party. It can be said that since the founding of the party's policies, as a whole, were correct. If they were not correct, how could we score such big achievements now? But we also have big shortcomings and mistakes as follows. As their ideological studies are lacking, the ideology of many party cadres and members is not sound, and their theoretical level is low. As a result, in carrying out the policies of the party and the government, there occurred erroneous tendencies, both leftist and rightist, as in the implementation of the policies on land, on the front, national minorities, religion, administration, etc. Our organizational work is still weak, so it often cannot ensure correct implementation of the policies of the party and the government. Therefore, ideological study and raising the theoretical level and readjustment of the organization are urgent tasks for the party. Besides, there still are, among the leading organs at all levels, widespread and grave mistakes in the style of work, planning, and manner of guiding. These are subjectivism, bureaucracy, commandism, narrow-mindedness, and arrogance. Subjectivism manifests itself in the idea that the long-term war of resistance can become a short-term war of resistance. Bureaucracy shows itself in fondness for red tape, divorced from the masses of the people, lack of investigation and study of control and supervision of the implementation of the work, and reluctance to learn the experiences of the masses. Commandism reveals itself in the tendency to rely on the administration to force the people to do things without taking care to agitate and explain to the people, to make them work on their own initiative and own accord. Narrow-mindedness is apparent in harshness towards non-party people or overlooking them, unwilling to discuss with them or ask their opinion, and arrogance is revealed as follows: to rest on past laurels and consider oneself as the savior of the people and the beneficiary of the party, asking for position and honor, unable to do big work and unwilling to do the small. Arrogance is very harmful to the solidarity within as well as outside the party. To abuse one's position as a party member is to disregard discipline and the higher levels of the people's organization or administration. The comrades who have committed this mistake have not understood that each party member must be exemplary in observing discipline, not only party discipline, but also that of the people's organizations and that of the revolutionary power. The Central Committee shares in the responsibility for these mistakes committed by the party members because it has not yet paid enough attention to supervisory work. Although ideological training has been provided to party members, it has not been widespread and adequate enough. Inner democracy has not been broadly practiced. Criticism and self-criticism have not yet become a daily habit. However, all these have been partially corrected. The recent critical reviews and movements for criticism and self-criticism have yielded good results in spite of a few deviations. Stalin said that a revolutionary party needs criticism and self-criticism just as a human being needs air. He also said that close supervision could help avoid many grave mistakes. From now on, the party must try to provide widespread ideological education in order to raise the political standards of the party members. A collective style of work must be promoted. The relations between the party and the masses must be strengthened. The observance of discipline, understanding of principles, and party spirit of every party member must be highlighted. The party must widen the movement for criticism and self-criticism within the party, the state organs, the people's organizations, in the press, and among the people. Criticism and self-criticism must be conducted regularly in a practical and democratic way, from the highest level downwards and from the lowest level upwards. Lastly, there must be close supervision by the party. If we succeed in doing so, there will be fewer errors and faster progress, new situation and new tasks. New situation. As is well known, the present world is divided into two distinct camps. The democratic camp was headed by the Soviet Union, including the socialist countries and the new democracies in Europe and in Asia. It also embraces the oppressed nations that are struggling against aggressive imperialism and the democratic organizations and peoples in capitalist countries. The Democratic camp is a powerful camp that is growing in strength. Let us glance at the world map from Eastern Europe to Eastern Asia, the USSR and the new democracies from an immense bloc of 800 million people. In this bloc, the nations are united, have the same goal, and have no antagonisms between them. It is the symbol of progress and of the bright future of mankind. This is an extremely powerful force. At the Second Congress of the Peace Front, held in the Polish capital in November 1950, the representatives of 500 million peace fighters in 81 countries pledged their determination to safeguard world peace and to oppose imperialist wars. This is the united front of the peaceful and democratic world. This is a very powerful force whose strength is growing with every passing day. The anti-democratic camp is headed by the U.S. Immediately after the end of World War II, the U.S. became the ringleader of the imperialists and world reactionaries. Britain and France are its right and left hands, and the reactionary governments in the East and the West its henchmen. Aspiring to world hegemony, the U.S. brandishes dollars in one hand to lure the world people and an atomic bomb in the other to menace it. The Truman Program, the Marshall Plan, NATO, 12, and the Southeast Asia Program are all U.S. maneuvers aimed at preparing for a Third World War. But the ambition of the United States has encountered an enormous resistance. The great force of the Soviet Union, the movement for democracy and peace, and the movement for national liberation, which have been seething all over the world. At present, the U.S. policy in Asia is to assist the reactionaries such as Chiang Kai-shek, Syngman Rhee, Bao Dai, etc., to help the British imperialists repress the resistance forces in Malaya, and the French colonialists, and to crush the war of resistance in Vietnam, while the U.S. itself is waging an aggressive war against Korea and is occupying Taiwan in an attempt to undermine the Chinese Revolution. In Europe, the U.S. has, through the Marshall Plan and NATO, seized control over the Western countries in the military, political, and economic fields, and at the same time has been striving to arm them and to compel them to supply men to be used as cannon fodder, as in the plan for setting up in Western Europe 70 divisions under an American commander-in-chief. However, the U.S. camp has many weaknesses. Besides the strength of the Democratic camp, the U.S. camp is threatened by another force, the economic crisis. There are many contradictions in the U.S. camp. For example, the U.S. wants Western Germany to set up an army of 10 divisions, but this has been opposed by the French people. Britain covertly opposes the U.S. because they are contending for the oil fields in the Near East and for influence in the Far East. The people, especially the toiling sections in the countries aided by the U.S., hate it for encroaching upon their economic interests and the independence of their countries. The U.S. is too greedy. It schemes to set up bases all over the world. It helps every reactionary group and every reactionary government. Its front extends beyond measure, consequently, its forces thin out. Clear proof of this is that the United States, together with 40 of its vassal countries, which have invaded Korea, are suffering defeats. The U.S. helped the reactionary clique in China, the Kuomintang, headed by Chiang Kai-shek, but Chiang was defeated. The U.S. helps the French colonialists in Vietnam, yet the Vietnamese war of resistance is winning. In short, we can foretell that the reactionary imperialist camp will certainly be defeated, and the camp of peace and democracy will be victorious. Vietnam is a part of the world democratic camp. It is at present a stronghold against imperialism, against the anti-democratic camp headed by the U.S. Since the beginning of the War of Resistance, Britain and the U.S. have helped the French colonialists, and since 1950, the U.S. has openly intervened in our country. At the end of 1950, Britain and France prepared to set up a united front to put their forces together against the War of Resistance in Malaya and in Vietnam. Thus, the international situation is closely related to us. The success of the democratic camp is also ours, and our success is also a success for the democratic camp. Therefore, at present, our main slogan is to annihilate the French colonialists and to defeat the U.S. interventionists in order to win unity, complete independence, and safeguard world peace. New tasks. The comrades of the Central Committee will report on the important questions such as the political program, the Constitution, the military question, the administration, the National United Front, the economic question, etc. My report will only mention some main tasks among our new ones: to bring the war of resistance to complete victory, to found the Vietnam Workers' Party, to bring the war of resistance to complete victory. Efforts must be made to develop forces for the troops and the people, so that they constantly win success after success in order to advance to the general counteroffensive. This task aims at some main points. In the building and development of the Army, efforts must be made to intensify the building and strengthening of the political and military work in our Army. The political consciousness, the tactics and technique, and the self-imposed discipline of our troops must be heightened. Our Army must become a genuine people's army. Simultaneously, the militia and guerrilla units must be developed and strengthened in organization, training, guidance, and combativeness. The militia and guerrilla forces must become a vast and solid iron net spread all over the country so that wherever the enemy goes, he will be enmeshed. To develop patriotism, our people are ardent patriots. This is our invaluable tradition. Today, as in the past, every time the country is invaded, their patriotism boils over in a wave of great violence that sweeps away all dangers and difficulties and drowns all the traitors and aggressors. Our history has many great resistance wars, which are proof of our people's patriotism. We can be proud of the glorious historical pages of the eras of the Sisters Trung, Lady Trieu, Tran Hung Dao, Le Loa, Quang Trung, etc. We must engrave on our mind the achievements of our national heroes, because they are the symbols of a heroic nation. Our fellow countrymen of today are worthy of their forefathers. Our white-headed elders, as well as our children, compatriots residing abroad and in the provisionally occupied areas, on the plains, in the highlands, all are imbued with an ardent love for the country and hatred for the aggressor. The fighters on the battlefront went hungry for days on end in order to pursue the enemy and annihilate him. The public employees in the rear went hungry for the sake of the troops. The women advised their husbands to enlist in the army, while they themselves volunteered to help in the transport service. The sponsoring mothers love and take care of the troops as their own children. The workers and peasants of both sexes emulate this patriotism to increase production, not shrinking from hardships so that they can contribute their part to the war of resistance, and the landlords even gave their land to the government. Though different in action, all these lofty acts are similar in their ardent patriotism. Patriotism is like other valuables. Sometimes it is visible to the naked eye when exhibited in a shop window or crystal vases. But there are times it is discreetly hidden in a trunk or suitcase. Our duty is to try to bring all these hidden valuables into the exhibition. I mean that every effort must be made to explain, popularize, organize, and give leadership so that the patriotism of all of us find expression in work benefiting the country and the war of resistance. Genuine patriotism is altogether different from the chauvinism of the reactionary imperialists. It is part and parcel of internationalism. It was thanks to patriotism that the army and the people of the Soviet Union crushed fascist Germany and Japan and safeguarded the socialist country, thereby helping the working class and the oppressed peoples of the world. It was thanks to patriotism that the Chinese Liberation Army and people destroyed the traitorous Chiang Kai-shek clique and drove out the U.S. imperialists. It was also thanks to patriotism that the Korean troops and people, together with the Chinese Volunteer Army, routed the U.S. imperialists and their henchmen. It is also thanks to patriotism that our troops and people have, for many long years, endured untold suffering and hardships and have been determined to smash the colonialist aggressors and the Vietnamese traitors in order to build an independent, unified, democratic, free, prosperous, and strong Vietnam, a new democratic Vietnam. Stepping up of patriotic emulation. First, the troops emulate patriotism by exterminating the enemy and scoring military victories. Second, the people emulate patriotism by increasing production. We must devote ourselves, heart and soul, to the speeding up of these two works. In the great work of the War of Resistance and National Construction, the Lien Viet, Viet Minh, the trade union, the Peasants' Association, and other people's organizations have great influence. We must help them develop, strengthen, and work positively, Concerning land policy, in the free zones, we must rigorously reduce land rents and interest rates. We must confiscate lands appropriated by the French and the Vietnamese traders and temporarily distribute them to the poor peasants and the soldiers' families, with a view to improving the livelihood of the peasants, heightening their spirit, and fostering their force for the war of resistance. Concerning the economy and finance, our economic basis must be safeguarded and developed to fight the enemy economy. There must be an equitable and rational tax system. Expenses must balance income in order to ensure the well-being of the army and the people. The cultural work must be sped up to train the new human and new cadres for the war of resistance and national construction. All vestiges of colonialism and the servile influence of imperialist culture must be systematically rooted out. Simultaneously, the fine traditions of the national culture must be developed and must assimilate what is new in the progressive culture of the world, with a view to building a Vietnamese culture that has a national, scientific, and popular character. When we are victorious, the provisionally occupied areas will be liberated one after the other. Therefore, preparations must be made to consolidate the newly liberated areas in all aspects. The life and property of the foreign residents who abide by the Vietnamese law will be protected. Chinese residents should be encouraged to take part in the war of resistance. If they volunteer to do so, they will enjoy every right and duty of a Vietnamese citizen. We are waging our war of resistance. Our brother Cambodian and Laotian nations are also waging theirs. The French colonialists and the U.S. interventionists are the common enemies of our three nations. Consequently, we must strive to help our Cambodian and Laotian brothers and their wars of resistance and arrive at setting up a Vietnam-Cambodian-Laotian front. We are successful in our resistance, thanks partly to the sympathy of the brother countries and of the peoples of the world. Therefore, we must strengthen the friendship between our countries and the brother countries, between our people and the people of other countries in the world. To found the Vietnam Workers' Party. To carry out these points, we must have a legal party appropriate to the situation in the world and at home in order to lead our people's struggle to victory. This party is the Vietnam Workers' Party. As regards its composition, the Vietnam Workers' Party will admit the most enthusiastic and most enlightened workers, peasants, and intellectuals. As regards theory, it adheres to Marxism-Leninism. As regards organization, it adopts the system of democratic centralization. As regards discipline, it has an iron discipline, which is, at the same time, a self-imposed discipline. As regards its law of development, it makes use of criticism and self-criticism to educate its members and the masses of the people. As regards its immediate goal, the Vietnam Workers' Party unites and leads the entire people to wage the war of resistance to complete victory. To win back national unity and complete independence, it leads the entire people to implement new democracy and to create conditions for the advance to socialism. The Vietnam Workers' Party must be a great, powerful, steady, pure, and thoroughly revolutionary party. The Vietnam Workers' Party must be the clear-sighted, determined, and loyal leader of the working class and other working people, of the Vietnamese people, to unite and lead the people in carrying out the armed resistance to complete victory so as to achieve new democracy. At the present stage, the interests of the working class and other working people and of the nation are one. It is precisely because it is the party of the working class and working people that the Vietnam Workers' Party must be the party of the Vietnamese people. The first task, the most urgent task of our party today, is to lead the war of resistance to victory. The other tasks must be connected to it. Our work is very great. Our future is very glorious. But we have to experience many difficulties, and the war has its own difficulties. Victory, too, has its own difficulties. For example, the minds of the cadres, party members, and people are not yet tempered well enough to cope with all developments at home and abroad. It is possible that the U.S. imperialists will give the French invaders greater assistance, and therefore the latter will act more frenziedly. We are getting more and more work, whereas the number of cadres is insufficient, and our cadres lack ability and experience. We have to solve the economic and financial problems rationally and beneficially for the people, etc. We do not fear difficulties, but we must foresee and clearly see difficulties and be prepared and ready to overcome them. With solidarity and unity of mind, with determination and an indomitable spirit of our party, government, and entire people, we will certainly overcome all difficulties in order to gain complete victory. The October Revolution was victorious. The building of socialism in the Soviet Union has been successful. The Chinese Revolution has been successful. These great successes have opened the way to success for our revolution and that of many other countries in the world. We have a great and powerful party. It is great and powerful thanks to Marxism, Leninism, to the constant efforts of all our party members, and to the love, confidence, and support of our army and people as a whole. We have the most clear-sighted and worthy elder brothers and friends of mankind, Comrade Stalin and Comrade Mao Zedong. That is why I am convinced that we will fulfill the following heavy but glorious tasks: to found a most powerful party, the Vietnam Workers' Party; to carry out the resistance till complete victory; to build a new democratic Vietnam; to contribute to the defense of democracy in the world and lasting peace. When the Communist Party of Vietnam, founded in 1930, held its first National Congress in 1935. This was the second Congress, held after a gap of 16 years. The political report was formally tabled by General Secretary Truong Chin, although it was drafted along with Ho Chi Minh. The Third National Congress of the Vietnam Workers' Party passed a resolution correcting the date of the founding of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party as being February 3, 1930. Between 1930 and 1931, under the leadership of the Communist Party, the peasantry of Ong Xie and Ha Tin, provinces in the center of Indochina, revolted and formed various village peasant sections, Shabonong, which were known as the Soviets. These Soviets dug wells and irrigation channels, annulled local taxes, lowered rents, distributed rice, abolished taxes on alcohol, opium, and salt, and set up their authority. The demand to confiscate land was not enacted. The text alludes to the decisions made at the Seventh World Congress of the Comintern, July-August 1935, which endorsed a popular front policy to confront the growth of fascism. The policy tempered the class-against-class approach of the Sixth World Congress of the Comintern 1928. The Vietnamese Communist Party meeting was held in March 1935, some months before the Comintern Congress. In December 1936, the Popular Front government in France, which included the French Communist Party, passed a decree that allowed modest reforms in Indochina. It was based on these reforms that the Vietnamese Communist Party set up the Indo-Chinese Democratic Front. The newspaper La Luta was the hub. Its editorial team included communists and some Trotskyist intellectuals from the South. After the Popular Front government fell in 1938, the springtime ended. In September 1939, the French government banned communist organizations in Indochina. The Soviet Union lost 1,710 cities and towns, 70,000 villages, 31,850 factories, 10,876 farms, 40,000 hospitals and rest houses, 84,000 schools, 65,000 kilometers of railway, etc. In terms of money, the losses amounted to $128,000 million. In 1938, the national income of the U.S. was only $64,000 million. But in 1941, it amounted to $96,000 million, increasing to $122,000 million in 1940, to $149,000 million, 1943, and $160,000 million, 1944. In only 4 years of war, the U.S.'s income increased 2.5 times. This was one amongst a range of political parties set up by Vietnamese political forces to cooperate with the Japanese occupation. Vietnam Phuc Quoc Dong Minh Hoi, Vietnam. National Restoration League, Vietnam Phuc Quoc Dang Vietnam Restoration Party, Vietnam Dan Chin Dang Vietnam Democratic Party, Vietnam Hung Quoc Hac Mang Dang, Vietnam Revolutionary Party for National Prosperity, Dai Viet Quoc XA, Great Vietnam Nationalist League, Dang Vietnam Ai Quoc Vietnam Patriotic Party, Dang Dai Viet Quoc Gia, Lien Minh, Great Vietnam National Unity Party, Tan Nien Ai Quoc Don, the Youth Patriots, and Dai Viet Quoc Dan Dang, Nationalist Party of Great Vietnam. For more details, Duong Trong Quoc, Vietnam, Nung Su Kien Lik Su, Mot Ngin Chin Tram, Moi Chin Den Mo Ting Jin Chin Tram Bon Moi Lam, Hanoi, Jiao Duc, Hai Ngin The Mot. And each of these leaders deserve their own biography. 1 Tran Phu, 1904 to 1931, was the first General Secretary of the Indo-Chinese Communist Party, ICP. He edited the key theses on the bourgeois revolution of civil rights, 1931. He was executed by the French on September 6, 1931. 2 Njia Tu, 19,081,935, established the first Communist cell in Vietnam. He was the provisional secretary of the Party Committee of Cochinchina. Arrested by the French in 1933, he went missing during his escape from prison in 1935. 3. La Hong Fong, 1902 to 1942, the Red Wind, was the General Secretary of the Overseas Executive Committee of the ICP. Due to his efforts, the Comintern recognized the ICP as the official Communist Party and elected him to the Comintern's Executive Committee. He was arrested in 1938 and 1940, dying in the tiger cages in Pulo Condor Prison on September 6, 1942. Before he was taken to be killed, he told his cellmate, "Comrade, tell the party that I, La Hong Fong, was true to our revolutionary cause to my last breath." 4. Nguyen Thi Minh Khai, 1910 to 1941, was the co-founder of the New Revolutionary Party of Vietnam in 1927, a party which merged into the ICP. She was Ho Chi Minh's assistant in 1930, was jailed by the British in Hong Kong from 1931 to 1934, was an attendee to the 7th Congress of the Comintern, arrested by the French in 1940 and executed by firing squad on August 28, 1941. On her prison wall, she had written, "I am not worried about myself. All my thoughts are about saving the party." 5. Ha Hoi Tap, 1906 to 1941, was the third General Secretary of the ICP. He studied at the Communist International University in Moscow in 1929, during which time he wrote the History of the Communist Movement in Indochina and the Indochinese Communist Party Action Plan. Arrested several times by the French for his work to build the party, he was arrested for the last time in 1941 for being responsible for the spirit of insurrection in Indochina and then executed. 6. Nguyen Van Thieu, 1912 to 1941, was the General Secretary of the ICP from 1938 to 1940. He was arrested and executed by firing squad. 7. Hoang Van Thu, 19,091,941, a poet, was Secretary of the Northern Party Committee and was known as Comrade 7 Dong Chi Bay. He was a key leader of the Hanoi Party Committee from 1939 and 1943, and after 1941 oversaw military transport for the Viet Minh. Arrested in August 1943, he was generous in prison to his comrades. When he was taken to be executed by firing squad in 1944, he told his jailers, "In the life and death struggle between us, who lost our country, and you, the robbers of our country, the sacrifice of people like me is a matter of course. Just know, in the end, we will win." Joseph Stalin developed the theme of self-criticism in the second of his 9 lectures at Sverdlov Communist University in 1924, published first in Pravda and then as Foundations of Leninism. In November 1950, the World Congress of the Supporters of Peace was held in Warsaw, Poland, after the government of the United Kingdom refused visas to the delegates to come to Sheffield, the original venue. At the Congress, the Committee of Partisans for Peace, set up in April 1949 in Paris, was replaced by the World Peace Council. In March, those associated with the process launched the Stockholm Appeal Against Nuclear War, which collected 560 million signatures. U.S. Secretary of State George C. Marshall put forward a plan on June 5, 1947, to provide economic aid to European countries. The aid came as long as the European states gave the U.S. economic privileges and severed trade links with the USSR and the People's Democratic countries. 12 several countries signed an agreement on April 4, 1949, to set up the North Atlantic Treaty Organization, NATO. These countries included Belgium, Britain, Canada, Denmark, France, Holland, Iceland, Italy, Luxembourg, Norway, Portugal, and the United States. In 1952, Greece and Turkey signed up. This Atlantic Treaty is a military alliance that was formed to threaten the USSR. 13 League for the Independence of Vietnam. 24. Message sent to the artists on the occasion of the 1951 painting exhibition. December 10, 1951. Dear artists, being informed of your exhibition, I regret that owing to the pressure of work I cannot visit it. I herewith convey to you my fraternal greetings. I take this opportunity of sending for your consideration some viewpoints regarding fine arts. Literature and arts belong to the same front on which you are fighters. Like other fighters, you in the artistic field have your own responsibilities to serve the resistance, the country, and the people, first and foremost, the workers, peasants, and soldiers. To fulfill your tasks, you must have a firm class stand and a sound ideology. In short, you must place the interests of the resistance, of the country, and of the people above all. With regard to your creative work, it is necessary that you understand, get in touch with, and go deeply into people's life. Only by so doing will you be able to convey the heroism and determination of our soldiers and people as a whole, and to contribute to the development and improvement of these qualities. Our resistance has made great progress. Our soldiers and people have made big strides forward. So will you, in the artistic field, by means of criticism and self-criticism. Some of you may think that President Ho tries to turn fine arts into a political matter. Nothing is truer. Literature and arts, like all other activities, cannot be taken apart from the economic and political fields, but they must be included in them. Our people's future is most glorious, and the future of our fine arts is very bright. I wish you good health, progress, and success in your work. Greetings of friendship and determination to win. The debate in Vietnam over art and culture has a long pedigree. In 1948, at the National Convention on Art and Literature, the painter Thanh Ngoc Van debated the party General Secretary Truong Chin over the question of propaganda and painting, social realism, and artistic license. These debates echoed Mao's 1942 lectures at the Yan'an Forum on Literature and Art. Van developed these discussions at his post as director of the Central Fine Arts College in Phu Tho Province and as director of Vietnam Fine Arts College in Hanoi in 1951. It was at this college that the painting exhibition was held, and to which Ho Chí Minh contributed these remarks. Van's commitment to art did not mean that he removed himself from active political work. In 1950, Van participated in the Bien Gioi border campaign and in the liberation of Lao Cai, and in 1953, he moved to the Ninh Dan village in Phu Tho Province, where he painted pictures of the peasant struggles against landlords, as well as paintings of a serene Ho Chí Minh. In April 1954, Van went to draw the battle at Dien Bien Phu. He was killed in combat en route to the battlefield. 1950. Dear comrades, the working program of our government and party this year is still characterized by these words: long-term the war of resistance, self-sufficiency. To correctly carry out this program, the government and the party have pointed out the following main points: to emulate patriotism by killing the enemy, increasing production, practicing thrift, and opposing corruption, opposing waste, opposing bureaucracy. Concerning the movement of emulating patriotism by killing the enemy and scoring military victories, the General Headquarters has a comprehensive plan to be brought down to the party branches and the national defense fighters, local guards, militiamen, and guerrillas, so that they study it, grasp it, and implement it. With regard to the emulation for increasing production, the government has a comprehensive general plan. The different branches, localities, and families have to rely on it to map out particular practical plans, which must be dovetailed with one another in order to fulfill them at any cost. The responsible cadres will give a clear account of these two matters. Here I only speak of the emulation for practicing thrift and opposing corruption, waste, and bureaucracy. 1. Thrift. First of all, let us ask some questions. What is thrift? Why must we practice thrift? What thrift must be practiced? Who must practice thrift? To practice thrift does not mean to be stingy, to consider a coin as big as a drum, not to do the work worthy of being done. Not to spend money when it is worth spending. To practice thrift is not to oblige soldiers, cadres, and people to refrain from eating and dressing. On the contrary, to practice thrift is essentially to help increase production, and to increase production is to raise their living standards. Scientifically speaking, to practice thrift is an active and not a passive act. 2. Our country was plundered by the French for 80 years and then by the Japanese imperialists. That is why our economy was poor and backward. Now we must have a strong economy to wage the war of resistance and reconstruct the country. To build the economy, we must have capital. To have capital, the capitalist countries use three means: raise loans abroad, pillage the colonies, and exploit the peasants and workers. We cannot do so. Only by increasing production and practicing thrift can we secure capital for our economic construction and development. 3. We must save time. For example, by improving production, organization, and raising labor efficiency. A job, which was done in 2 days, can be finished in 1 day. We must cut the expenditure of the labor force. For instance, with better organization and higher labor efficiency, jobs, which require 10 persons, can be done with 5. We must save money. For example, by saving manpower, time, and raw materials, we have only to spend 10,000 dongs instead of 20,000 as formerly. In brief, we must find ways and means for rational organization, so that one person can do the work of 2 persons. The work done in 2 days can be done in 1 day, and 1 dong can be used for 2 dongs. 4. Everybody must practice thrift. First of all, it must be practiced in public services, the army, and in enterprises. Some people ask, how can the army practice thrift? While it is only concerned with emulating patriotism in order to kill the enemy and score military victories, and is not a service of production. In the army, such services as the commissariat, the munitions department, the service corps, etc., must practice thrift. For instance, previously, a fighter used 60 bullets on average to kill one enemy. Now, he only uses 10 because he diligently shoots more accurately. Thus, he saves 80% of the bullets. Thereby, the army can save raw materials and manpower from producing other weapons. Previously, the service corps had to use 100 trucks to carry cartridges, and now it only needs 20, thus saving vehicles and oil, and if fewer vehicles are in service, the roads will be less damaged, thus saving voluntary manpower to mend them, etc. In the various military campaigns, we have won a lot of booty, ammunition, food, arms. The soldiers take care of them, use them in order to kill the enemy. Thus, they also increase production. One may say that besides the increase of production for self-procurement, what is left for the public services, for example, the judicial service, to practice thrift? Any public service must and can practice thrift. All public services use envelopes. If each of them uses an envelope twice or 3 times each year, the government can save tens of tons of paper. If the cadres raise their efficiency, they will help the compatriots who have dealings with the judicial service to save time and increase production. 5. We can get important results from thrift. The above-mentioned examples show that if we manage to save manpower, wealth, and time, our production, as well as our force in every field, can be increased significantly. In the Soviet Union, due to thrift, the fund invested in the 5-year plan, 1946 to 1950, increased by 26,000 million rubles, which is 1/3 of the capital invested. For example, in 1948, A ready-made shop in Moscow saved more than 34,000 meters of fabrics, sufficient to make 30,000 sets of underwear. Time can be saved due to the raising of productivity. Formerly, 20,000 hours were needed to make a big aeroplane. Now only 12,700 hours are needed. Formerly, 8,000 hours were necessary to make a big tank. Now only 3,700 hours are required. In China in 1951, due to the increase in output and thrift, the inhabitants of the Northeast Zone saved 14 million tons of foodstuffs. This year, the workers and the population of this zone have promised Chairman Mao Zedong they will save 22 million tons. Thanks to thrift, the Northwest Zone has had increases of 1 million tons of foodstuffs, 600,000 quintals of cotton, 350,000 heads of buffaloes and oxen, etc. And likewise in the other zones. Time saving and higher productivity go together. Previously, a weaver required more than 5,200 tasks in 2 hours. Now, after the popularization of the Shikkin-2 method, only 2,300 steps are needed. Hence, the labor of the weaver is lessened while his output is raised. Shikkin-2 is a girl weaver of 17 who has found this method of rationalization. While emulating patriotism to increase production, the Soviet people also emulate patriotism in practicing thrift. Thanks to this practice, 5 years after World War II, the economy of the Soviet Union has made prodigious leaps. While in capitalist countries, the cost of living rises daily and the people become more destitute. In the Soviet Union, prices have been cut 4 times, and the people are getting happier and happier. The Chinese Revolution was successful only a few years ago, but thanks to the increase of production and thrift, its economy has been developed, its finance unified, prices stabilized, and the people's living standard improved very rapidly. We are waging a war of resistance. Our conditions are more difficult. But if we are determined to increase production and practice thrift, we shall certainly succeed. To wipe out corruption, waste, and bureaucracy. To have a good crop, we must weed the field. Otherwise, the paddy is bad in spite of careful plowing and abundant manuring. To be successful in increasing production and in practicing thrift, we must also weed the field, that is, wipe out corruption, waste, and bureaucracy. Otherwise, they will harm our work. What is corruption? From the point of view of the cadres, corruption means to rob public property, to extort the people, to cut down the rations of the soldiers, and to do little and report much. To utilize common property or government property as a private fund for one's locality or one's unit is also corruption. To the people, corruption means to rob the people and to make collective fraudulent reports. What is waste? Waste has many forms. Waste of labor power. Due to a lack of a sense of responsibility or of bad organization, a job, which can be done by a few persons, is done by many. This shortcoming exists in the army or public services and enterprises. For example, owing to the defective organization, there is much waste in the use of civilian manpower in the repair of roads and bridges and in serving the military campaigns. Waste of time. Several days are needed for a job which can be done in 1 day or half a day. For instance, meetings are dragged on 3, 4, or 5 days instead of 1 because the responsible cadre does not prepare the program carefully, and those who attend the meeting do not reflect upon the matter beforehand to discuss and solve the problem. Waste of public property. Waste does not mean pocketing what belongs to the collective, but its consequences are ruinous to the people and the government, sometimes more ruinous than corruption. There are many forms. Here are some examples. Waste in the use of materials by public offices, inadequate use of machines and raw materials in enterprises. The Service Corps does not take the greatest care of vehicles and doesn't save oil. The Stores Department has not carefully built the granaries. The paddy is damp and damaged because the keeper lacks a sense of responsibility. The State Trading Department is not skillful in its calculation, thus causing damages and losses. The soldiers do not take care of the weapons, equipment, and booty. Money, poorly used by the bank, does not help increase production. The plans worked out by the economic organs are not feasible or expedient, thus causing a deficit in the budget of the government. The people let their land lie fallow, burn votive paper, pawn their buffaloes, sell their fields on the occasion of marriages and funerals, etc. Corruption is robbery and pillage. Corruption and waste stem from bureaucracy, because the cadres and the leading organs from higher levels downwards do not get involved with practical work, do not follow and educate the cadres, do not immerse themselves in the masses, scamp their work, and do not study things in a deep and comprehensive way. They only open meetings, write instructions, and read reports, but do not thoroughly control the process. In short, cadres and leading organs fraught with. Bureaucracy have eyes but do not see clearly. They have ears but do not hear distinctly. They do not abide by the existing regulations and keep strict discipline. And as a result, people in cadres are given a free hand to indulge in corruption and waste. Thus, bureaucracy has hatched, tolerated, and protected corruption and waste. Hence, to wipe out corruption and waste, first and foremost, bureaucracy must be eliminated. Corruption and waste are the enemies of the people. Corruption, waste, and bureaucracy are the enemies of the people, the army, and the government. They are quite dangerous enemies because they have no swords and guns, but lie in our organizations to spoil our work. Deliberately or not, corruption, waste, and bureaucracy are allied with colonialism and feudalism because they delay our war of resistance and national reconstruction. They spoil the honesty and the will of our cadres to overcome difficulties. They destroy our revolutionary virtues, which are industriousness, thrift, integrity, and righteousness. To contribute to the success of the war of resistance and the national rebuilding, our fighters sacrifice their blood and our compatriots their sweat. But those who commit corruption, waste, and bureaucracy destroy our spirit, waste our strength, and squander the government's and the people's wealth. This misdeed is as egregious as those committed by Vietnamese traitors and spies. For these reasons, the struggle against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy is as important and urgent as the fight on the front. This is the ideological and political front. As on other fronts, to succeed on this front, we must work out plans and an organization, and leadership and activists are needed. To oppose corruption, waste, and bureaucracy are revolutionary acts. To wage a revolution is to annihilate what is bad and build what is good. We wage our revolution to annihilate the colonial and feudal regime and build a new democracy. Though the colonialists and feudalists are annihilated, the evils left behind by them still exist. Our revolutionary work is, therefore, not yet completed because these evils still undermine and sabotage the constructive work of the revolution. There are persons who are enthusiastic, faithful in the struggle. They neither flinch from dangers, hardships, nor fear the enemy. Thus, they render services to the revolution. But when they have been given some power, unconsciously, they become proud, haughty, indulge in corruption, waste, and are bureaucratic, and thus they do harm to the revolution. We must save them and help them restore their revolutionary virtues. Some people say they serve the country and the people, but from the material point of view, they fall easily into corruption and waste and harm the country and the people. We must educate them and lead them to the revolutionary path. Corruption, waste, and bureaucracy are the evils left by the old society. They spring from self-interest and selfishness and from the regime of exploitation of man by man. We want to build a new society, a free society where all humans are equal, a society where industriousness, thrift, integrity, and righteousness prevail. Hence, we must wipe out all bad habits of the old society. To oppose corruption and waste is democracy. The soldiers do not hesitate to sacrifice their lives, and our compatriots do not spare their sweat to save the country. The fighters devote their lives, our compatriots, their work and wealth to the government and the party to wage the war of resistance and reconstruct the country. This is also a form of democratic centralization. The government and the party entrust the officers with the right of commanding the soldiers and making use of money in the war of resistance and national reconstruction. The duty of the cadres is to take care of and love every fighter, value, and save every cent, every bowl of rice, and every working hour of their compatriots. At the same time, the fighters and compatriots have the right to oblige the cadres to fulfill this task and the right to criticize those who do not fulfill it. Democracy must rely on the force of the masses to correctly follow the mass line. Hence, to be successful, the movement against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy must rely on the force of the masses. By the masses, we mean all the soldiers, all the workers in the factories, all civil servants in the public services, etc., and the entire people. As in any other work, only by mobilizing the masses, implementing democracy, making the masses understand and participate enthusiastically in this movement, shall we be certain of succeeding. The greater the participation of the masses, the more complete and rapid the achievements. The task of the masses is to participate enthusiastically in the movement against corruption, waste, and bureaucracy. The fighters contribute their labor and the people their wealth to fight the enemy and save the country. Corruption, waste, and bureaucracy are a kind of internal enemy. If the fighters and the people strive to oppose the enemy from outside and forget to fight the enemy from inside, they do not fulfill their task. Therefore, they must participate enthusiastically in this movement. From the higher level downwards, we must, as one, unite our forces to succeed in this movement. This success will help us strengthen our solidarity and further raise productivity. It helps our cadres transform their ideology, heighten their consciousness, become permeated with revolutionary virtues, and heartily serve the soldiers and people. It helps purify our power and makes it worthy of the fighters and compatriots' confidence and sacrifice. It will help us fulfill the plan of the government and the party to increase production and practice thrift and fully prepare for the shifting to the general counteroffensive. October 1st, 1952. For a long time, the French colonialists and Vietnamese kings and their courts outright oppressed and exploited our fellow countrymen in the highlands. Today, the government sends its troops to wipe out the French invaders, the puppet troops, and the traitors to the country in order to free our compatriots from the enemy's yoke and to help them build a free and happy life. Hereunder is an 8-point order issued by the government for public servants, soldiers, and the population at large. 1. Protection of the people's lives and property. All the population, regardless of social classes, creeds, and occupations, ought to keep order, wholeheartedly support the people's power, and obey government law and military orders. The people's administration and army are duty-bound to unite closely with the population and protect their lives and property. The traitors to the country, spies, pirates, rioters, or wreckers, will be severely punished. 2. Protection of the people's occupations and professions. The administration and the army shall guarantee security and order for the people. Honest people who engage in farming, handicraft, trade, etc., can go on with their business. People who have taken refuge in another place because their villages were surrounded by the enemy or who have evacuated to the resistance zones are urged to return to their native villages and attend to their former business. 3. Confiscation of the property of the French invaders and traitors to the country. All property belonging to the French invaders and traitors will be confiscated and disposed of by the people's administration. Their land will be allotted to poor or landless peasants, public employees serving in the posts and telecommunications service, treasury, factories and workshops, plantations, storehouses, etc. Left by the French and puppet administration should take care of machines, tools, materials, accounting books in order to hand them over to the people's power. Whoever wishes to resume his work will be employed by the government according to his ability. 4. Protection of temples, pagodas, churches, schools, hospitals, and other social and cultural establishments. Those who have worked in these establishments will continue their work as usual. The administration and people's army will protect them. The administration, army, and people's organizations shall respect the religious beliefs, customs, and habits of the population. 5. Meritorious people are rewarded, and guilty people punished. Traitors to the country and great despots shall be punished. The government will be lenient towards those who have previously been coerced by the enemy into their ranks, but do not now oppose the people's power and army. Those who help the people's power and army to annihilate the enemy and suppress the traitors shall be rewarded. Those who indulge in sabotage and theft, abscond with public property and money or official documents, and refuse to hand them back to the people's power and army shall be punished. 6. Keeping order and security. Remnants of the French troops and pirates are obliged to surrender to the People's Administration or Army. The government will be lenient towards those who surrender of their own will with all their weapons. Those who refuse to surrender or conceal weapons shall be punished. Those who harbor the colonialists and their puppets, or give a free hand or assistance to the pirates, shall be prosecuted. Those who distinguish themselves in helping the people's power and army to capture the remnants of the colonial troops and the pirates, or who call on them to surrender, shall be rewarded. 7. The people, especially the peasants, should organize themselves. The people must be organized in order to help one another in production, to improve their livelihood, and also to assist the people's power and army to gradually carry out work profitable to the local population. 8. Protection of lives and property of foreign residents. Foreign residents will live and work peacefully and keep order. They ought to respect law and order of the Vietnam People's Army. Security agents and spies of the colonialists, or those who act against the resistance in Vietnam, help or harbor the colonialists, and the traitors shall be punished according to the law issued by the Vietnamese government. The discipline of the People's Army is strict. The soldiers buy and sell at a fair price, and do not take so much as a needle or thread from the population. Compatriots, be calm and go on with your work. Keep order and discipline. Give assistance to the soldiers. Support the people's power. Keep secrets for the army, cadres, and government offices. And don't listen to the propaganda of the enemy and puppet administration. Third session of the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam 1 to December 4th, 1953. Deputies, on behalf of the government, I joyfully welcome you who have come to attend this extraordinary session of the National Assembly. I send my affectionate greetings to the deputies who cannot come on account of their resistance work. On behalf of the government, I pay tribute to the deputies who have heroically sacrificed their lives for the resistance and the country. On behalf of the government, I also welcome the delegates of the National United Front coming to greet the National Assembly. Deputies, for these 8 years, our entire people have been carrying out the greatest task, which is to conduct the war of resistance. From now on, we have another central task, which is land reform. We must endeavor to speed up the war of resistance in order to vouch for the success of land reform. We must exert all our efforts to implement land reform in order to secure complete victory for the war of resistance. At this extraordinary session, the National Assembly will hear the report on the work done for the war of resistance during these last years, and will discuss the policies on land reform and approve the land reform laws. Our country is a part of the world. Its situation has an influence on the world, and the situation of the world also concerns our country. For this reason, before reporting on the resistance work and the policies on land reform, I shall report briefly on the situation in the world and in our country. World situation. We can say plainly that our camp is growing stronger and stronger with every passing day, and the enemy camp weaker and weaker. The Soviet Union, a bulwark of world peace and democracy, is strongly marching forward from socialism to communism. The happiness dreamt of by mankind for so many centuries is gradually being realized on 1/6 of the world. To safeguard world peace, the Soviet Union also possesses bombs and H-bombs, but it has time and again proposed their banning. With the wholehearted assistance of the Soviet Union, the East European peoples, democracies are doing their utmost to build socialism. China has gained a great victory in fighting the USA and helping Korea, and has successively scored many great achievements in the area of construction in the first year of the 5-year plan. The great successes achieved by the Italian Communist Party and the French Communist Party in various elections, the mammoth strikes August and September 1953 in these two countries, the struggle waged by the toiling class in various countries, and the movement for national liberation in Malaya, the Philippines, North Africa, Central Africa, Guyana, etc., have proved that the struggle waged by the people throughout the world is developing. The Peace Conference of Asia and the Pacific, held in October 1952, and the Conference of the World People for the Safeguarding of Peace, held in November 1952, have upheld the tremendous strength of the world camp of peace and democracy. During the recent period, the greatest success gained by the World Camp of Peace and Democracy was the cessation of hostilities in Korea. Putting up the most heroic struggle, the Korean army and people, hand in hand with the Chinese volunteers, annihilated more than 1 million soldiers of the USA and its satellites. Acting as pincers, the forces of democracy and world peace have forced them to come to an armistice in Korea. Last October, the Third World Congress of Trade Unions, on behalf of more than 88 million workers in 79 countries, resolved that December 19th, 1953, will be the day of solidarity with the heroic Vietnamese people and of the struggle for the cessation of the aggressive war in Vietnam. This is warm internationalism, positive class feelings. It gives our people more enthusiasm to conduct the war of resistance and gives us more confidence in final victory. This is the summary of the situation in our camp. What about the imperialist camp headed by the USA? The USA and 16 countries of its camp, including Great Britain and France, have suffered an ignominious defeat in Korea. From the end of the 19th century until today, many a time, the USA has used wars to enrich itself and occupy a leading position. This is the first but not last time they suffered a great failure, losing not only men, more than 390,500 American soldiers dead and wounded, in wealth more than $20,000 million, but also losing face before other countries. The USA's position in the United Nations is growing weaker. Its camp is becoming more and more divided, and its economy is suffering an ever more acute crisis. The capitalist countries dependent on the USA, such as Great Britain and France, are facing ever greater economic and political difficulties due to their arms race policy, the people's movement at home, and the movement of national liberation in their colonies. The present U.S. scheme is to rekindle war to rule over the whole world. In Asia, it sabotages the convening of the political conference so as to rekindle war in Korea. It rearms Japan. It prevents China from joining the United Nations. It interferes more actively in the war in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. In Europe, it frustrates the unification of Germany and rearms West Germany to use it as the mainstay for the European army. Our camp is becoming stronger and stronger, more united and single-minded within the front of democracy and peace headed by the Soviet Union. Our present main goal is to relax international tension and solve all disputes in the world by means of negotiations. The present task of the world people is to consolidate the achievements they have gained, to keep vigilant against the U.S. scheme, and strongly push forward the world peace movement. The world situation is favorable to us. We support the world peace movement, but we must not have any illusions that peace can be realized easily. It can be gained only through hard struggle. As the French colonialists and U.S. interventionists pursue their aggressive war in our country, we must overcome all difficulties, practice self-sufficiency, and strongly push forward the war of resistance to complete victory. Domestic situation on the enemy side on the military field. The enemy has suffered great losses, about 320,000 men by October 1953. The European and African armies are losing soldiers with every passing day. On the main battlefields, the enemy keeps losing his initiative. Recently, he tried to work his way into the free area in the 3rd inner zone and into some other coastal localities in the 4th inner zone, but he is basically on the defensive. However, at present, the enemy is still strong. We must not underestimate him. Political situation. The contradictions are becoming more acute between the U.S. and the French, between the French and the puppets, and between the pro-French puppets and the pro-U.S. puppets. In the areas temporarily occupied by the enemy, his policy of deceit and exploitation is energetically opposed by our people. In France, the anti-war movement is gaining ground. Economy and finance. War has cost the enemy an ever greater amount. Since 1946 until now, he has spent more than 3 million francs. But he can still exploit rubber and coal, export rice, collect taxes, and plunder the people's property in the enemy-occupied areas. In addition, he is given assistance by the U.S. On the other hand, he is doing his utmost to destroy our production and means of transport in free areas, in guerrilla bases, and in guerrilla zones. Cultural and social welfare. In the temporarily occupied areas, the enemy makes intense propaganda with his depraved culture and hooliganism in order to poison our people, especially our youth. He misuses religions to divide our people. His main scheme is using Vietnamese to fight Vietnamese, feeding war by war. What is the enemy doing, and what does he intend to do? Interfering more deeply into the war in Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos, the U.S. is giving the French and the puppets more money and weapons. They are winning over the Vietnamese, Cambodian, and Laotian puppets and are speeding up the organization of a puppet army. They force the French to make concessions to the puppets, that is, to them. They have a plan to replace the French step by step, but continue to use the latter as stooges in the implementation of their war policy. Apart from their economic exploitation and plundering, the French and U.S. imperialists use a policy of deceit in the political field, such as declaring sham independence and democracy by holding fraudulent elections, pretending to carry out land reform to deceive the peasants in temporarily occupied areas, setting up yellow trade unions to mislead the workers, advancing a fable of peace to blindfold the French people, the people all over the world, and to deceive our people. Meanwhile, General Navarre feverishly mustered his mobile forces to attack us, sow trouble in our rear, develop the commando activities, and speed up intelligence warfare. In short, the French and U.S. are making efforts to implement their scheme, that is, to extend the war by means of using Vietnamese to fight Vietnamese, feeding war by war. We must not be subjective and underestimate the enemy. We must always be vigilant and ready to frustrate his schemes. But we can say that his activities do not prove that he is strong, but they prove that he is weak. He is afraid of our long-term resistance policy. He is afraid of the world peace movement. In order to foil the enemy's schemes, we must endeavor to speed up our war of resistance. To do so, we must carry out land reform, on our side, on the military field. From autumn to winter 1950 until now, we have been victorious in 7 military campaigns and have taken the initiative on the main fronts. We have liberated the greater part of the large Northwest area. The guerrilla movement has developed strongly everywhere. The political and technical remolding drives have brought good results. Our army has grown rapidly in quantity as well as in quality. Many regular units, local units, and guerrilla units have scored very heroic and glorious military feats. Political situation. The ideological courses for the cadres within and outside the party have achieved satisfactory results. Almost 15,800 cadres from central to village levels have attended these courses. The National United Front has been consolidated and enlarged. The alliance between Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos has grown closer. The diplomatic activities of our government and people have been enlarged and have won the sympathy and support of the people of the world, especially the people of the friendly countries and of France. Economy and finance. Our people have overcome many difficulties, have made efforts to emulate patriotism in production, and have contributed greatly to the manpower and wealth of the war of resistance. Our finances have been gradually stabilized. We have established commercial relations with China, which is very advantageous to our people. Cultural and social welfare and ever greater number of toiling people have taken part in the study. The number of general education schools and the number of pupils have increased. The training of specialists has been gradually reorganized and enlarged. A comparison in all aspects shows that the position of the enemy is weakening with every passing day, and our position is growing stronger. This is the summary of the noticeable achievements of our people, government, and party, but we still have an important shortcoming. Concerning the land policy, in former times, we were biased against unity with the landlords for the sake of the war of resistance, and have not attached due importance to the peasant question and the agrarian question. Recently, our government and party have put right this shortcoming, and much progress has been made. But in some localities, the policy of the central authorities has not been implemented correctly. A number of cadres think and act contrary to the policy of the government and party. They lack organizational concepts and do not maintain discipline. Other cadres attach importance only to fighting feudalism and belittle the struggle against imperialism. We must correct these shortcomings and prevent leftist or rightist deviations. Land reform. Concerning this problem, I shall summarize the following points. The significance of land reform. Our revolution is a people's national democratic revolution against aggressive imperialism and its mainstay feudalism. Our slogan during the War of Resistance is, "All for the front, all for victory." The more the War of Resistance develops, the more manpower and wealth it requires, and our peasants have contributed the greatest part of manpower and wealth to the resistance. We must liberate them from the feudal yoke and nurture them in order to fully mobilize this huge force so that the resistance will win victory. The key to the victory of the resistance lies in consolidating and enlarging the National United Front, consolidating the worker-peasant alliance, and the people's power, strengthening and developing the army, consolidating the party, and strengthening its leadership in all aspects. Only by mobilizing the masses to carry out land reform can we carry out these works satisfactorily. The enemy actively uses Vietnamese to fight Vietnamese and feeds war by war. They are doing their utmost to deceive, divide, and exploit our people. Land reform will exert an influence on and encourage our peasant compatriots in the enemy's rear to struggle more enthusiastically against the enemy in order to liberate themselves and more enthusiastically to support the democratic resistance government. At the same time, it exerts an influence on and disintegrates the puppet army because the absolute majority of the puppet soldiers are peasants in enemy-occupied areas. The absolute majority of our people are peasants. Over these last years, thanks to their forces, the War of Resistance has been successful. In the future, it is also thanks to the peasant forces that we will be able to gain a complete victory and successfully build our country. Our peasants account for almost 90% of the population, but they own only 30% of the arable land and have to work hard all year round and suffer poverty all their lives. The landlord and feudal class account for less than 5% of the population, but they and the colonialists occupy about 70% of the arable land. They live in clover and do nothing. This situation is most unjust. Our country has been invaded, and our people are backward and poor. During the resistance years, though, the government has carried out the policy of land rent reduction, land rent refunding, temporary distribution of land belonging to the French and Vietnamese traders, and communal land to the peasants in the free areas. The key problem, which is not yet solved, is that the peasant masses do not have land or lack land. This exerts an influence on the peasant forces in the War of Resistance and production. Only by implementing land reform, giving land to the tillers, and liberating the productive forces in the countryside from the feudal yoke can we do away with poverty and backwardness, and strongly mobilize the huge forces of the peasants to develop production and speed up the War of Resistance to complete victory. The goal set for land reform is to wipe out the feudal system of land appropriation, distribute land to the tillers, liberate the productive forces in the countryside, develop production, and speed up the War of Resistance. The general line and policy are effectively to rely on landless and land-poor peasants, closely unite with the middle peasants, and rally with the rich peasants to wipe out feudal exploitation step by step, and with differentiation of the peasantry, coupled with the eradication of feudal exploitation, we must develop production in order to speed up the War of Resistance. To conform to the characteristics of the War of Resistance and of the National United Front, which must meet the needs of the peasants for land, we must consolidate and develop the National United Front in a way favorable to the War of Resistance and to increasing production. While implementing land reform, we must apply different kinds of treatment to the landlords according to the political attitude of each of them. This means that we must apply a policy of differentiation, which consists of confiscation and requisitioning with or without compensation. We will not apply a policy of wholesale confiscation or wholesale requisitioning without compensation. The guiding principle for land reform is to boldly mobilize the peasants, to rely on the masses, to correctly follow the mass line, to organize, educate, and lead the peasants to struggle in a planned way, step by step, according to proper order and under consistent leadership. The dispersion of land by landlords after the promulgation of the Land Rent Reduction Decree, July 14, 1949, is illegal, except for particular cases dealt with in the circular issued by the Prime Minister's Office on June 1, 1953. The land confiscated or requisitioned with or without compensation is to be definitely distributed to the peasants who have no land or have too little. The peasants have the right to ownership of the land thus distributed. The guiding principle for land distribution is to take villages as units, to allot land to those who previously tilled it, to take into consideration the quantity, quality, and situation of the land, to give a greater share of land to those who do not have enough, to give fertile land to those who have but poor land, to give land which is situated near the village to those who have only land situated far from their houses, and to give priority to the peasants who previously tilled the land to be distributed, the die-hard elements who are determined to sabotage land reform, and the traitors, reactionaries, despots who are sentenced to 5 years. Imprisonment upwards will not receive land. The mass mobilizations launched this year are for experimental purposes and for the preparation for the land reform next year. These experimental drives have given us a number of experiences. In general, in the localities where the party and government policies have been firmly grasped and the mass line correctly followed. Except in some localities where a number of cadres have committed mistakes and deviations, satisfactory results have been achieved. The mass mobilization has failed in localities where it was launched hurriedly by impatient local cadres without the decision by the central authorities. Land reform is a policy applied throughout the country, but it must be carried out step by step, first in localities where sufficient conditions have been obtained, and then in other localities. After the land reform law is approved by the National Assembly, the government will, next year, fix the date and the localities in the free zone in which land reform will be carried out. The government will deal with the regions inhabited by the national minorities, the Fifth Zone, South Vietnam, and the guerrilla bases will be dealt with later on. In guerrilla and enemy-occupied areas, land reform will be carried out after their liberation. In the localities where the mass mobilization is not yet launched for a radical land rent reduction, we have to wait until it is completed before carrying out land reform. We must do so in order to organize the peasants, raise their political consciousness, build their political supremacy in the villages, and at the same time train cadres, readjust the organization, and prepare political conditions for land reform. No locality is allowed to start the mass mobilization for land reform without the decision of the government. Land reform is a peasant revolution, a class struggle in the countryside. It is a large-scale, hard and complicated struggle. That is why preparations must be carefully made, plans clearly mapped out, the leadership very involved, the localities judiciously chosen, the time strictly followed, and the implementation correct. These are the conditions leading to success. The experiences of other countries have taught us that successful land reform will help us overcome many difficulties and solve many problems. In the military field, our peasant compatriots will take part in the war of resistance more enthusiastically, thus helping the development of the army and the mobilization, and persuading the people to volunteer more labor to serve the resistance. Our soldiers will worry less about their families and will fight more fiercely. In the political field, the political and economic power in the countryside will be in the hands of the peasants. The people's democratic dictatorship will be carried out genuinely. The worker-peasant alliance will be firmer, and the National United Front will include more than 90% of the people in the countryside and will become prodigiously great and strong. In the economic field, liberated from feudalism and landlordism, the peasants will joyfully carry out production and practice thrift. Consumption will be increased, industry and commerce will develop, and the national economy as a whole will expand. Thanks to the development of production, the livelihood of the peasants, workers, soldiers, and cadres will be improved more rapidly. In culture and social welfare, the large majority of the people will have enough food and clothes, and as the saying goes, one must eat to be able to discharge one's duty. They will study more enthusiastically, and thereby good customs will develop. The experiences drawn from the localities where the mass mobilization was launched show that our compatriots are very fond of study. This is a good opportunity for the intellectuals to serve the people. As is said above, land reform is a widespread, complicated, and hard class struggle. It is all the more complicated and all the harder because we are conducting the war of resistance. But it is precisely because we want to speed up the war of resistance to victory that we must be determined to make land reform a success. It is a complicated and hard struggle. That is why a number of cadres, party members, or non-party members might commit mistakes and deviations in their thinking, in their action, and in implementing the policies on land reform. To prevent and put right these shortcomings and mistakes, we must firmly grasp the policies of the party and government, completely rely on the masses, and correctly follow the mass line. The government and the party called on all the cadres and party members to correctly abide by the policies of the government and the party, to maintain discipline, to side entirely with the peasants, to lead them in their struggle, to sacrifice their private interests for the interests of the war of resistance and of the masses. When there are contradictions between their private interests and the interests of the war of resistance and of the peasant masses, the interests of the people and those of the war of resistance must prevail. We must mobilize the entire party, entire army, and entire people to ensure the implementation of land reform to fulfill this great task. With regard to the members and cadres of various democratic parties and to patriotic personalities, this is an enormous trial. We all must win the battle in this trial, as we are winning the battle in the immense trial, which is the war of resistance against aggressive imperialism. That is why our two central tasks in the next years are to do our utmost to fight the enemy and to carry out land reform. We must strive to fight the enemy on various fronts, to annihilate the enemy forces as much as possible, and to smash his new military schemes. We must mobilize the masses to carry out land reform in the localities fixed by the government. To carry out land reform is to secure victory for the war of resistance. To fight the enemy, to annihilate the enemy forces, is to secure success for land reform. All other goals must be subordinated to those two central tasks and serve them. In 1954, we must pay particular importance to three great tasks: to combine land reform with the strengthening of the armed forces, the regular army, the local army, the militia, and guerrilla units, in all aspects, organizational, training, raising their political and technical level, and increasing their combativeness. To combine land reform with the training of cadres and the raising of their ideological level, as well as promoting and readjusting the cadres so as to readjust the party bases in the countryside. To combine land reform with the development of agricultural production, and to ensure the requirements of the war of resistance and food for the people in order to push forward the activities of the national economy. To fully implement these two central tasks and three great goals is to create more favorable conditions for the carrying out of other tasks, such as firmly maintaining and developing the struggle in the enemy's rear, consolidating the people. Is democratic power in villages, reorganizing the security service, developing and consolidating the National United Front, collecting agricultural taxes, developing the economy and finance, intensifying propaganda, and developing education, culture, and social welfare. Our forces lie in millions of peasants who are ready to wait for the government and party to organize and lead them in order to enthusiastically rise up and smash the feudal and colonial yoke. With skillful organization and leadership, these forces will shake heaven and earth, and all the colonialists and feudalists will be swept away. We can conclude that under the correct leadership of the government and the party, with the wholehearted assistance of the National Assembly and the Front, the successful completion of land reform will help us take a big stride and bring the war of resistance and national construction to victory. Law based on reports made by North Vietnam's Prime Minister Ho Chí Minh and Deputy Prime Minister Pham Van Dong. The law confiscated land from those who were enemies of the government, requisitioned land from landlords who were not enemies, purchased land by payment with bonds, and reduced rent to in certain areas. Viet Minh fighters received land as a priority. The reforms were sequenced over 5 waves from 1953 to 1956, resulting in the land to 4 million landless people and in rent reduction to 8 million peasants. North Vietnam's population was 15 million in 1955. For more information, Ngoc Luon Nguyen, Peasants, Party, and Revolution, The Politics of Agrarian Transformation in Northern Vietnam, 19,301,975, Amsterdam, Doctoral Universiteit van Amsterdam, 1987. Appeal made after the successful conclusion of the Geneva Agreements. July 22, 1954. Compatriots all over the country, soldiers and cadres, the Geneva Conference has come to an end. It is a great victory for our diplomacy. On behalf of the government, I cordially make the following appeal. 1. For the sake of peace, unity, independence, and democracy in the country, our people, soldiers, cadres, and government have, during these 8 years or so, joined in a monolithic bloc, endured hardship, and overcome all difficulties to resolutely carry out the resistance, and have won many brilliant victories. On this occasion, on behalf of the government, I cordially congratulate you, from north to south. I respectfully bow to the memory of the soldiers and people who have sacrificed their lives for the country and send my homage of comfort to the wounded and sick soldiers. This great victory is also due to the support given us in our just struggle by the peoples of our brother countries, by the French people, and the peace-loving people of the world. Thanks to these victories and the efforts made by the delegation of the Soviet Union at the Berlin Conference, negotiations were opened between our country and France at the Geneva Conference. At this conference, the struggle of our delegation and the assistance given by the delegations of the Soviet Union and China have ended in a great victory for us. The French government has recognized the independence, sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of our country it has agreed to. Withdraw French troops from our country, etc. from now on. We must make every effort to consolidate peace and achieve reunification, independence, and democracy throughout our country. 2. In order to reestablish peace, the first step is that the armed forces of both parties should cease fire. The regrouping into 2 regions is a temporary measure. It is a transitional step for the implementation of the armistice and restoration of peace and paves the way for national reunification through general elections. Regrouping into regions is, in no way, a partition of our country. Neither is it an administrative division. During the armistice, our army regrouped in the north. The French troops have regrouped in the south. That is to say, there is a change of regions. A number of regions, which were formerly occupied by the French, now become our free zones. Vice versa, a number of regions formerly liberated by U.S. will now be temporarily occupied by the French troops before they leave for France. This is a necessity. North, Central, and South Vietnam are territories of ours. Our country will certainly be unified, and our entire people will surely be liberated. Our compatriots in the South were the first to wage the war of resistance. They possess a high political consciousness. I am confident that they will place national interests above local interests, permanent interests above temporary interests, and join their efforts with the entire people in strengthening peace and achieving unity, independence, and democracy all over the country. The party, government, and I always follow the efforts of our people, and we are sure that our compatriots will be victorious. 3. The struggle to consolidate peace and achieve reunification, independence, and democracy is also a long and hard struggle. In order to carry the day, our people, soldiers, and cadres from north to south must unite closely. They must be at one in thought and deed. We are resolved to abide by the agreements entered into with the French government. At the same time, we demand that the French government should correctly implement the agreements they have signed with us. We must do our utmost to strengthen peace and be vigilant to check the maneuvers of peace wreckers. We must endeavor to struggle for the holding of free general elections throughout the country to reunify our territory. We must exert all our efforts to restore, build, strengthen, and develop our forces in every field so as to attain complete independence. We must do our utmost to carry out social reforms in order to improve our people's livelihood and realize genuine democracy. We must further tighten our fraternal relations with Cambodia and Laos. We must strengthen our great friendships between the Soviet Union, China, and other brother countries. To maintain peace, we must enhance our solidarity with the French people, the Asian people, and people all over the world. 4. I call on all our compatriots, soldiers, and cadres to strictly follow the lines and policies laid down by the party and government, to struggle for the consolidation of peace and the achievement of national reunification, independence, and democracy throughout the country. I eagerly appeal to all genuine patriots, irrespective of their social class, creed, political stand, and former affiliation, to sincerely cooperate with us and fight for the sake of our country and our people, so as to bring about peace and achieve reunification, independence, and democracy for our beloved Vietnam. If our people are as one, if thousands of men are like one, victory will certainly be ours. Long live a peaceful, unified, independent, and democratic Vietnam. September 12, 1954. In the land rent reduction and land reform programs, a number of cadres were very good in implementing the policies, but others made mistakes by following roundabout paths, thus causing a great loss of time, while the results obtained were not up to expectations. Inland rent reduction and land reform, we must fully grasp the policies and political line, clearly know where our main forces lie, base ourselves on the poor and landless peasants, and unite with the middle peasants. That is why the party and government have always pointed out the necessity for unity of the toiling peasants. If this is done, all work will be successfully carried out. If not, our work will not make headway. There will be a time lag and the results will be poor. We must know how to discriminate between landlords. They are the peasants' enemies, but they are not united. If a differentiation can be made, our work will be easier. When this point was studied, many cadres believed that they understood the point, but in practice, their work turned out to be erroneous. Some of them thought it was better to deviate to the left than to the right. That is not so, for left or right, either side is far from reality. We must grasp the policies, rely on the masses, and differentiate between landlords. In your work, you have all obtained a number of achievements despite shortcomings. Your success in this drive is that in applying the three widths, you have been better able to endure hardships. In the fourth rent reduction drive, many cadres only applied the principle of 1 width or 2 widths or 2.5 widths, but not the complete 3 widths. It must be realized that only by carrying out the 3 widths can one become familiar with the peasants, understand their feelings, mobilize them to overthrow landlordism, and successfully carry out land rent reduction and land reform. Without this principle, one stands aloof from the masses and cannot work efficiently. Therefore, in the next drive, you must apply the 3 widths unreservedly. Generation after generation, our peasants have been doomed to live in poverty. Considering their situation, a few months in which to apply the 3 widths is an insignificant period. But what else can be done? As far as internal unity is concerned, older cadres must help new cadres. You did it fairly well in this drive. But this does not mean that there were no shortcomings. A number of older cadres were too proud of themselves for having taken part in many drives. They did not take the trouble to study instructions from higher levels and were not willing to help the new cadres. Bear in mind that as the situation changes constantly, lack of study means regression, and regression means failure. A rather prevalent mistake is the desire to rest. There are cadres who, after serving in a few drives, now want to settle in towns. They are wrong. Here is an example. Who has struggled longer, you or I? Everybody answered, you. My struggle was longer and I never asked for a rest. Why do you, after a few drives, want to have a rest? You want to rest and to settle in the town because you have not yet realized the importance of land reform. You have certainly read the party's resolution. Land reform is one of the 3 cardinal tasks laid down by the party and the government. The desire to settle in the town and not to take part in land reform is shirking your duty. Wherever the party and government send you, you must, at any cost, fulfill the task entrusted to you by them and not follow your own bent. What do you want? To take part in the revolution. Well, land reform is a revolutionary task. Don't believe that the surrounding mountaintops are higher than that on which you are standing. You must understand that land reform is one of the 3 primary tasks laid down for the party, the government, and the people. It is a glorious and heavy task. The fighter is not only the man who kills the enemy at the front. You are fighters too, fighters on the anti-feudal front. As fighters, you cannot say that you want to go to this front and not to that front. You must fulfill your duty as fighter. When land reform is carried through, you will have a rest. As long as it is not achieved, you cannot enjoy one. You must firmly grasp the party's and government's policies, overcome difficulties, and labor under hardship to discharge your duty. During the War of Resistance, our army won victory upon victory. As a fighter on the anti-feudal front, you must be resolved to win. Heroes are not only to be found among the soldiers at the battlefront. They can be found among you, fighting on the anti-feudal front together with the peasants. In this conference, there are people who, during the last land rent reduction and land reform drives, have done good work in linking up their main tasks with mobilizing the peasants to increase production, to combat drought and flood, and to engage in voluntary labor or to join the army. With the responsible committee, you will select the best men and women among you, the party, government, and I will reward them. In the coming mass mobilization drives for a land rent reduction and land reform, those among you who perform outstanding deeds will be awarded medals, just like soldiers fighting the enemy. It is up to you to decide upon this reward. Those who wish to receive medals must do their best. That land reform was a decisive factor since it inspired the peasant army to defeat the French. Vo Nguyen Giap, Dien Bien Phu, Hanoi, Foreign Language Publishing House, 1964, pp. 149 to 150. This Vietnamese proverb means, don't be too ambitious or difficult in your choice. 30. Talk at the opening of the People's University. January 19, 1955. On behalf of the government, I wish you good health and joy. I also hope that you will compete with each other in study and work enthusiastically to make progress. Here are a few suggestions I should like to make to help you and your teachers study the question of the education of youth. We must first clearly grasp the method of study, the subject of study, and the object of study. In the course of many decades of domination, the imperialists and feudalists had inculcated our youth with a slave education. Now that our country is liberated, it is necessary for you young people to boldly change the direction of your learning. I will only sum up the main points. What you ought to do, set a definite line between right and wrong. To set a definite line means to differentiate between friend and foe. Those who do good for the people and the country are your friends. Those who do evil to them are your enemies. As far as you are concerned, any of your thoughts or deeds that are likely to benefit the people and the country must be regarded as your friend, and any thoughts or deeds that are harmful to them are your enemies. So, friend and foe exist not only in the outside world, but also within yourselves. Therefore, you must make every effort to increase the number of your friends inside and outside the country and resolutely fight the enemy within yourselves. Try your best to do what is right, be it only a small thing, and try to avoid what is wrong, be it only a small thing. First of all, love your country, love your compatriots, have a sound understanding of nationalism and internationalism. Love and esteem labor, respect discipline, protect public property, care for the people's livelihood. Pay attention to world events because our country is a part of the world. All world developments have an influence upon our country, and all the internal affairs of our country affect the world. For example, the U.S. imperialists are coercing the French Parliament to sanction the pact for the remilitarization of West Germany. This means that a new war can be rekindled, and such an eventuality would boomerang upon our country. In doing their best to defend peace, restore the economy, and struggle against U.S. imperialism, our people are contributing an effective part to the defense of world peace. Pay attention to the rehabilitation and construction of our country. The task of the youth is not to inquire what the country has done for them, but to ask themselves what they have done for the country. What ought they to do to benefit the country most? To what extent have they struggled and made sacrifices for the country? The youth must be enterprising and show bold creative initiative. They must be enthusiastic and eager to make further progress and overcome all difficulties and hardships. They must be loyal, honest, and righteous. What you ought to fight. You ought to fight the tendency to look after selfish interests, to seek pleasure and avoid difficulties, to despise labor, especially manual labor. You must fight laziness, wasteful spending, extreme mildness, arrogance, hypocrisy, and self-conceit. The youth and the society. The education of young people cannot be considered apart from the struggles waged in society, but must be closely linked to them. The old society was full of poison that harmed the youth, especially that which was brought in by the injurious U.S. culture. The U.S. imperialists resort to every means, including literature and films, to spoil and corrupt the youth, so much so that a number of young people have become hooligans, thieves, or gamblers, etc. Therefore, the education of the youth must rely on public opinion and the government's power to prevent what is likely to exert a noxious influence upon them in order to heighten their vigilance. Democracy must prevail throughout the school. In all discussions, teachers and students must frankly express their views. They should ask and discuss matters until they grasp the meaning. Democracy, however, does not mean that teachers and students are treated equally. Students ought to respect their teachers, and teachers must love their students. Together, they must help the personnel of the school to fulfill their tasks. The personnel of the school must compete with one another to serve good food to the students so as to enable them to devote themselves to study. The university, students' families, and youth organizations must closely coordinate their efforts to educate the youth. Study and work are the main occupations of the youth, but amusement is also necessary to them. Sane recreation is a part of the youth's activities. In this school where you live and work collectively, there are students of both sexes. You must love each other and help one another as brothers and sisters of the same family. At the same time, you must respect and treat one another as schoolmates and comrades. Don't behave in a dissolute manner. Try to do what you can so that the parents of girl students feel assured and have confidence in you. Preserve the reputation of the school and the dignity of all the students. Education can be found in amusement, too. You must organize cultural entertainment, as well as create the physical culture of a collective and mass character. The school, students, families, and youth organizations should pay attention to the ideological education of the youth, to their demeanor, activities, and daily routine in order to encourage and correct them in due time. This is the People's University. You learn from your teachers. At the same time, you must also learn from the people, in the army, among the volunteer, workers, and in all other branches of activities. There are many outstanding youths. This demonstrates that, generally speaking, our youth are very enthusiastic and very worthy people. Let us cite some examples. In the army, there are many heroes among the youth, such as La Van Cao, Giap Van Quang, Nguyen Thi Chien. In the railway construction sites, there are many outstanding workers such as La Vang Quai, Nguyen Thi Mui, Nguyen Trong Tui, La Hoi Phat, etc. During the War of Resistance. They were heroic guerrilla fighters. Today, in the work of economic rehabilitation, they have become valiant workers. The same applies to the youth at other construction sites and factories. Another instance, the Shock Youth Team is always in the vanguard doing any difficult or urgent work. I hope you will follow the examples set by these outstanding youth, complete your studies, make progress, and volunteer for social activities in order to contribute your part to the common struggle waged for the cause of peace, for national reunification, independence, and democracy throughout the country. You will then deserve to be called the vanguard class of the People's University and steel yourselves to become prospective masters of the country. February 27, 1955. I cordially wish you joy and good health to enthusiastically exchange your experiences, work out plans with accuracy, and make progress. Is there among you a woman doctor from the South? Here are some opinions I would like to put forward to help you in your discussions. First, unite sincerely with one another. Solidarity is our strength. It enables us to surmount all obstacles and obtain great achievements. Solidarity is important between old and new cadres, among the public health personnel, from the minister, vice ministers, doctors, chemists, down to the manual laborers. Though the tasks and positions are different, you are all required in your area to serve the people. Love the patients. Their fate is in your hands. The government entrusts you with the task of curing and preserving the health of our compatriots. This is a most glorious task. You must therefore love and nurse the sick as if they were your own brothers and sisters and regard their sufferings as yours. A doctor must be like a mother nursing a child. These are true words. Build up medicine of our own. During the period of slavery, our medicine was hamstrung like all other areas of activities. Now that we are independent and free, you must help the people and the government build up a health service commensurate with our people's requirements. Medicine must also be based on the principles of being scientific, national, and popular. Formerly, our ancestors possessed valuable experiences regarding curing by local medical processes and by Chinese medicine. To broaden the medical field, you must pay attention to studying and coordinating Eastern with Western medicines. Do your best to carry through your task. Greetings of affection and of determination to win. The day that this letter was written as Vietnamese. 32. Excerpt from a speech delivered at the National Congress of Mutual Aid Teams. May 6, 1955. The peasant's aspiration is to have land when they have none, or to produce more when they already have some, so as to better their life. In order to greatly increase production, we have to work collectively. But our peasants are accustomed to individual work, each household working separately. They do not have the habit of collective and organized work. To ensure continuous progress, the peasant's path should consist of different stages, short or long, according to the concrete conditions of each country. In the Soviet Union, for instance, the peasants organized themselves into collective farms, pooling their land and working collectively. Planting, plowing, and harvesting are all mechanized. The collective farms are provided with 8-year or 10-year schools, libraries, hospitals, kindergartens, stadiums, cinemas. In short, in no way different from towns. No doubt you are very pleased to know that the Soviet peasants are so advanced and happy, aren't you? However, we cannot do the same right now. The Soviet Union carried out land reform 30 years ago. In our country, land reform is not yet completed. But if we persist in our struggle, we shall have in the future what the Soviet Union has now. When the Soviet workers and peasants carried out the revolution, they received no direct aid at all. At present, we have the assistance of the Soviet Union, China, and other fraternal countries, and the leadership of our party and government. If you exert efforts, you will certainly make rapid progress. In China, the revolution was successful only 5 years ago. Land reform was completed 3 years ago. In the beginning, China also organized mutual aid teams and gradually advanced to cooperatives. For the time being, in our countryside, we should widely popularize mutual aid teams, the lowest and simplest form of organization. So, the organization of the Chinese peasants' cooperatives is higher than that of our peasants' mutual aid teams. The organization of the Soviet peasants' collective farms is higher than that of the Chinese. Nevertheless, the Soviet peasants will progress still further. Most of you came from communes where land reform has been realized. You found that rent reduction and land reform at the beginning were not easy. Now, the organization of mutual aid teams is also not easy. Those who think it easy will fall into subjectivism and meet failure. The organization of mutual aid teams should be carried out according to correct principles and methods. The present policy is to develop a great number of work exchange teams, per season or per specific work, so that such teams can be found in all the places where rent reduction and land reform have been carried out. Wherever the peoples and cadres' political standards are high, we shall organize an exchange of labor, in permanence, or from one season's cultivation to another. Wherever such an exchange of labor already exists, we have to consolidate it and make it better. Principles for the exchange of labor. Firstly, compulsion should not be used with anybody. By means of propaganda, we should explain to the peasants the advantages of the mutual aid teams. We should give them complete freedom as to whether or not to join the mutual aid teams and strictly refrain from any compulsion. Secondly, the family should find common interests after joining the mutual aid teams. The peasants will confidently join the teams only when they find it is in their interest. To convince people to join such teams is not an easy job. But when this has been done, we are not yet successful because the peasantry is fraught with many complicated questions. For instance, in each team, there are big families and small ones, people who can work hard and others who cannot, families that have buffaloes and others who have none. Even among draft animals, some are strong and others are weak. Some lands are nearby, others are far away. When the crop simultaneously gets ripe on many fields, everybody wants to have his own harvested first. If these questions are not settled in the interests of everybody, they will give rise to dissatisfaction and jealousy among the people. Failure will ensue. Thirdly, a mutual aid team should be headed by a team leader or a managing committee. The management should be democratic. Every task should be discussed among the team members. When they have understood the utility of the task, they will be willing to do it. If we force people to do work about which they do not understand the utility, the work will meet with failure. Method of organization. Firstly, we should refrain from the desire to go quickly and tempestuously. Better to do a little, but do it properly, than to do too much, but not properly. We should make firm and steady steps and go forward gradually. Secondly, we should be realistic. The organization is intended for practical work. Its aim is not to have a name without practical content. Thirdly, we should organize mutual aid teams, beginning with small ones, from 5 to 7 families to 9 to 10 families, to larger ones. The teams should not be too big, otherwise, their management will be difficult, the organization will disintegrate, and the people will be easily exposed to failure. There are some other points that deserve our attention. Experiences should be drawn to develop successes and avoid failure. Farming methods should be improved. The emulation movement should be organized. Whether on big or small jobs, everybody will make efforts only when emulating one another. Everybody should be made to understand that emulation is to benefit both the country and the family. Benefiting the family. Before adherence to the mutual aid team, when there is no emulation, each MEU 2 yields 30 baskets of paddy. After adherence to the team, after emulation, the output of each MAU increases to 32 to 35 baskets or more, benefiting the country. Besides the quantity of paddy used to pay taxes to the government and that used for consumption, the extra paddy will be sold to the government. The latter buys this paddy to feed the cadres, the army, and to give to those in need. Increased production will augment the extra quantity of paddy, which will be sold to the government also in larger quantities. Moreover, the best producer in a locality is rewarded by the government. So that producer earns both interest and popularity. A mutual aid team should be closely united, not only among its members. It should help the families of the war martyrs or soldiers, if there are any in the village. The war martyrs have sacrificed themselves for the people. The soldiers have fought the enemy to safeguard the country and defend the people. They have done a great service to the people, therefore, the people should do their best to help their families. The sick and disabled people in the village should also be helped. This is very good propaganda to convince them to join the mutual aid teams. Leadership. To be successful, every task needs leadership. Who leads the mutual aid team? It is the team leader who directly manages it. If the team leader is impartial and unbiased, if he organizes and leads well, if he enjoys the confidence and affection of the members, then the team will be successful in its work. One example, all the team members are equal in the distribution of products, but when the crop is ripe, other people's grain is harvested first, before that of the team's leader. The team leader will be the first to work, but the last to enjoy the advantages. With such a team leader, the organization will certainly score success. Party members should set an example in the work of the mutual aid team. The party branch in the commune should help practically and lead the team. It is responsible for the greater part of the team's good or bad state. Before land reform, feudal landlords and local despots sneaked in and made a profit out of many communal party cells. They turned them into cells of mandarins, refusing to do patriotic work and to pay agricultural taxes. They looked down upon the people. With land reform, many party cells have been reorganized, but they are not perfect. If you relax your vigilance, those elements will seek ways and means to sabotage the work. From now on, in land-reformed communes where mutual aid teams are still lacking, the party cells there have the responsibility of building such teams. If the teams have been organized but are not strong, the party cells ought then to consolidate them. The peasant organization should educate, encourage, and help the peasants while leading them into mutual aid teams. So, mutual aid teams are directly led by team leaders, party cells, and peasant organizations. The youth should form the nucleus of the teams. The labor youth, wherever it exists, should push forward the work of mutual aid teams. The party at district, provincial, and zone levels should, in practice, control, stimulate, and help mutual aid teams. The party and government will give further assistance by buying the peasants' forest and agricultural produce, by sending cadres to work in the countryside, and by lending capital to the peasants. However, you should not rely on this assistance, but strive to mainly rely on your own efforts. Assistance from outside is only secondary. In short, I have pointed out the difficulties of the mutual aid teams in order for you to realize and overcome them, but certainly not to be disheartened. As you are inspired by the spirit of emulation, you are united and will work hard. You will inevitably overcome these difficulties, and the movement of mutual aid teams will certainly develop and be successful. One, as part of the agrarian reform in North Vietnam, the government and the party urged land reform cadres to set up seasonal and permanent mutual aid teams to Doi Cong, which was conducted from 1955 to 1957. This was the first of the 3 phases of collectivization, which included the creation of cooperatives, Hop Tak Exe Bak Thap from 1950, 8 to 1960, and the development of collectivization, Hop Tak Se Bak Sao, from 1961 to the end of the 1970s. In the mutual aid teams, the peasants cooperated with each other in a range of agricultural activities. They shared their expertise and their equipment. By mid-1956, the cadres set up 190,000 mutual aid teams, which included 60% of the peasants in the north. 21 MAU, 3,600 square meters, 33. 10th anniversary of National Day of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. September 1955. On 2 September this year, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam is 10 years old, and the Vietnamese people who are free on the greater part of their territory are commemorating this glorious national day with indescribable enthusiasm and joy. Right from the first days of colonial aggression and for nearly 1 century, the Vietnamese people unceasingly trundled against the invaders, evincing extraordinary gallantry and heroism. The guerrilla activities of Truong Cong Dinh and Truong Quyen in Nam Bo 1867, the resistance movements in 1874, and especially in 1884, the 12-year-long struggle under the leadership of Phan Dinh Phung, 18,841,896, and following it, the fighting led. By Hoang Hoa Tham until the eve of the First World War, the movement of struggle in Trung Bo 1907, the Bien Hoa Uprising 1009, 114 to 1915, the insurrection in Hue 1916, the Tai Nguyen Uprising 1917, etc., give evidence of the fierce struggle waged by the Vietnamese people for freedom and national independence. But at that epoch, the court and the feudalists, who were still responsible for national interests, carried out the criminal policy of constant betrayal of the people's aspirations, which consequently were unable to be realized. The Great October Revolution had given a new impetus to the struggle of the oppressed peoples. The prompt settlement by the young Soviet power of the question of the former Tsarist colonies and its giving back the freedom to the peoples there had strong repercussions in all the colonies and semi-colonies in Asia. Victorious Marxism-Leninism had pointed out to all nations the road to self-liberation. A Marxist-Leninist party was born in Vietnam in February 1930, while in the Yen Bai Uprising February 1930, the bourgeoisie lost all its influence on the national liberation movement. The working class and the toiling peasant masses reorganized their political party, which became the only leader of the anti-imperialist revolution. In September 1930, the first People's Power was set up in 3 districts in Bac Trung Bo. This movement was repressed by imperialism with unprecedented barbarity. However, as early as 1940, many armed uprisings were organized in the north, center, and south of Vietnam against the French colonialists and Japanese imperialists. Although repressed, These insurrectionist movements were sparks that 5 years later were to flare up into a revolution smashing to pieces foreign rule in Vietnam. In May 1941, the Viet Minh National United Front was founded, and this was the broadest united bloc ever known in the national liberation movement of our country. The National Front, with the party as its main force, mobilized and organized guerrilla groups who fought throughout the Second World War on the side of the Allies against the fascist aggressors. The victories of the valiant Soviet army over Hitler's Germany and later over Japanese imperialism greatly contributed to the success of the general insurrection on August 19, 1945, and on 2 September, the Democratic Republic of Vietnam was founded. Thus, owing to the defeat of fascism, the world situation became favorable, and the August Revolution was successful because it possessed the three conditions that cannot be absent in any anti-to-imperialist revolution in a colonial country. They are the leadership of the working class, the setting up of a broad anti-imperialist national front, and the armed insurrection. Thenceforward, the history of our country has written a glorious page. The Vietnamese people were freed. The August Revolution has liberated them from the colonialists' yoke, from any other enslavement of the imperialists, and from the mandarinate. The toiling people have, for the first time, become masters of themselves and of the destiny of their country. They set to work to drive away from the dreadful specter of famine, which had killed 2 million people in the last months of imperialist rule, from late 1944 to 1945. They strove to heal the devastating wounds left behind by the dirty enslaving system, whose practice continued until the middle of this century of successful revolutions. The toiling people elected the National Assembly, began to build up people's power, and rapidly carried out various measures to wipe out illiteracy and ignorance left behind by the colonialists' rule. However, the French colonialists still dreamed of the possibility of reestablishing their oppressive regime in our country. They regarded our peaceful attitude as a weakness. Encouraged by the British, U.S. reactionary forces and in collusion with the Chiang Kai-shek clique, on September 23, 1945, they attacked the Vietnamese people in Saigon, then sought to penetrate the north. Afterwards, trampling on what they had pledged in the preliminary agreement of March 6, 1946, and the modus vivendi of September 14, 1946, the colonialists perpetrated a massacre in Haiphong, occupied Lang Son, and staged repeated provocations until 19 December, when the war of resistance of our entire people began against the invaders. In response to the appeal of the party and the democratic government, our entire people rose up as one to defend the country and the achievements of the August Revolution. The National Salvation War began in material conditions unfavorable to the Vietnamese people. Famine was rife. The henchmen of French colonialism and Japanese imperialism were still swarming, while the People's Army could only be set up later in the course of the fighting. Therefore, in the prevailing situation, the French Expeditionary Corps seemed to hold military supremacy, and the enemy took advantage of all our difficulties. Believing that these difficulties would help them to swiftly triumph over our young army and annihilate our democratic government. But the situation developed completely contrary to their expectations and proved that they were utterly mistaken. Backed by the U.S. reactionary circles, the enemy launched an all-out war against the Vietnamese people. But under the leadership of the party and the government, the Vietnamese people united their efforts and unremittingly fought the enemy. They stepped up and spread guerrilla warfare in enemy-occupied areas. They succeeded in consolidating their rear and enthusiastically built their own People's Army. In coordination with the guerrillas, the People's Army valiantly fought and annihilated the enemy troops in many campaigns. In Viet Bac, in autumn, to winter 1947, on the Vietnam-Chinese border in the last months of 1950, in the Midland and Red River Delta in Hoa Binh, Ba, Vai, and on the Dai River in 1951, in South Vietnam in 1952, in Lai Chau in 1953, and finally on May 7, 1954, it won the decisive victory at Dien Bien Phu. The Dien Bien Phu victory, which was won right on the eve of the opening of the Geneva Conference, exerted a great influence on the proceedings of the conference and contributed to the signing of the Geneva Agreements, guaranteeing the restoration of peace in Indochina and based on the recognition of the national rights of the peoples of Vietnam, Cambodia, and Laos. At the same time, all political schemes of the colonialists and imperialists, namely feeding war by war, using Vietnamese to fight Vietnamese, the independence and democracy farces to mislead our people, and the imperialist pattern land reform turned bankrupt. Throughout that period, the party and the government also paid attention to the building and development of the economy, finance, and culture of the Democratic Republic. First and foremost, the land reform on the principle of land to the tiller began to be carried out. As a result of the efforts made to maintain and expand the indispensable branches of small industries and handicrafts, our people and army were supplied with more consumer goods. The cultivation of rice and subsidiary crops, as well as work for the improvement of irrigation and for flood fighting, were encouraged. Transport and communications were developed to an adequate extent. The state sector in the national economy, national banking and trading, came into being and grew up steadily. National education, the education given to the peasantry and the army, and the struggle against illiteracy, obtained extraordinary results in spite of difficult conditions. Thus, in all military, political, and economic spheres, our young democratic republic has victoriously stood the tests and trials of the war in which, according to Lenin, all the virtues of a people must be given full expression. The ardent patriotism and the ideological and political unity of our people and army around the party and the government helped us to weather unimaginably difficult ordeals and create political, economic, and military conditions for victory. Their unshakable confidence in the success of their just cause inspired our people and increased their bravery. The virtues and combativeness that our soldiers, guerrillas, and cadres succeeded in learning, particularly the rich history of the National Liberation Movement, helped our young army score historic military victories and tinge its banner with eternal glory. The bright example of the Soviet and Chinese armies and peoples continuously inspired our people and fighters and contributed to the tempering of our heroes. The French people and all peace-loving people in the world gave us invaluable support. They were on our side in the most critical moments of the War of Resistance and shared the joy with us when peace was restored. The Democratic Republic has won a glorious victory because this is the victory of the oppressed over the oppressor, the victory of freedom over slavery. Our people have escaped re-enslavement and the achievements of the August Revolution. Peace, unity, independence, and democracy are safeguarded and strengthened. Peace has been restored in Indochina on the basis of the recognition of the independence, sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity of Vietnam, Laos, and Cambodia. Peace has been brought to us by the 1954 Geneva Conference. It cannot be consolidated as long as our country remains partitioned by the provisional demarcation line at the 17th parallel. Moreover, the attitude of the Southern authorities and their sponsors is a serious threat to peace, which has been restored for only 2 years. Indeed, if the first step, that is the military stage stipulated in the Geneva Agreement in general, ended satisfactorily, as the whole territory of North Vietnam has been liberated, on the contrary, the second step, that is the stage leading to the reunification of Vietnam through general elections to be held in 1956, cannot as yet be started as a result of Ngo Dinh Diem's deliberate hindrance. The Southern authorities savagely massacre our compatriots and all patriotic and peace forces in the South. Within only 1 year, they committed more than 3,000 crimes and violations of the Geneva Agreement. At least 4,000 patriots were killed or wounded, and over 19,000 were arrested. In addition to these terrorist acts, the Diem administration also feverishly carried out the U.S. political line with a view to turning South Vietnam into a U.S. colony and military base, which would be permanently incorporated into the sphere of activity of the Southeast Asian Treaty Organization, SEATO. Despite his deeds, Ngo Dinh Diem shamelessly boasted as being a fighter for peace, democracy, and the independence of Vietnam. This situation has determined the tasks of the government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, which has set itself as the primary objective the strict and correct implementation of the Geneva Agreement, that is, to immediately hold the consultative conference between the North and the South. the first step towards the holding of free general elections to reunify the country. Thus, peace and national reunification are our main demands for the time being. Besides, we have to heal the war wounds, gradually raise the people's living standards, and build up a genuinely free and democratic new life in our country. To do so, we have, on the one hand, to rehabilitate our national economy, agriculture, handicraft, transport, and industry. Since they can enjoy peace, our people have enthusiastically entered onto this road. But greater efforts still have to be made to cultivate the land laid fallow, repair dikes to prevent floods, and build up an irrigation network to do away with drought and famine, as these two calamities are inseparable. On the other hand, the welfare of the Vietnamese toiling people must be raised gradually on the basis of increased labor productivity. The above-mentioned tasks are really heavy and complicated as a result of the war, colonialism, and the feudal system. However, thanks to the assistance of fraternal countries, we have greater and greater possibilities and can have confidence in a successful future. Indeed, after the talks in July between the Vietnamese government delegation and the leaders of the Soviet Union and of the People's Republic of China, these two countries decided to grant U.S. aid totaling 1,530,000 million dongs in the coming years. The other democracies also give us priceless assistance in our work of rehabilitation. This aid is carried out in the form of equipment, supplies, machines, and technicians. Many economic and cultural sectors of Vietnam benefit from this assistance. This selfless and unconditional aid, beneficial to the people, is completely different from the aid conceived by the imperialists. Through their aid, the imperialists always aim at exploiting and enslaving the peoples. The Marshall Plan, which has gradually encroached upon the sovereignty of the recipient countries, is eloquent proof of this. In its relations with other countries, the policy of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam is clear-cut and transparent. It is a policy of peace and good relations. This policy is based on the 5 great principles put forth in the Sino-Indian and Sino-Burmese Joint Declarations. They are mutual respect for territorial integrity and national sovereignty, non-aggression, non-interference in internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, and peaceful coexistence. Particularly, the Bandung Conference has shown that these principles are supported by broad circles of public opinion in Asia and Africa. In particular, we want to maintain peaceful relations with our neighbors, namely Cambodia and Laos. As regards France, we continue to advocate the establishment with it of preferential economic and cultural relations, so long as these relations are based on equality and mutual benefit, first of all, and mutual confidence and sincere cooperation. On this 10th anniversary of National Day, looking back on the past, we can rightfully be proud of the path traversed, but we also, and chiefly, turn to the future and are aware of what is still to be done. We still have to carry out a hard, long, and intricate political struggle. However, if we are persevering, resolute, and vigilant, if our party and the National Front continue to apply the tested principles of criticism and self-criticism, and we have every reason to believe that our party and National Front will continue to apply them, we will certainly win complete success. In the past 10 years, the camp of peace and democracy has made big progress. The Soviet Union has triumphed over the fascist invaders, and since then has attained many important achievements in the building of communism, as well as in its policy of struggle for peace and the relaxation of international tension. The people's democracies have also been strengthened in the political and economic spheres. The successful Chinese Revolution has liberated 600 million people who are advancing hand in hand to happiness. With the brotherly support of the Chinese volunteers, the Korean people have driven back the Syngman clique and the troops under the shadow of the UN banner. The Vietnamese people have won the victory in the war started by the French colonialists and wrested back peace. At the Geneva Conference, the peace forces are growing stronger and have succeeded in consolidating their position. All these great achievements have brought our people boundless confidence in the magnificent future of our country and in the certain victory of our cause. Though still meeting with difficulties and obstacles, we are going forward with the confidence and enthusiasm of the victors. One old currency, now 1,530 million dongs. Two between 18 and April 24, 1955, the leaders of 29 Africa and Asian countries met in Bandung, Indonesia, to condemn colonialism and set out a path for their future development, which included their mutual relations. These relations were based on the Panchsheel Five Virtues, or the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence agreed upon by China and India in 1954. Mutual respect for each other's territorial integrity and sovereignty, mutual non-aggression, mutual non-interference in each other's internal affairs, equality and mutual benefit, peaceful coexistence. 34. Letter to the Vietnamese people throughout the country. July 6, 1956. Dear fellow countrymen, for nearly a century, our people heroically struggled against the colonialists. The result was the triumph of the August Revolution and the foundation of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. But the colonialists were plotting dark schemes, and they provoked war in an attempt to reconquer our country. After nearly 9 years of our entire people's extremely heroic and hard struggle, the resistance was victorious. The Geneva Agreement restored peace, recognized Vietnam's independence, sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity, and stipulated that free general elections be held throughout the country in July 1956 to reunify the country. Strictly implementing the Geneva Agreement, the government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam has repeatedly proposed to the South Vietnam authorities the holding of political consultations to discuss free general elections to reunify the country. But the U.S. imperialists and the U.S. authorities in South Vietnam are scheming to divide our country permanently and to prevent the holding of free general elections at the time prescribed by the Geneva Agreement. They are acting against the interests of our country and our people's wishes. Faced with this situation, our sacred duty is to continue to struggle with determination for the implementation of the Geneva Agreement and the reunification of our country by peaceful means on the basis of independence and democracy, and for the completion of the glorious task of national liberation. Our present line of struggle is that the entire people from north to south, united closely and on a broad basis in the Vietnam Country Front, will endeavor to consolidate the North and make it a strong base for the struggle for national reunification. All those who are descendants of the Hong Lac, all those who have a conscience, cannot do otherwise than to approve and support this noble aim. That is why we are uniting, on a broad basis, all those Vietnamese at home and abroad who love their country, peace, and unity. With this strong unity, we are making continuous efforts to bring the North and the South near each other. We are struggling with determination to consolidate peace, to achieve unity, independence, and democracy in the whole country. Our present political struggle is a long, hard, and complex one, but it will certainly be victorious. Victory is certain because our cause is a just cause. Our people are closely united and single-minded, and our fellow countrymen in the South and in the North are struggling with heroism because the peoples of the world are supporting us. The world peace movement is growing stronger every day, and the imperialists' warlike schemes are being increasingly foiled. To comply with our people's ardent wishes, which are to consolidate peace and achieve reunification on the basis of the Geneva Agreement, the government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam has decided on these practical measures. 1. To restore normal relations and free movement between the two zones, and to create the required conditions for establishing contacts between political, economic, cultural, and social delegations of the North and of the South. 2. To open political consultations between representatives of the two zones in order to discuss free general elections to reunify the country on the basis of the Geneva Agreement. Dear fellow countrymen at home and abroad, our Vietnam must be reunified. Fellow countrymen in the South and in the North will certainly be reunited. All our countrymen should be resolved to unite closely, and on the broad basis of the program of the Vietnam Fatherland Front, should participate wholeheartedly in the patriotic emulation movement, endeavor to consolidate the North, and struggle with determination and perseverance for a peaceful, unified, independent, democratic, and prosperous Vietnam. Reunification is our people's lifeline. Broad unity is an invincible force. Thanks to broad unity, our revolution has triumphed, our resistance has been victorious. With broad unity, our political struggle will certainly win the victory, and our country will certainly be reunified. One Hong Lac are the legendary originators of the Vietnamese people. Tu Ho Chi Minh refers to the Mat Tran to Quoc Viet Nam, founded in 1955 to draw together mass organizations, such as the Association of Farming Collectives, the Confederation of Labor, the Ho Chi Minh Youth Union, and the Women's Union. It was a front or a lean hip of the party. The name is often translated as Vietnam Fatherland Front. Although the term to Quoc does not have all the sensibility of fatherland, it is more like country, imbued with patriotic sentiments. 35. Instructions given at the conference reviewing mass education in the first half of 1956. July 16, 1956. On behalf of the party and government, I inquire after your health cadres and mass education fighters and congratulate the mass education service on its achievements during the first 6 months of the year. Over the past 6 months, 2,100,000 persons attended classes. This is a great achievement. Formerly, in the imperialist and feudal days, over 90% of our population was illiterate. Later, the late Mr. Nguyen Van Tu and a number of progressive people worked to popularize the national script. They made great efforts, but only 5,000 persons per year went to classes. In the first 6 months of this year, there were over 2 million pupils. This is a great achievement, but we should not consider it as sufficient. We should make further efforts and avoid self-conceit and complacency. After 7 days of discussion and exchange of experiences, you are now probably more experienced than I am, but I would like to contribute a number of my own experiences. In order to wipe out illiteracy among the great masses, where the overwhelming majority are peasants, the education movement should be a mass movement. We should stand close to the masses, discuss with them, apply forms and methods suitable to their life, and rely upon them to promote the movement. Formerly, a number of other cadres and I carried out clandestine revolutionary activities in Sao Bang. The majority of our compatriots there were Nung Hung and Tay. They knew little Vietnamese lived scattered in the mountains far from one another, were busy with their work, and both teaching and studying had to be done in secret. We carried out mass education under these difficult conditions, but we succeeded. The cadres drafted a plan in consultation with our compatriots, and the latter told them what to do. The literate taught the illiterate. Those who knew much taught those who knew little. Classes were run in caves. Each village sent a person to study for a few days. Then he went back and taught his fellow villagers. When his knowledge was exhausted, he returned to the class and learned some more. While teaching others, the teachers also learned themselves. Such was the method we adopted for the mass education work and for its development into a movement. At that time, in spite of the enemy restrictions and continuous persecutions, our compatriots were very studious, women and children being more studious than men. At present, on my visits to the classes, I also find that women and children are more numerous than men. Many men have not attended classes yet. There were no classes or schools then. People who went weeding or gathering vegetables appointed a place and went there to teach one another. Buffalo boys gathered at a certain spot and learned from one another. Cadres going to the fields to work were often stopped by the villagers and asked to hear them recite lessons. If the lessons were wrongly read out, the cadres would correct them. If they had been well learned, the cadres would be asked to give a new lesson. Workers and peasants have a lot of work to do. If the method of teaching is not suitable to the students, to their work and mode of life, if we expect classrooms provided with tables and benches, we cannot be successful. The organization of teaching should be in accordance with the living conditions of the students. Then the movement will last and bear good results. Our compatriots are still poor and cannot afford paper and pens, therefore, a small pocket exercise book is enough for each person. Reading and writing exercises can be done anywhere, using charcoal, the ground, or banana leaves as pens and paper. Clandestine cadres were assigned to teach and make one person literate every 3 months. At that time, there was no assistance from the government, no ministry or department in charge of educational problems, But in such precarious conditions, the movement kept developing, like oil spreading, the literate teaching the illiterate. In studying like in teaching, the youth is the main force of the mass education movement. Everywhere, we should make the youth understand this task. In teaching as well as in studying, the youth must always be in the vanguard. Mass education work is also teaching work, but not in schools or classes provided with lamps and books as in general schools. It is a wide, complicated, and self-sufficient movement. General schools are divided into first, second, third, and fourth forms, but in mass education there are students of all kinds, the young, the old. Some know much, others just a little, some assimilate quickly, others slowly. Therefore, this is a hard task, which requires much patience and effort. The fear of difficulties and hardships is not admissible in mass education. Sometimes we have to come and teach a mother of many children in her own house. With those aged people who are reluctant to attend classes, we should patiently convince them to do so, or sometimes come and teach them in their own houses. In order to wipe out illiteracy among the people, industriousness is indispensable. Bureaucratism and ordering about are impossible. The work is inconvenient and hard and gives no fame at all. In the war of resistance, if we succeeded in killing many of the enemies, we could become model fighters or heroes. When working in factories, if we make many innovations or surpass the production target, we become outstanding workers or labor heroes. Mass education work does not bring fame, and the job title does not sound important. It is, however, very glorious. We should not stand in one place and wish for another one. We should not nourish the wrong intention of giving up mass education work and entering a technical school, or teaching in a general school, or taking another profession. In social life, there are many professions. A division of work is therefore inevitable. I do one work, you take up another. Mass education work is an important one, having a great bearing on the nation and society, and also on the building of our country. Although not an important sounding, famous, or outstanding job, which makes one into a hero, it is really a very consequential one. A person who is now a mass education worker should refrain from the desire of assuming another profession. Mass education work is also placed under leadership. We have the ministry, the department, the zonal, and the provincial services. To lead is not to sit at our desks and write office notes. During the resistance, there were cadres who could draft a good program for secondary education, but were unable to take charge of a mass education class because they were always in the office. The leaders should closely unite with and assist the cadres in overcoming difficulties. Bureaucratism and ordering about are to be avoided. In any work, close connection with the people is essential. Mass education services at all levels should correct their own mistakes, if any, and learn from the experience of others. Formerly, being poor, workers and peasants could not send their children to school. Only a small number of children could attend class. The majority of these were from well-to-do families who had enough food to eat. In the countryside, only the children of landlords and rich peasants could go to school. Some cadres put the question as to whether the children of landlords and rich peasants should be allowed to teach in a mass education class. This is posing the question incorrectly. Any youth, male or female, is given this job if he or she is good. Otherwise, the work will not be entrusted to them. A worthy young person who does not approve of his or her parents' exploitations and does not side with them to act against the people will be accepted as a teacher in a mass education class. If he or she has committed serious faults, the job will not be given to them, either in mass education work or in any other work. If a certain young person whose parents are guilty landlords does not follow his or her parents, he or she is not guilty and can maintain citizenship rights like other young people. He or she can attend classes or take part in public work or join people's organizations. This point should be well understood and correctly applied by you who live in the countryside. Mass education work, though apparently not heroic, can be of very great service to the nation if it can wipe out illiteracy among the people in 3 years. Our country would be proud of having rapidly eliminated illiteracy. In so-called civilized countries such as the USA, Great Britain, and France, there are still some illiterate people. To wipe out illiteracy in 2 or 3 years is a very great victory. We should realize this and make further efforts. By so doing, it will not be this young man or that young woman who becomes a hero, but all cadres and teachers working for mass education will be heroes, and collective heroes are all the better. If illiteracy is wiped out in 3 years, new tasks will be set for the government, the Ministry of Education, and the Ministry of Culture, and you too will be faced with new tasks. It does not mean that when everybody knows how to read and write, you will have fulfilled your tasks and you may rest or take up another work. Illiterate people should learn to become literate. When they have learned to read, they should push further in their studies. Literate people will fall into illiteracy again if they have no reading materials. The government and the Ministry of Education have, therefore, the task of furnishing books and newspapers suited to the standards of these readers. You have the task of helping our illiterate compatriots to become literate, then to push forward their studies. So, you yourselves should push your studies forward in order to be able to teach at a higher level. Our nation goes forward, and the cadres should also go forward. They should march in the lead in order to ensure the continuous progress of the nation. To conclude, the party and the government will reward such communes that wipe out illiteracy first in a district. Such districts can then do so in a province, and such provinces can do so in the whole country. If you want to be rewarded, you should make effort. Making efforts does not mean issuing orders and compelling people to come and study or to force them to study beyond their capacities. You should be industrious and make efforts in accordance with the mass line. Our compatriots are very studious. We have experience in this. If our cadres endeavor to enrich their experiences, exchange their views, and discuss matters with one another, the work will certainly be successful. I present you with 15 remembrance insignia as rewards to those cadres who have obtained good achievements. One in the 1940s, about 90% of the Vietnamese population was illiterate. By 2009, the literacy rate was 93.5%. In September 1945, a month after taking control of the state in Vietnam's north, the Communists initiated the mass education campaign, Bin Dan Hoc Vu. More than 7.5 million Vietnamese went through these classes by 1954. Ho Chi Minh pledged to reverse the "keep the people stupid" Chin Saking U Dan policy of the feudal and colonial regimes. Mass female literacy and the promotion of science were two key advances of this program. En Van Cat, Trong Nan That Hoc, Hanoi, Nak Shuat Ban Jiao Duc, 1980. Tu Nguyen Van to 1889 to 1947.
7. Was the first chairperson of Vietnam's National Assembly. Although he was not a member of the Communist Party, he was a literary scholar who promoted the Latin script, promoted literacy and education, and wrote many books, including about the Compa peoples of central Vietnam. He was killed by the French on October 7, 1947. These three are amongst the over 50 ethnic minority groups in Vietnam. They comprise roughly 15% of the population. 36. Consolidation and development of ideological unity among Marxist-Leninist parties. Pravda, August 3, 1956. The 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union was greeted warmly in the Democratic Republic of Vietnam as in all other countries and considered as an extremely important historical event. The new measures were taken following the Congress in domestic and foreign policies of the Soviet Union, and the development of the revolutionary energy of the masses pointed out by the Congress show that the significance of the Congress of the Builders of Communism cannot be fully appraised. It is beyond question that the great program translated into the targets of the Sixth Five-Year Plan, the raising of all political, economic, and social forces of the country as put forth in the Congress, the checking of the personality cult and its consequences.
Consequences are brilliant successes recorded by the Soviet Union, which allow us to look forward to new great achievements of the Soviet Union in the near future. The important theoretical principles set forth by the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union on peaceful coexistence between countries with different social systems, on the possibility of preventing war in the present phase, on the multiform character of the transitional period towards socialism in various countries, All these principles have contributed to the consolidation of the forces of peace, democracy, and socialism throughout the world. The Congress also revealed new possibilities and opened new prospects to the working class movement for socialism and to all peoples who are defending their national independence. The effective struggle against the personality cult, as unanimously approved by the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, exerts a great influence over the whole communist movement. The June 30, 1956 resolution of the Central Committee helps us understand more deeply the question of the personality cult and that of overcoming its consequences. Speaking about the conditions required for the admission of various parties into the Communist International, V. Lenin pointed out that, in this period of acute civil war, the Communist parties can perform their duty only if they are organized in a most centralized manner, are marked by an iron discipline bordering on military discipline, and have strong and authoritative party centers invested with wide powers and enjoying the unanimous confidence of the membership. 2. Obviously, Lenin meant that the stage of fierce civil war and the restriction of democracy imposed on the Soviet people were only provisional and had to be abolished as soon as the new regime was consolidated. However, our enemies hoped to undermine the socialist camp from inside. They made a big error in thinking that their hopes could come true, mistaking the development of socialist democracy for the beginning of disorder and utter loss of the spirit of organization and inter-party discipline among Marxist-Leninist parties. It is crystal clear that once victorious, socialism can never tolerate the personality cult and its harmful consequences. The energetic measures taken by the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union to do away with the personality cult and its consequences set a brilliant example of unprecedented political boldness in history. The strict implementation of these measures in no way weakens but consolidates ideological solidarity among builders of communism, centered around the leading nucleus faithful to Lenin. The absolute prestige of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union is more and more enhanced and consolidated. Starting from Lenin's position regarding the question of criticism and self-criticism, the Central Committee of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union clearly stated that it had more concern with the necessity to correct mistakes and educate the party of the working class and of the masses of people than with the question of what would the reactionaries say. Lenin held it as the criterion of a correct and serious party, which is clearly aware of its responsibility and grasps the fact that the future interests of the movement should always come before everything. Such a policy certainly enhances, now as in the future, the prestige of the CPSU in the socialist camp, as well as among the toiling masses of the capitalist countries and dependent countries. An uproarious campaign of slander, launched by our enemies against the Communist Party of the Soviet Union for having worked out measures to liquidate the consequences of the personality cult, proves that they were blind politically. History will confirm it before long. The CPSU again demonstrates that the most important aspect of self-criticism is to correct one's errors practically and effectively. The scientific analysis of the conditions engendering errors has the effect of preventing their recurrence. All fraternal parties can draw valuable lessons from the documents of the 20th Congress that exemplify the high level of further development of Marxist-Leninism. It is beyond question that the resolutions of the 20th Congress will help fraternal parties correct their errors and improve their work in the struggle to build a peaceful, unified, independent, democratic, prosperous, and strong Vietnam. The Vietnam Workers' Party has always grasped the identity between the interests of the struggle for the liberation of all peoples from the imperialist yoke and those of the struggle for the liberation of the toiling masses from the exploitation of capitalism. Therefore, it has been able to lay the foundation for a solid friendship between the Vietnamese people and other peoples such as the Cambodian, Laotian, and French peoples. In a wider meaning, in the struggle for national reunification, the Vietnam Workers' Party has never isolated itself from the fraternal parties. In its whole practice, it has proven that genuine patriotism can never be separated from proletarian internationalism, and that the fraternal alliance between all fighters for a common cause, the liberation of mankind, the building of a classless society, peaceful coexistence, and lasting peace,
ACE, is unshakable. While the imperialists increased their organization and set up aggressive international blocs such as the CETO, NATO, and the Baghdad Pact, the Vietnam Workers' Party has never departed from its policy of cementing relations with the fraternal parties. The Vietnam Workers' Party is aware that international reaction is hatching big schemes, especially in South Vietnam and in the whole Pacific area, Taiwan, South Korea. It is also aware that through these plots, the international reaction is spearheading its forces at the national liberation movement and at the working class and peasants in Asia, that while carrying out these schemes, imperialism is seeking every means to weaken the ideological unity and fraternal solidarity between the
Marxist-Leninist parties of the working class in various countries. In the present international conjuncture, national features and conditions peculiar to each country become a more and more important factor in the elaboration of the policies of every communist and workers' party. At the same time, Marxism, Leninism remains the unshakable basis of the common struggle of all parties. The exchange of experiences on this struggle remains meaningful, and questions arising for this or that party are in no way this or that party's own concern, but have vital connections with the international proletariat as a whole. For example, we, Vietnamese people, not only have to define our own methods and measures in the struggle against the U.S. imperialists and the South Vietnam administration's schemes to perpetuate the division of our country and in our struggle to gradually advance to socialism. This is obvious. But our party also clearly understands that our activities now and in the coming period cannot be confined within the mere national limit, that these activities are connected by thousands of ties with the general struggle waged by the progressive world, and that the genuine solidarity shown by the socialist camp and the peace-loving peoples throughout the world is as necessary to us as it was formerly during the Vietnamese People's War of Resistance for national salvation. The 9th plenary session of the Central Committee of our party, held from 19 to 24 April 1956, made a deep study of the documents of the 20th Congress of the CPSU. Participating in the work of the session were members of the Central Committee, secretaries of the party committees of zones, provinces, and important towns, and a number of responsible cadres and central organs. The Vietnam Workers' Party has recorded big results in the creative application of Marxism-Leninism to the Vietnamese reality. Our people scored great victories during and after the war, in the consolidation of the completely liberated North, and in the political, economic, and social spheres. Besides, the party was able to unite, in the Vietnam Fatherland Front, all patriots struggling for independence and national reunification through peaceful means. The resolutions of the 9th plenary session of the Central Committee of the Vietnam Workers' Party also emphasized the great significance of the principles of collective leadership in the building and consolidating of the party, the importance of which was emphasized at the 20th Congress of the CPSU. In general, our party has carried out the principle of collective leadership. However, a profound study of it has spotlighted many shortcomings. We must admit that the personality cult has also existed to some degree in Vietnam, both inside and outside the party. Though it has not led to serious errors yet, it has limited the initiative and fighting spirit of the active elements and of the people. We have found manifestations of the personality cult, both in leading central and local organs. To overcome these shortcomings, we have decided to improve the ideological work in the party and among the people. In a recent session, the Council of Ministers highlighted the great achievements made in the carrying out of land reform and in economic rehabilitation, in raising the people's living standards, and in the political consolidation of our people's democratic state. The Congress also pointed out many shortcomings and errors in the implementation of the policy of alliance against the feudal influence in the countryside, in the methods of struggle against the enemy of the working class, in the implementation of the finance policy, and in the organizational readjustment. In the press and at party meetings, we have constantly called on all party members to strengthen their ties with the masses and consider the situation in the South while putting forth and carrying out the party policies. Our struggle is not yet over. We still have to overcome many difficulties, especially those arising from the partition of our country and the wrong execution of correct policies. We are firmly convinced that these difficulties can be overcome and that we shall be victorious because our party enjoys the confidence of the people, the support of the socialist countries, and the sympathy of progressive forces all over the world. By severely criticizing Stalin's errors and by launching a resolute struggle against the personality cult, the 20th Congress of the CPSU has set a brilliant example of political boldness and deep confidence in the people. The Vietnam Workers' Party considers the criticism of the personality cult as an eloquent proof of strength and a great victory of the CPSU and of the world revolutionary movement. Our enemy has attempted to make use of the criticism of the personality cult to mitigate the influence of the great achievements recorded by the Soviet Union and to blemish the revolutionary movement, which is ceaselessly gaining more victories. They try to sow confusion among the communist and workers' parties and to split the ranks of the toiling people, but their efforts will be for naught. Like other fraternal parties, the Vietnam Workers' Party is clearly aware that the struggle of the CPSU and its fraternal aid has been of great significance for the liberation of all peoples. All maneuvers of the enemy of communism to blemish the Soviet Union and its Communist Party will certainly fail. We are clearly aware that our common enemy's clamors only betray their fear in the face of new forces and new victories. Faced with the ever more perfidious schemes of the imperialist reactionary influence, now more than ever, we must strengthen and develop ideological unity, solidarity among communist and workers' parties tirelessly, struggle to defend the purity of Marxism-Leninism, which is our common treasure, and study and correctly apply the theoretical principles of Marxism-Leninism to the realities of each country. We are confident that under the banner of Marxism-Leninism, victory will certainly be ours. In 1956, at the 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, CPSU, the first secretary of the party, Nikita Khrushchev, read out a report of violations of Soviet law. It is here that Stalin showed in a whole series of cases his intolerance, his brutality, and his abuse of power. He often chose the path of repression and physical annihilation, not only against actual enemies, but also against individuals who had not committed any crimes against the party or the Soviet government, said Khrushchev's report. The speech shook communist parties around the world. The next year, to commemorate the 40th anniversary of the October Revolution, the CPSU held an international meeting of communist and workers' parties in Moscow. Ho Chi Minh attended the event along with Le Duan and Pham Hung. The meeting adopted the line of peaceful coexistence, the importance of decolonization and national liberation, and the particular history and trajectory of the various communist movements in the world. Ho Chi Minh's 1956 article, published in the newspaper of the CPSU, anticipates the themes of the final declaration of the 1957 meeting. 2 V.I. Lenin, Terms of Admission into Communist International Collected Works, Vol. 31, 206 to 211, 37. Letter to the Peasants and Cadres on the Successful Completion of Land Reform in the North. August 18, 1956. 2 years have passed since the victorious end of the resistance. The northern part of our country has been completely liberated from the colonialists' shackles now. The peasants in the north are also freed from the yoke of the feudal landlords. Nearly 10 million peasants have received land. Tens of thousands of new cadres have been trained in the countryside. The organization of the party, administration, and peasants' associations in the communes have been readjusted. This is a great victory, which opens the way for our peasants to build a life with enough food and clothing, and brings a valuable contribution to economic rehabilitation and development, as well as to the consolidation of the North into a solid base for the struggle to reunify our country. This victory has been scored thanks to the correct policy of our party and government, the united struggle of the laboring peasants, the active support of the army and the people, and to the cadres' sacrifice and efforts. On this occasion, on behalf of the party and government, I affectionately congratulate our peasants on their victory, congratulate the land reform cadres and the communal cadres and activists who have undergone hardships, overcome difficulties, and struggled perseveringly, and congratulate the people and the army who have actively contributed to the common victory. Land reform is a class struggle against the feudalists, an earth-shaking, fierce, and hard revolution. Moreover, the enemy has frenziedly carried out sabotage work. A number of our cadres have not thoroughly grasped the land reform policy or correctly followed the mass line. The leadership of the Party Central Committee and of the government is sometimes lacking in concreteness, and control and encouragement are disregarded. All this has caused us to commit errors and meet with shortcomings in carrying out land reform, such as in realizing the unity of the countryside, in fighting the enemy, in readjusting the organization, in applying the policy of agricultural taxes, etc. The Party Central Committee and the government have rigorously reviewed these errors and shortcomings and have drawn up plans to resolutely correct them with a view to uniting the cadres and the people, stabilizing the countryside, and promoting production. We have to correct such shortcomings as not relying fully on the poor and landless peasants, not uniting closely with the middle peasants, and not establishing a sincere alliance with the rich peasants. The status of those who have been wrongly classified as landlords or as rich peasants will be reviewed. Party membership, rights, and honor should be reinstated to party members, cadres, and others who have been wrongly convicted. With regard to landlords, we should abide by the 8-point regulation when dealing with them and pay attention to those landlords who have taken part in the resistance and supported the revolution, or those whose children are enrolled in the army or working as cadres. Wherever land area and production output have been erroneously estimated, a readjustment is required. The correction of errors should be resolute and planned. What can be corrected immediately should be dealt with without delay. What cannot be corrected immediately should be done in the process of rectification. It is necessary to further the achievements we have made and at the same time resolutely to right the wrongs committed. At present, the people have become masters of the countryside. They should therefore be closely united, enthusiastically engage in production, develop and consolidate the mutual aid teams, etc., in order to become wealthier day after day and to contribute to the enriching of our people and the strengthening of our country. Cadres should endeavor to study general culture and politics, to set an example in work and production, and in a practical way take care of people's living conditions. The people should frankly criticize and help the cadres in their work. Cadres at zonal and provincial levels should give practical assistance to cadres at district and commune levels so that their work and production may have good results. Unity is our invincible force. In order to consolidate the North into a solid base for the struggle to reunify our country, our entire people should be closely and widely united on the basis of the worker-peasant alliance in the Vietnam Fatherland Front. It is all the more necessary for veteran and new cadres of the party and government to assume an identity of ideas, to be united and single-minded, and to compete to serve the people. All the cadres and people should closely unite around the party and government and endeavor to emulate with one another in making our democratic countryside happier and more prosperous. Administration. The party, however, struggled with the economic impact of the reforms, especially with mixed results from the cooperatives. An October 1957 preliminary assessment of cooperatives pointed out that half of the households in the better organized cooperatives earned more than in the pre-collectivization phase, but most of the households gained less income than before. In a survey of 26 cooperatives in Phu Tho, Thái Nguyên, Ninh Bình, and Thanh Hoa provinces during the summer of 1957, the data showed that 1 in 3 households earned less than in 1956. The government continued to struggle with the mixed results till the Doi Moi reform era that opened in 1986. Doi Moi Kin Te, Exe Hoi, Pham Xuan Nam, Ed, Hanoi, NXB Koa Hok Exa Hoi, 1991. 38. Speech at the opening of the first theoretical course of Nguyen Ai Quoc School. September 7, 1957. Dear comrades, today the theoretical party school opens. On behalf of the Party Central Committee, I hope you study hard and wish the school success. Here is my view on the theoretical study. Why do we have to study theory? Our party has established the theoretical school for cadres to raise the level of their understanding in order to meet the requirements of its revolutionary tasks and the practical situation so that it can better carry out its work and fulfill its great revolutionary tasks. Our party is a Marxist, Leninist party that has been tested and tempered for a long time in hard-to-fought struggles. That is why it has a great many strong points. For example, our party is loyal to Marxism, Leninism, and to proletarian internationalism, has great determination in its fighting capability, and has great revolutionary ardor and traditional solidarity and unity. However, our party has also many weak points, and an important one is the low level of its ideological understanding. Because of its many strong points, our party has led the revolution to great and fundamental successes. But on the other hand, due to the low level of its ideological understanding, when facing new and more complicated revolutionary tasks, perplexity and errors are inevitable in our party leadership. For example, we have committed errors in the carrying out of land reform, in the organizational readjustment, and in economic management. At present, what are the revolutionary tasks of our party? On the national level, we have not yet completed the task of the national people's democratic revolution. As for the North alone, since the restoration of peace, it has been completely liberated and has stepped into the transitional period to socialism. In the South, we are carrying on the task of the national people's democratic revolution and are struggling for national unity. Socialism has become a powerful world system. The movement for peace, democracy, and national liberation are on the ascendancy. The liberated North is being built up and consolidated. Our people in the South have been tempered in the war of resistance and in these 3 years of struggle by peaceful means. Nevertheless, these tasks also have many difficult and complicated aspects. For example, changes in the international and domestic situation require from us the proper line, principle, and method of action. Our enemy is very wicked. Our cadres and people have not thoroughly understood that the struggle for national reunification by peaceful means is a long and hard struggle. This demands that our party raise its ideological understanding. To do so, Marxist-Leninist studies must be conducted in the whole party, first of all among high-ranking cadres. The North is in the transitional stage to socialism. The socialist revolution is the most difficult and far-reaching change. We have to build up a completely new society unknown in our history. We have to radically thousand-year-old customs and habits, ways of thinking and prejudices. We have to change old relations of production, abolish the exploiting classes, and establish new relations of production without exploitation and oppression. Therefore, we must gradually turn our country from a backward agricultural country into an industrial one. Step-by-step collectivization of agriculture has to be implemented. Private industry, commerce, and handicraft must go through a socialist transformation. Our ignorant and poverty-ridden country must be turned into one with an advanced culture and a happy and merry life. These tasks must be undertaken under the particular conditions of our country, that is, on the basis of a very backward country, newly freed from colonialist and feudal rule and being divided into 2 zones. In such conditions, what must be our method, form, and speed to gradually advance to socialism? These are problems facing our party at the present time. To solve them with less fumbling and errors, we must learn from the experiences of the fraternal countries and apply them in a creative way. We have to intensify our Marxist-Leninist training in order to apply the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint, and method in summing up our party's experience and correctly analyzing the peculiarities of our country. In this way, we shall gradually succeed in grasping the laws governing the development of the Vietnamese Revolution and working out the line, guiding principle, and concrete steps of socialist revolution adequate to the situation in our country. Thus, the party's general level of Marxist-Leninist understanding must be raised, and Marxist-Leninist studies carried on by the party, primarily by high-ranking cadres. On the other hand, in the period of the socialist revolution, the party must be stronger than ever. Society cannot be transformed unless the party members transform and elevate themselves. The socialist revolution demands of the party members and cadres a firm proletarian stand and high socialist consciousness. It demands of them to sweep clean the influence of the exploiting classes' ideologies, individualism, and to forge collectivism. It requires them to overcome bureaucracy and narrow-mindedness in order to maintain close contact with the masses, thereby developing to the full the creativeness of the masses of people in building socialism. because socialism can be built only by the creative labor of millions of fully conscious people. Consequently, the general level of ideological understanding of the party must be raised, and Marxism-Leninism must be studied in the party, first of all among high-ranking party cadres. Thus, we see that Marxist-Leninist studies are an urgent need for our party. What is the importance of theory to our party? Lenin, our great teacher, summarized the importance of theory in a few sentences as follows: "There cannot be a revolutionary movement without revolutionary theory, and only a party guided by a vanguard theory can possibly fill the role of vanguard fighter." 2. The Communist Party of the Soviet Union. The first party to blaze the trail of liberation for mankind has always paid attention to theory, because it has realized that theory shows it the correct path to communism. The Chinese Communist Party, which is a model of a communist party in a semi-colonial and semi-feudal country, has for a long time taken great care of theory. Mao Zedong said that if among the leading party cadres there were about 100 or 200 who succeeded in making a systematic and practical study of Marxism-Leninism, then it could be considered that they were able to defeat the Japanese imperialists. When summing up experiences, the Eighth Party Congress concluded that good or bad party leadership depended, first of all, on whether training in Marxism-Leninism of high-ranking cadres was good, and that the carrying on of Marxist-Leninist studies for party cadres and members was the key for better work thenceforward. Through the experience of fraternal countries, we all the more see the pressing need for and the importance of theoretical study for the party, beginning first with the high-ranking cadres. What is our cadres' attitude toward theoretical study? It can be said that our party has never been confronted with so many complicated, big, and difficult problems as at the present time. In this situation, our cadres, in general, have felt that their weakness lies in lack of theory, and consequently, they have understood the need for theoretical study and have asked the party to organize theoretical study for them. This is a very good sign. We must promote this yearning for study and for progress in order to step up the movement for theoretical study in our party. However, this does not mean that all our cadres have understood this. For example, at present, there are many cadres who bury themselves all day long in routine work without being aware of the importance of theory. Hence, there are signs of slighting study or lacking the determination to find ways and means to combine work with study. Or, after a period of study on the job, there are chiefly those with low education who are not used to reading and meditation, those who grumble when encountering difficulties inherent in reading documents, in going deeply into and pondering over them. Or having fruitlessly applied a number of experiences without creativeness, we lack conviction in the need to study theory and to learn from the experiences of fraternal countries, etc. These are manifestations of empiricism and must be overcome. These are also expressions of a revisionist character to be watched in order to step up the present movement for theoretical study. I have dealt with the importance of the theoretical study, and now I shall speak of the integration of theory with practice. The theory is very necessary, but an unmethodical study yields no result. Therefore, in studying theory, we have to stress that theory must be integrated with practice. Unity of theory and practice is a fundamental principle of Marxism-Leninism. Practice without the guidance of theory is blind practice. Theory without integration with practice is mere theory. For that reason, while laying stress on the importance of theory, Lenin repeated over and over again that revolutionary theory is not dogma, but a guide to revolutionary action, that it is not something rigid, but is something of a rich creative nature. That theory needs to be constantly improved by new conclusions drawn from living practice. Communists of various countries must concretize Marxism-Leninism to the circumstances of the given time and of the given place. The party school is the school to train outstanding fighters devoted to the proletarian cause. You are all high-ranking cadres of the party. Your theoretical study does not aim at turning you into mere theoreticians, but at enabling you to work well. It means that you must study the spirit of Marxism-Leninism, its stand, viewpoint, and method, to put it into practice in order to satisfactorily solve practical problems in our revolutionary work. How is theory integrated with practice? We study theory in order to apply it, not for its own sake, and not to save as capital for ourselves later to use as a bargaining chip with the party. All bad motives should be extirpated. We do not study to learn by heart every sentence and every word and apply the experience of fraternal countries in a mechanical way. We must learn Marxism, Leninism to analyze and solve the actual issues of the revolution in our country according to its particular conditions. While applying theory, we must improve and enrich it with new conclusions drawn from our revolutionary practice. Theory is the summing up of the experiences of mankind, the synthesis of knowledge of nature and society in the course of history. The Marxist-Leninist theory is the summing up of the experiences of the workers' movements of all countries to the present time. Stalin said that theory is the science of laws governing the development of nature and society, the science of revolution of the oppressed and exploited masses, the science of the success of socialism in all countries, and the science of communist construction. Reality is problems to be solved and contradictions lying within things. We are revolutionary cadres. Our reality is to solve the problems confronting us by the revolution. Real life is immense. It covers the experience drawn from the work and thought of an individual, the party's policies and line, its historical experiences, and issues at home and in the world. In the course of our study, these are the realities with which we must keep in contact. However, in this school, we must primarily compare theory with our thought and work. That is, to use the theory we have acquired to make an analysis of the success and failure in our work and to discover the origin of our correct or wrong stand, viewpoint, and method. We do this analysis in order to improve our approach to these issues and to achieve better results. We carry out the revolution with a view to transforming the world and society. To transform the world and society, we must, first and foremost, transform ourselves. Therefore, we must, in the first place, integrate theory with our actual work and thought in order to transform ourselves, to improve our Marxist, Leninist stand, viewpoint, and method. In our study, we must also focus on the actual issues in the country and in the world and the revolutionary problems and tasks ahead of our party. Using this acquired understanding, we can find the correct line and method for solving these issues, analyzing the experiences drawn from work done by the party, and discovering the causes of its successes and failures. This will help us consolidate our stand and enhance our viewpoint and method. However, it is necessary to refrain from demanding a resolution to all actual issues in the course of the study. The practice of the revolution is very extensive, and the resolution to all the issues put forth by this practice is a long-term work for the whole party. At school, we can only lay the foundation for the integration of theory with practice. The experience of fraternal parties, as well as ours, has given many lessons in the harm done by dogmatism divorced from real life. The 20th Congress of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, while criticizing the cult of personality, pointed out the harm done in ideological work. As a result, the party succeeded in correcting its mistakes and achieved many successes. Since the 20th Congress, the fraternal parties have actively overcome the bad consequences of dogmatism, which were manifested in the fact that in many places, experiences of fraternal countries were applied mechanically, disregarding the peculiarities of one's own country. Many times, the Chinese Communist Party also made mistakes in its line and suffered losses from dogmatism. In the fight against it, the Chinese Communist Party, under Mao Zedong's leadership, succeeded in combining the universal truth of Marxism-Leninism with the revolutionary practice of China, thereby taking the proper steps relative to Chinese society and making a great contribution to the treasure house of Marxist-Leninist ideology and experience. Thanks to its ability in combining Marxism-Leninism with the actual situation of our country, our party has scored many successes in its work. However, the combination of Marxist-Leninist truth with the practice of the Vietnamese Revolution was not complete and brought about many mistakes, namely those committed in the land reform, organizational readjustment, and economic construction. At present, in building socialism, although we have the rich experiences of fraternal countries, we cannot apply them mechanically because our country has its own peculiarities. Disregarding the peculiarities of one's nation while learning from the experiences of the brother countries is a serious mistake, is dogmatism. But the undue emphasis on the role of national peculiarities and negation of the universal value of the great, basic experiences of the brother countries will lead to grave revisionist mistakes. For that reason, while laying emphasis on the importance of the theoretical study, stress must always be laid on the principle of integrating theory with practice. We have to overcome dogmatism and be also on our guard against revisionism. In short, we must be aware of the importance of theory and study enthusiastically. In the course of your study, only by making use of what you will have learned to analyze and solve the practical questions in your ideological work and in the party can you obtain good results. To put into practice the principle of integration of theory with practice, and to reach the aim of your study, that is highlighting theory, ideological transformation, and strengthening party spirit, it is necessary to have a correct attitude to study. Be modest and frank. The level of ideological understanding of our party is rather low. Nobody can boast about being good at it. Therefore, modesty and frankness are to be highlighted. We must go deep into and ponder over Marxist-Leninist works and the lectures given by the professors from friendly countries, humbly learning from them and recognizing what one knows and what one does not know. Conceit, self-assumption, and self-complacency are the #1 enemies of study. Voluntarily and consciously consider study as a task to be completed at all costs by a revolutionary cadre, thereby actively and on one's own initiative, fulfilling the plan for study, highlighting industriousness and unflinching efforts when confronted with difficulties in the study. Highlight independent and free thinking. Go deep into and thoroughly understand the documents without having blind faith in every word and phrase of the documents. Boldly put forth for discussion the questions one has not thoroughly understood until one fully grasps them. Ask why. When faced with any question, and carefully consider whether it is in conformity with real life and reason, and absolutely refrain from obeying the book with blindfolded eyes. There must be mature thinking. Defend truth and stick to principle. Indiscriminate yeses and compromise are not allowed. Help each other in the study. Conduct bold criticism and sincere self-criticism from a desire for solidarity with the aim of building new solidarity on a new basis. You must gradually build up this attitude towards study and make it into a habit in the course of the study. Only in this way can you realize the principle of integration of theory with practice, enabling your study to reach its aim, that is, to train cadres capable of applying the Marxist-Leninist stand, viewpoint, and method in solving concrete revolutionary issues. These are my views for you to examine. I again wish the school success. The Central Committee of the Vietnam Workers' Party set up the Nguyen Ai Quoc School, Branch 1, in Hanoi, to train the advanced cadres of the party. The courses, which ran from Marxism to party history to sociology to law, ran from 1 to 2 years. 2 V.I. Lenin, What is to be done? 1903. 3 Mao Zedong, Win the Masses in Their Millions for the Anti-Japanese National United Front, May 7, 1937. Selected Works, Vol. 1. Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1965, p. 291. 4 Stalin, Foundations of Leninism, 1924. Speech at a mass rally in New Delhi. February 6, 1958. Mr. President of the City Council of New Delhi. Dear elders, brothers and sisters, youth and children, the Vietnamese people were very happy to welcome Premier Nehru and Vice President Radhakrishnan. This time we are very pleased to pay a visit to Great India, the native land of Buddha and Mahatma Gandhi. We have been greeted with warm friendship and solemnity by the Indian government and people. Today, I again meet you here. On behalf of the Vietnamese government and people, I thank you and convey our warmest greetings of friendship to the citizens of India and of the capital, New Delhi. The people of our two countries have had long-standing brotherly relations. Indian culture and Buddhism spread to Vietnam from ancient times. Under the colonialist rule, the relations between our two countries were severed for a period of time. But our nations have always been tied by traditional friendship. Nowadays, India is a powerful country and plays an important role in the world. Under the clear-sighted leadership of your eminent leader, Premier Nehru, you have made many great achievements in national construction, in the development of your fine traditional culture, and in the construction of an autonomous economy. We are aware of the great efforts of the Indian government and people in national construction, and of the achievements of Indian scientists who have made an important contribution to the building of the country. These facts show that once a nation is independent, it is fully able to build an ever-improving life. We congratulate you on the many achievements scored in the first 5-year plan and wish you bigger successes in the carrying out of the second 5-year plan. Together with the great Indian people, many Afro-Asian countries have freed themselves from the colonialist rule and become independent. The Chinese people are enthusiastically building socialism. The people in Southeast Asia and in the Middle and Near East have risen up, determined to win back and defend their freedom and independence. The African peoples are heroically struggling against the colonialist yoke. Colonialism is irretrievably disintegrating. The time when the colonialists ruled the roost is gone. The time has come when the world's peoples are masters of their own destiny. However, there are still a number of Afro-Asian countries that are still suffering under the iron heel of colonialism. The colonialists have set up aggressive military alliances, SEATO and the Baghdad Pact, and military bases on the territory of other countries and interfered in the internal affairs of these countries. They have left no stone unturned in an attempt to regain their old ruling position. But they have failed. The Afro-Asian peoples are ever more closely united and support one another in their struggle against colonialism. India has made a great contribution to the anti-colonialist movement. Vietnam has also taken a little part in it. The Vietnamese people have struggled for more than 80 years against French colonialism and have waged the 9-year war of resistance under the most difficult circumstances. They have, in the end, triumphed over the colonialists. This shows that once a nation is united and determined to fight and enjoys the support of the world's people, it will certainly win freedom and independence in the end. The Geneva Conference has put an end to the aggressive war in Vietnam and recognized the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of Vietnam. We sincerely thank the government and people of India for their worthy contribution to the success of the Geneva Conference and their great efforts in carrying out their task as chairman of the International Commission for Control and Supervision of the Implementation of the Geneva Agreement in Vietnam. At present, the earnest aspiration of the Vietnamese people is national reunification by free general elections as provided for by the Geneva Agreement. However, owing to the subversive scheme of the imperialists and their henchmen, Vietnam is not yet united. Vietnam is one, and it has from north to south a common language, history, culture, and economy. The Vietnamese people, who have shed much blood for freedom and independence, are resolved that no force can obstruct the reunification of their country. We firmly believe that our action for national reunification will be crowned with success because we are working for a just cause, and because our people are united and enjoy your sympathy and that of peace-loving people everywhere. We are struggling for peace because we can build our country only in peace. We highly appreciate the Indian people's love of peace. We wholeheartedly approve the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence of which Premier Nehru is one of the promoters, and that are supported and put into practice by an ever-growing number of countries. We need peace to build a happy life for our people and our children. Because we want peace, we hate war and are resolved to oppose it. The world situation is developing in favor of the peace movement. The ranks of the peace forces include 1.2 billion Afro-Asian people who have liberated themselves, the Soviet Union, China, and the other socialist countries, and hundreds of millions of people in the imperialist countries. Our Afro-Asian countries are playing an ever greater part in defense of peace. The Asian People's Solidarity Conference, convened by India, then the Bandung Conference, have realized Afro-Asian solidarity against colonialism and for the defense of peace. The recent Cairo Conference has powerfully furthered the spirit and forces of the Bandung Conference. The peace movement is spreading throughout the world. People of all countries are demanding the end of the arms race, disarmament, banning of nuclear production, tests, and use. the abolition of aggressive military pacts, and the dismantling of military bases in foreign countries. They demand the convocation of heads of government to settle international issues by means of peaceful negotiations in order to lessen international tension. The yearning for peace of the world's people will certainly triumph over all war plots. Dear friends, we are very pleased to see that our two peoples stand side by side and pursue a common aim in the common struggle for world peace and national independence. We believe that the Indian people want Vietnam to be reunified soon, just as the Vietnamese people wish that Goa will soon return to the great Indian community. Since peace has been restored in our land, close relations have been established between our two countries. We have established good economic and cultural relations. Delegations of friendship have been exchanged. We welcome all opportunities to strengthen relations between our two countries and with other Afro-Asian countries. We firmly believe that our present visit will further strengthen the friendship between our two peoples and contribute to the solidarity among Afro-Asian countries and consolidate peace in Asia and in the world. Once more, I send cordial greetings from the citizens of Hanoi capital to the citizens of New Delhi. Long live Vietnam-Indian friendship. Long live peace in Asia and in the world. Vietnam, Hindi bye-bye. Ho Chi Minh struck me not only very much as a man of peace, but as an extraordinarily likable and friendly person. In September 1957, India's Vice President S. Radhakrishnan visited Saigon, which was followed by a visit by Ngo Dinh Diem to India in November, and followed yet again by a visit from India's President Rajendra Prasad to Saigon in March 1959. In between these trips, Ho Chi Minh visited India between 5 and February 13, 1958. The joint statement released by Nehru and Ho Chi Minh is as follows. At the invitation of the Government of India, His Excellency Dr. Ho Chi Minh, President of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, visited India from 5 to February 13, 1958. During his stay, the President visited places of historical and cultural interest, hydro, electric projects, industrial centers, and community development projects. The President of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam met the President of India, the Prime Minister of India, and other members of the Government of India, and took the opportunity of his visit to have a friendly and informal exchange of views with the Prime Minister on the international situation and matters of mutual interest to their two countries. The President expressed his deep appreciation of the warm welcome given to him and of the friendship of the Indian people for the people of Vietnam. The President was glad to have the opportunity to see himself the Indian people's love for peace and their government, his achievements in the building of a modern country, while at the same time retaining and developing their ancient and traditional culture. The President and the Prime Minister reaffirmed their faith in Panchsheel, the 5 principles of peaceful coexistence. They affirmed their belief that the application of these principles in international relations will help to relax international tensions and provide a basis for peace and understanding among nations. The President and the Prime Minister agreed that, with the developments in the fields of space travel and atomic and thermonuclear warfare, maintenance of peace has, more than ever before, become imperative. They agreed that a high-level meeting for the consideration of ways and means to end nuclear and thermo-to-nuclear tests and for achieving progressive disarmament and the lessening of world tensions is eminently desirable, and expressed the hope that it will take place early. The President and the Prime Minister were of the opinion that military blocs only result in increasing international tensions, and expressed their resolve to continue and intensify, in their respective spheres, their efforts towards the maintenance of peace. Even while facing international reprimand, India stood close to its belief to support Vietnam in its testing times during the 60s and 70s, which was well appreciated by Vietnam. Speech at the Congress of Cultural Workers. October 30th, 1958. Today you are meeting after having participated in a production drive. On behalf of the party and the government, I welcome you. Now I have some remarks to make. In cultural work, the cadres have made efforts, and, generally speaking, the cultural branches have recorded achievements. This is praiseworthy, but there are still many shortcomings. Let us take an example. To rehabilitate folklore is to restore what is good and gradually discard what is bad. In this regard, we have done pretty well this year. But last year, while rehabilitating the folklore, superstitious rites and practices were restored. As a result, in many rural places, people neglected production and did nothing but sing incantations, shake rattles, and beat drums. Certain villages pooled together 1 million dongs to purchase ritual costumes, frocks, helmets, and boots. Is it the correct way to restore folklore? We should restore and develop what is good and eliminate what is bad. Hereafter, I give some opinions to help you in your discussions. What is the present task of our whole party and people? It is to gradually build the North so as to advance towards socialism and serve as a strong base for the struggle for national reunification. To carry through the struggle for national reunification, we must build the North towards socialism. Now, cultural workers have begun to take part in manual work and serve production, which is a good thing. It is a good change, but only an initial step. So, you deserve commendation, particularly those who have gone to mountain areas. We should recognize that, generally speaking, are cultural. Activities are confined to towns, where they are easy to develop, but they have not yet reached our compatriots of the Mio and Mang nationalities. On the highlands, to go from one house or one hamlet to another, one has usually to walk more than 5 kilometers uphill and down, dale and ford, and across many streams. Those who would perform such journeys must be patient. From a general viewpoint, this first step is a good one, but you have to be patient and develop these efforts further. The second point I would like to raise is that, like all other workers, and cultural workers must train themselves in ideology and raise their political knowledge, their combativeness, and their sense of responsibility. For example, those who go to the minority zones must have, first and foremost, a will and a political stand. Besides this, you must pay due attention to artistic, professional, cultural, and technical studies. We must also realize that, compared with the fraternal countries, say, Korea, we still have a low cultural and technical level. In the political and ideological fields, in the professional, artistic, technical, and cultural spheres, our standards are still low. Therefore, everyone must exert more effort to study. To use Chinese words, we must be first communist and then expert. Both tasks must be thoroughly performed. Another question to be clearly put forward is, who does culture serve? We must say, of course, that it serves the workers, peasants, and soldiers, who are the bulk of our people. A few years ago, this question was not solved in a clean-cut way, was it? Cultural workers cannot say art for art's sake, but must assert that culture is put at the service of the workers, peasants, and soldiers. There is another question regarding the masses and literary creation. Can the masses create literary work? Are they qualified for it? This question must also be clearly settled. The masses are creators. The workers and peasants are creators. Not only do they create material wealth for society, but they also create literary work. You all know who the authors of our proverbs are. They are the masses. Our beautiful proverbs, popular songs, and poems are the work of the masses. They are beautiful, short, not long-winded, and intricate. Cultural workers must help and foster the creations of the masses, these precious pearls. Toward this goal, we must, of course, master politics and technique in order to cut those precious stones into beautiful works of art. Another question revolves around popularization and elevation. What is elevation? It means raising cultural standards. But to raise standards, we must start from a foundation. If we raise from the vacuum, there would be neither a high nor low level. That means we must popularize first. That is, we must have a foundation. Then from this popularization, this foundation, we shall raise standards. Take an example from today's situation. Mass education has developed fairly well in many places. Many villages, districts, and cities have wiped out illiteracy. Popularization is already done. But now, a higher step must be reached. After wiping out illiteracy, something else must be done. We cannot stop there. It is the same for cultural and artistic work. In short, we must have a foundation, and on this basis, define the degree and the objects of elevation. that is about popularization and elevation. The various departments of the Ministry of Culture, the various branches, and the cultural services at the provincial level must go to the countryside, factories, and the army. They must work, eat, and live with the people. If we go to the countryside but only work occasionally, eat and live apart from the peasants, how can we sympathize with them? Can we make friends with workers, peasants, and soldiers? To really approach the masses, we must eat, live, and work with them. Only by so doing can we get acquainted with their living conditions and understand their difficulties, their will, their valiant spirit, and their aspirations. I wish that this Congress will pass practical resolutions. Good success to you all. One at the Congress of Culture 1948, Ho Chi Minh said that the movement against colonialism was nation-building resistance. It was not enough to win political liberty, but a people had to craft their own sense of cultural belonging and cultural transformation. Ho Chi Minh built upon the Theses on Culture, 1943, drafted by Truong Chin, head of the party's Department of Propaganda and Training. Chin laid out 3 axes for cultural transformation: building national culture, Dan Tok Hoa, building popular culture, Dai Chung Hoa, and building a scientific temper, Koa Hok Oa. For more, Truong Chin, Marxism and Vietnamese Culture, Truong Chin, Selected Works, Hanoi, Foreign Languages Publishing House 1977, and Kim Ninh, A World, Transformed, The Politics of Culture in Revolutionary Vietnam, 1945 to 1965, Ann Arbor, University of Michigan Press, 2002. 2. Ho Chi Minh refers to the debate in China over whether to prioritize politics, red, over expertise, expert. During the Great Leap Forward in China, the tendency went to favor red rather than expert. In a speech in Beijing on November 6, 1957, Vice Chairman of the Communist Party of China Liu Shaoqi called for the creation of red experts. The slogan of First Expert, Then Red is a call for alienation from politics, designed to induce the intellectuals to refuse to remold themselves and reject the working class stand. He said, "This is in reality a slogan to lead people to the old way of the bourgeois intellectuals. Our intellectuals must understand that it is impossible to keep away from politics. Alienation from revolutionary politics might lead to reactionary politics. Lack of a correct political stand might lead to a reactionary one. Such people can never work for our socialist cause sincerely and reliably, nor serve the workers and peasants wholeheartedly, even if they succeed in attaining some conwelge and technique." Ho Chi Minh suggests that the way forward is to build red experts, not to favor either red or expert by itself. For more, Liu Shaoqi, Report on the Work of the Central Committee, Second Session of the 8th National Congress of the Communist Party of China, Peking, Foreign Languages Press, 1958, and Lun Yu Hung Yu Chuan, Peking, Shengkuo Qingnin Shu Penshe, 1958. 41. New Situation and Immediate Tasks of the Army, March 1958. In 3 years of peaceful construction, our Army has obtained fairly good results and succeeded in setting up bases for further advancement, particularly after the 12th section of the Party Central Committee, and thanks to the good ideological remolding it has gone through, the Army, which as a whole, is at one with the Central Committee's resolutions and the conclusions of the Party General Committee, has further elevated its sense of organization and discipline. As a result, the Army is united and in high spirits. Owing to this progress, party congresses at regiment and battalion echelons have all yielded fairly good results. Military training has obtained good results. The work of demobilization and the experiment in compulsory military service has been carried out satisfactorily, and the building of barracks has started. On behalf of the Party Central Committee and the government, I praise our whole Army, all members of the party, and the Youth Union in the Army. What are the new situation and the immediate tasks of our Army? Globally, the peace and socialist forces are growing stronger and are able to prevent war. Generally speaking, the situation is less tense than before. The imperialists, however, are stepping up war preparations, and that is why we must always be vigilant. At home, while we are carrying on the struggle for national reunification, the North has, in the main, completed land reform and economic rehabilitation. This year, we begin to develop the economy with a long-term 3-year plan. This is a success and a new step in the transitional stage to socialism. In this situation, what are the tasks ahead of our army? First, we must build up a powerful army ready to fight for the maintenance of peace, national defense, the safeguarding of socialist construction in the North, and to serve as a mainstay in the struggle for national reunification. This task involves the building of a permanent army and a reserve. Second, we must take an active part in production to make a contribution to economic construction and the building and consolidation of our rear forces. These tasks are both important, complement each other, and closely joined together, as both are aimed at making our army stronger and the North steadier with every passing day. The party and the government assign the army these two tasks, and it must strive to complete them successfully. What must be done to fulfill these tasks? Party leadership in the army must be strengthened. Political education must be intensified to raise the socialist consciousness of the whole army. Military and technical training must be accelerated. Regulations and discipline must be observed strictly. Production plans must be fulfilled. To enable our army to complete these tasks, the officers must enhance their determination and, at the same time, must be cautious. Determination must go together with caution and does not mean recklessness. The determination of the party and the government must be turned into that of our whole army. How is this determination implemented in practice? The standing army must, and study actively, strictly observe regulations and discipline, be ready for action. The units engaged in production must work to fulfill the production plan. The officers must have a sense of responsibility, correctly carry out orders and instructions, overcome difficulties, maintain close contact with reality, carry out constant checkups and supervision, and oppose bureaucracy and indifference. This is how determination must be manifested. Another point is that we must grasp the situation and tasks in a well-rounded and practical way, without deviation, without subjectivism, and with partiality. For example, to see only production, because this is a new task, without noticing the task of building up the army, or inversely to see only advantages and not difficulties and become subjective, or to see only difficulties and not advantages and become pessimistic, is not being well-rounded in one's approach. To be aware of the difficulties of one's unit only, and not those of the upper and lower echelons, or only those of the army without noticing those of the party, the government, and the people, are other examples of a one-sided approach to tasks. We must be fully aware of our responsibility to overcome difficulties and fulfill our tasks. Another point is that our soldiers must emulate each other in study and in production. They must be modest, simple, must practice economy and fight waste and corruption. The officers must set an example in everything. Especially high-ranking officers, members of the party and the youth union must be in the lead with exemplary conduct, helping everyone to make progress. Another important point is to strengthen unity. Needless to say, unity is strength, and it has brought success to our revolution and victory to our war of resistance. Nowadays, in the building of the army and pursuing economic development, we must also strengthen unity. Unity among officers, unity between officers and men, unity between Northerners and Southerners, and unity between fighting units and units engaged in production. Unity between the army and the people must be brought into practice, and the army must help the people. Especially the units engaged in production must take greater care to help the people, implementing the policy of nationalities of the party and the government. There must be unity among the army, the administration, and the party. The army must value the leadership of the party and the government, and must help local party committees and administrations. It must refrain from conceit and self-importance that easily come from success, and they signify ideological regression. For that reason, when scoring success, our army must be all the more modest and should not be conceited. In a word, the whole army must be united in the struggle and determined to build our army into a powerful army ready to fight. It must be good at study, good at work, and good at production. Act 2. Excerpt from a talk at a cadres meeting debating the draft law on marriage and the family. October 1959. There are people who think that as a bachelor, I may not have a perfect knowledge of this question. Though I have no family of my own, I have a very big family, the working class throughout the world, and the Vietnamese people. From that broad family, I can judge and imagine the small one. At present, our entire people wants socialist construction. What is to be done to build socialism? Production must certainly be increased as much as possible. To increase production, there must be much labor power, which can be obtained satisfactorily only by emancipating the women's labor power. Women make up half of society. If they are not liberated, half of society is not freed. If women are not emancipated, only half of socialism is built. It is correct to take a keen interest in the family. Many families constitute society. A good society makes a good family, and vice versa. The core of society is the family. It is precisely to build up socialism that due attention must be paid to this core. As the proverb says, living in harmony, husband and wife may empty the East Sea. To enjoy harmony in matrimonial life, marriage must be based on genuine love. The law on marriage to be presented to the National Assembly is a revolution, an integral part of the socialist revolution. Therefore, we should adopt the proletarian stand to understand it. It is not correct if our understanding is based on feudal, bourgeois, or petty bourgeois viewpoints. The law on marriage aims at emancipating women, that is, at freeing half of society. The emancipation of women must be carried out simultaneously with the extirpation of feudal and bourgeois thinking in men. As for themselves, women should not wait until the directives of the government and the party free them, but they must rely upon themselves and struggle. Since it is part of our revolution, the party exerts leadership over this law, from its preparation to its execution. Leadership by the party means that all cadres and party members must apply this law strictly and lead all youth and women's organizations resolutely and correctly to put it into effect. The execution of this law is, on the one hand, satisfactory because our people have received the party education and have made much progress, and on the other, has many difficulties because of the long-standing and deeply rooted old habits and traditions among the people. That is why everything is not over with the promulgation of this law, but long-term propaganda and education needs to be carried on to obtain good results. I hope that all of you will do your best, be patient, have a thorough knowledge of this law, and carry it out satisfactorily. In particular, you must be very careful because this law exerts great influence on the future of the family, society, and the nation. On December 18, 1959, the National Assembly of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam adopted a new constitution. As part of this process, a series of laws had to be reworked, including, on 28 December, the law on marriage and the family. The law made 4 important advances. It abolished the practice of arranged marriages. It abolished polygamy. It recognized the equality of men and women in society and at home. It recognized the rights of women and children. 43. Excerpt from a speech delivered at the meeting reviewing the managerial work of agricultural producers, cooperatives. November 1959. First of all, we must clearly see what the aim of the organization of the cooperatives is. It is to improve the peasants' living standards to enable them to have enough food, clothes, good health, and education, and to enrich the people and strengthen the country. The country is strong only when its people are rich. This is the particular and common aim of the co-op building. If we want to eat fruit, we must grow plants. To have enough food, clothes, and improved life, it is necessary to increase production and practice thrift. To do that, the organization and management of the co-ops must be done well. Confident in and obedient to the party and the government, our peasants have organized the co-ops and entrusted their fields, buffaloes, oxen, and farm implements to the managing committees. Who is responsible for the thinness of buffaloes and oxen and the decreased production of the co-ops? Once having joined the co-ops, our peasants want to see their production and income increase more than before they joined them. Thus, the task of the managing committee is to do what it can to develop the production of the cooperative. We must produce much and pay attention to an equitable distribution of production. This requires, from the cadres, public spiritedness, and this can sometimes mean they have to sacrifice a part of their own interest for the common interests. We must not keep good things for ourselves and give bad things to others. To properly manage the COOPS, the management cadres must work democratically, avoid bureaucracy and commandism, and carefully discuss every question with the COOP members. Commandism, bureaucracy, and lack of democracy will certainly lead to failure. In short, the management cadres must find all means to push forward the production of their co-ops, increase the income of the company, ops, and of its members, and help the latter work enthusiastically and happily, thus making the co-op inner life more united. The co-op must have their regulations worked out by the COOP members after free discussions and implemented by them willingly. Practical points must be mapped out, such as safeguarding public property, cleaning farm implements after work, and not exhausting the buffaloes and oxen by excessive labor, thus making them grow thin. The regulations must be short, clear, and as such can be implemented by anybody, and by so doing they are useful to the CO operatives. The localities must pay attention to organizing side occupations in the CO ops, such as fish breeding, weaving, brickmaking, cutting of timber, gathering of firewood, in order to increase the CO op members' income, and should not give them up as is done in some places. But on the other hand, agricultural work must not be neglected because of the rather high income yielded by side occupations, rushing for side occupations instead of scooping water and fertilizing when necessary. Attention must be paid to both agriculture and side occupations, but farming is always the main occupation. The distribution of income derived from agriculture and side occupations must be rational in order not to prejudice the agricultural workers and provide suitable bonuses to encourage those who have side occupations. At present, the provinces are extending the CO-op movement. Attention must be paid to the quality of the CO-ops when they are established. A newly built co-op must be a good one. If all communes and districts can succeed in building one or some good co-ops with increased production and increased income, solidarity, and gaiety in the CO-op inner life, and by outstripping the goals of the work exchange teams and the individual farmers' households, these co-ops will be able to attract broad peasant masses to them. On the contrary, if they only outstrip by a little, or cannot outstrip the work exchange teams or the individual farmers' households, then few persons will join them even if intensive propaganda is launched. To develop advantageously, the CO-op movement must start from the lower level and advance to the higher level. To organize the CO-ops well, the work exchange teams must be developed and strengthened. Through the recent discussions on the two paths, many peasants want to embark on the cooperative path. The localities must pay attention to developing the work exchange teams. They must turn seasonal work exchange teams into permanent ones. Then they must turn their attention to work exchange teams with records of work points. And finally, they must strengthen and develop the co-ops and gradually move from lower types to higher types. After having discussed the two paths, the cadres and managing committees must, in practice, make everybody see clearly the difference between them. For this purpose, the income of the COOPs must be increased, the CO-op members' living conditions must be improved, and the latter must work enthusiastically to be united and happy. To be successful in developing and strengthening the COOPs, we must always remember and then carry out the slogan, to industriously and thriftily build the co-ops. To look after one's garden better than the COOP's field must be avoided. By so doing, one lacks industriousness. Toward the co-op, one must not seize any opportunity to organize great feasts, killing oxen for entertainments. By so doing, one lacks thrift. The money of the COOP must be used only for its practical interests. And lastly, the localities must pay attention to immediately fighting drought and killing insects in order to harvest a good autumn crop. At the same time, they must actively carry out a successful winter-spring crop well-roundedly, abundantly, and steadily. 1. At the 8th session of the National Assembly in 1955, the government laid out policies to develop CO operatives, issuing a resolution on agricultural cooperatives. The government set up the Management Committee for Supplying and Marketing Cooperatives, 1955, and then the Union of Small Handicraft Industry Cooperatives, 1961. In 1956, the peasantry created 190,000 mutual help groups, which drew in about half of the peasant households. The number of agricultural cooperatives jumped from 4,723 in 1958 to 40,420 in 1960, by which time 2.4 million peasant households, 86% of the total, participated in this system. Ho Chi Minh's speech came amid this expansion. For more on the CO operatives, see Thi Tran, Vietnam's Agriculture, The Challenge and Achievements, Singapore, Institute of Southeast Asian Studies, 1998. March 8, 1960. Since its establishment, the International Women's Federation has become a powerful force struggling for peace, national liberation, and socialism. Animated by tradition with a heroic combativeness and industriousness during the War of Resistance, our Vietnamese women from north to south enthusiastically took part in the struggle against the enemy to save our country. Since the restoration of peace, our country has been temporarily divided into two zones. In the South, our women have steadfastly struggled against the cruel domination of the USDM clique. In the North, entirely liberated, they have enthusiastically vied with one another in increasing production, in practicing saving, and have made progress in routine work and study. Our party and government have paid constant attention to raising women's position. Equality between man and woman as stipulated in the Constitution, the law on marriage, etc., serve this goal. However, our women must make further efforts to catch up with the women of the fraternal countries and to contribute a greater part to socialist construction. Take an example. In their families, the Soviet women are not busy with their children and with cooking. In society, they are completely equal to men and share with them all political, economic, and cultural work. In the educational and medical fields, women cadres are more numerous than men. In 1958, women accounted for 52% of the newly graduated technicians. More than one-third of the members of the Soviets of the republics of the USSR are women. Comrade Esnasrudinova, an engineer, is, at the same time, chairman of the Uzbekistan Soviet Socialist Republic, SSR. Under the leadership of our party, our women must devote themselves to their political, cultural, and technical studies, raise their patriotism and socialist awareness, enthusiastically emulate one another in their work of industriously and thriftily building their country and their home, closely unite with one another, take part in socialist construction in the North, struggle for national reunification, and defend world peace. As worthy daughters of the Trung and true heroines, you will certainly discharge your glorious tasks successfully. The communist movement in Vietnam glanced backward to incorporate stories of strong women from the past, such as the Trung sisters of 40 AD and Lady Trieu, of the 3rd century AD, and then looked across the world at previous communist attempts to secure women's emancipation, such as in the USSR. Ho Chi Minh refers to the Women's International Democratic Federation (WIDF), set up in 1945 by the International Communist Movement. The Vietnam Women's Union joined WIDF in 1946. 45. Speech opening the Third National Congress of the Vietnam Workers' Party. September 5, 1960. Dear comrades, today the Third National Congress of our party opens at a time when our entire people are joyfully celebrating the 15th anniversary of the founding of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. This Congress of our party is attended by over 500 delegates, representing more than 500,000 party members throughout the country, and personifying the heroic militant tradition of our party over these 30 years. On behalf of the Central Committee, I extend cordial greetings to you, to all the cherished members of our party, to the representatives of the Vietnam Socialist Party and the Vietnam Democratic Party, and to the representatives of the member organizations of the Fatherland Front. Our Congress is very happy to extend its warm welcome to the comrade delegates of the Communist Party of the Soviet Union, the Communist Party of China, the Albanian Party of Labor, the Bulgarian Communist Party, the Polish United Workers' Party, the Socialist Unity Party of Germany, the Hungarian Socialist Workers' Party, the Mongolian People's Revolutionary Party, the Romanian Workers' Party, the Korean Workers' Party, the Communist Party of Czechoslovakia, the French Communist Party, the Communist Party of India, the Communist Party of Indonesia, the Communist Party of Japan, the Communist Party of Canada, and other fraternal communist parties, prompted by lofty sentiments of international brotherhood. Our comrades have come to take part in our Congress and to bring us the friendship of the fraternal parties. So, though frontiers and mountains stand between us, proletarians of the whole world come together as one family. On behalf of the Congress, I heartily salute all the workers, peasants, intellectuals, soldiers, cadres, youth, and children who have been enthusiastically engaged in the emulation of recording new achievements in honor of the Party Congress and the 15th National Day. Dear comrades, over the past 30 years, large numbers of our comrades and compatriots have heroically made the supreme sacrifice for the cause of the revolution. During the War of Resistance, how many fighters gave their lives for our country? Over the last 6 years, how many brave fighters in the South have, in their turn, given their lives for the nation? Our party and our people shall forever treasure the memory of their most splendid sons and daughters who have fallen in the fight for the cause of national liberation and the ideal of communism. 1 minute silence. More than 9 years have elapsed since our party's Second National Congress. Over the past 9 years, our party, implementing the line of the Second Congress, led our people's bitter, difficult, and heroic war of resistance. The brilliant victory of Dien Bien Phu put an end to the aggressive war unleashed by the French colonialists assisted by the U.S. imperialists. The Geneva Agreements were signed. Peace was restored in Indochina on the basis of international recognition of the sovereignty, independence, unity, and territorial integrity of our country. North Vietnam was completely liberated. 6 years have elapsed, but our country has not yet been reunified as stipulated by the Geneva Agreements. Our government and people have always correctly implemented the agreements signed. But the USDM clique is deliberately partitioning our country and shamelessly sabotaging the Geneva Agreements so that the south of our country is still going through hell under their ruthless rule. That is why our people have constantly been struggling to achieve the peaceful reunification of the country and for the freedom of our compatriots in the South, who are being dragged through blood and fire. The widespread, deep-going, and powerful struggle of our compatriots in the South is continuing. The South has proved worthy of its glorious title, Brass Wall of the Fatherland. Since the reestablishment of peace, the North, completely liberated, has shifted over to the stage of the socialist revolution. This is a change of great significance in the Vietnamese Revolution. Under the leadership of the party, the land reform has been victoriously carried through, liberating the toiling peasants, translating the slogan "Land to the Tillers" into reality. We have successfully restored our economy and are now victoriously fulfilling the 3-year plan for the development of the economy and culture. In the socialist transformation of agriculture, handicrafts, and private capitalist industry and commerce, we have won a victory of a decisive character. We have recorded many achievements on the agricultural and industrial production fronts and in cultural and educational work, and have achieved improvements in the people's living standards. The North is becoming more and more consolidated and transformed into a firm base for the struggle for national reunification. The big victories won over the past 9 years have testified to the correctness of our party's line and the firmness of our party's leadership. They are victories of Marxism-Leninism in a country that has suffered imperialist oppression and exploitation. Our party is worthy of the confidence of our people from north to south. Our party can be proud to be the heir to our people's glorious traditions and the guide who leads them on the road to a bright future. Dear comrades, all these victories are not the work of our party alone. They are the common work of our entire people all over the country. The revolution is the work of the masses, not that of any heroic individuals. The success of our party lies in the fact that it has organized and developed the boundless revolutionary power of the people and led the people in battle under the invincible banner of Marxism-Leninism. The victories of the Vietnamese Revolution are due also to the wholehearted assistance of the fraternal socialist countries, especially the Soviet Union and China. We avail ourselves of this opportunity to express our warm feelings of gratitude towards the fraternal socialist countries headed by the great Soviet Union. We are also sincerely grateful to other fraternal parties, first of all to the French Communist Party, for their active support in our people's just struggle. We sincerely thank all colonial nations and peace-loving people throughout the world who have always given us their sympathy and support. The history of the 30 years-long struggle of our party has taught us this. The best guarantee of victory for the revolution is to steep ourselves in Marxism-Leninism, to remain loyal to the interests of the working class and the people, to preserve solidarity and unity within the party, between all communist parties, and with all countries of the big socialist family. Our party has, in the past, always fulfilled these tasks. In the future, too, our party will undoubtedly continue to do so, dear comrades. Our party has won many big victories, but it is not faultless. We have not, however, concealed our mistakes. On the contrary, we have frankly practiced self-criticism and actively corrected our mistakes. Victories have not made us dizzy with success or self-complacent. Today, armed with our own experiences and those of the fraternal parties, we resolutely strive for further and ever greater progress. The present task of the Vietnamese Revolution is to lead the North forward to socialism, to struggle for national reunification by peaceful means, and to complete the national people's democratic revolution throughout the country. The decisions of this Congress will guide our whole party and our whole people in the successful construction of socialism in the North, endowing the North with modern industry and agriculture, advanced culture, and advanced science, making our people's lives more and more abundant and happy. The second Party Congress was the Congress of Resistance. This present Party Congress is the Congress of Socialist Construction in the North and of the struggle for peaceful national reunification. Our people, who showed their heroism in the War of Resistance, are now showing heroism in their labor for national construction. We will undoubtedly succeed in building glorious socialism in the North. A prosperous and strong North is the firm base of the struggle for national reunification. This Congress will shed new light on our people's path of revolutionary struggle, leading to peaceful national reunification. Our nation is one. Our country is one. Our people will undoubtedly overcome all difficulties, achieve national reunification, and bring the North and the South together again. Dear comrades, the Vietnamese Revolution is a part of the world forces of peace, democracy, and socialism. The Democratic Republic of Vietnam is a member of the big socialist family headed by the great Soviet Union. It is our duty to defend the advanced post of socialism in Southeast Asia, to endeavor to contribute to the strengthening of the forces of the socialist camp, and to safeguard peace in Southeast Asia and the world. Today, socialism has become a powerful world system, as strong as a brass wall. Our people are greatly encouraged by the momentous achievements of the Soviet Union in the building of communism and the big victories of China and the other fraternal socialist countries in the building of socialism. Our people strongly support the foreign policy of peace and the disarmament program advanced by the Soviet Union and other countries in the socialist camp. Our people also rejoice profoundly at the victories won by the peoples of Asia, Africa, and Latin America in their great struggle against the imperialists, especially the U.S. imperialists. It is crystal clear that the forces of peace, democracy, national independence, and socialism throughout the world have become definitely stronger than the imperialist camp. The peoples of the world, uniting closely with one another and struggling actively, will undoubtedly be able to prevent world war and establish a lasting peace. The resolute struggle of oppressed peoples will undoubtedly defeat the imperialists and colonialists. Socialism will ultimately triumph throughout the world. In this great struggle, solidarity between the forces of the socialist countries and the complete unity of the communist and workers' parties of all countries is of the utmost importance. We are confident that the communist and workers' parties will continue to strengthen the cohesion of the countries of the world socialist system and will preserve, like the treasure it is, unity in the struggle for peace and the security of all peoples for the triumph of the great cause of Marxism-Leninism, Bucharest Communiqué. In our time, the imperialists can no longer rule the roost in the world as before. But so long as imperialism exists, there remains the danger of war. The declaration of the meeting of representatives of the communist and workers, parties of the socialist countries held in Moscow in 19, reminds us that the Communist and Workers' parties regard the struggle for peace as their foremost task. All nations must display the utmost vigilance in regard to the war danger created by imperialism. We must also bear in mind that the greater and stronger the unity of the various patriotic and democratic forces, the greater the guarantee of victory in the common struggle. The imperialists have, in the past, caused our people much suffering. The U.S. DM clique is now partitioning our country and trampling on the south of our country. So long as we have not driven the U.S. imperialists out of the South, liberated it from the barbarous rule of the U.S. DM clique, our people can never know the peace of mind. That is why the struggle for the defense of peace and for national reunification cannot be separated from the struggle against U.S. imperialism. In the common struggle to safeguard peace and national independence in Indochina, the Vietnamese people resolutely support the Laotian people's present heroic struggle against U.S. imperialism, which has the aim of leading Laos along the road to national concord, independence, unity, peace, and neutrality. We sincerely hope that friendly relations between our country and the neighbor countries, especially Cambodia and Laos, will be established and promoted in a satisfactory manner. Dear comrades, the cause of the socialist revolution in the North and the struggle for national reunification, along with contributing to the safeguarding of peace in Southeast Asia and the world, set out heavy but glorious tasks for our party. To ensure the victory of the revolution, a question of decisive significance is the further heightening of the capacity for the struggle of our whole party, and the promotion of the leading role of our party in all fields of work. Our party has always endeavored to closely integrate Marxism-Leninism with the actual practice of the Vietnamese Revolution. In general, our party cadres and members are of good revolutionary substance, but we still have many shortcomings, such as subjectivism, dogmatism, empiricism, bureaucratic style of work, and individualism. These shortcomings are hampering the progress of our comrades. We must endeavor to study Marxism-Leninism, strengthen ideological education in the party, and struggle to overcome these shortcomings. We must further heighten the class character and vanguard character of the party, constantly strengthening the party's ties with the masses and uniting with all patriotic and progressive people in order to win victory in the construction of socialism and the struggle for national reunification. We must strive to learn, in a creative way, from the experiences of the fraternal parties. We must never fall into arrogance and conceit. We must be modest, as Lenin taught us. This present party Congress will elect the new Central Committee of our party. We are confident that, with the new Central Committee, our party will be more closely united and will further mobilize the people throughout the country to strive to fulfill the great task now facing us, which is to build socialism in the North and to struggle for national reunification by peaceful means. Long live great Marxism-Leninism. Long live the heroic working class and people of Vietnam. Long live the Vietnam Workers' Party. Long live the solidarity and unity of the fraternal parties and of the big socialist family headed by the great Soviet Union. Long live a peaceful, unified, independent, democratic, prosperous, and strong Vietnam. Long live world peace. 1 in 20 to 26 June, 51 parties attended 2 conferences held on the sidelines of the 3rd Congress of the Romanian Workers' Party, the Bucharest Conference of Representatives of Communist and Workers' Parties, and the Conference of Communist and Workers' Parties of the Socialist Countries. The Vietnam Workers' Party was represented by Le Duan, who would become the General Secretary of the party in the 3rd Congress, 1960. At the Bucharest meeting, the tension between the USSR and the People's Republic of China came out in the open when Nikita Khrushchev clashed with Peng Zheng, who led the Chinese delegation. Vietnam remained neutral at this meeting. 46. A call to the comrades and fighters throughout the country. July 17, 1966. Comrades and fighters throughout the country. The barbarous North American imperialists have unleashed a war of aggression aimed at the conquest of our country, but they are suffering major defeats. They have sent a massive expeditionary force of some 300,000 soldiers to the south of our country. They have recognized a lackey administration and a puppet army as the instruments of their aggressive policy. They have utilized extremely savage methods of war, toxic chemicals, napalm bombs. Their policy has been to burn, destroy, and kill everything in sight. By these criminal methods, they hope to bring our comrades in the South to their knees. But under the firm and capable leadership of the National Liberation Front, the armed forces and the people of the South, strongly united and heroically fighting, have won glorious victories and have shown their firm determination to fight to total victory, to liberate the South, defend the North, and begin the reunification of our country. The North American aggressors have launched their reckless air attacks against the north of our country, hoping to extricate themselves from their defeat in the South and force us to negotiate on their terms. But the North has not weakened in the slightest. Our armed forces and our people have redoubled their efforts, increased production, and fought with even greater heroism. As of this moment, we have shot down more than 1,200 airplanes. We are determined to break the back of the destructive war and at the same time support our beloved comrades in the South with all our forces. Recently, the North American aggressors have reached a new height in the escalation of the war. They have attacked the suburbs of Hanoi and the city of Haiphong. This is a desperate act, comparable to the furious writhing of a dangerously injured and suffering beast. Johnson and his clique should be warned that they can bring 500,000 men or 1 million more to intensify their war of aggression against South Vietnam. They can use thousands of planes to intensify their aerial attacks against the North. But they will never succeed in breaking the iron will of the heroic people of Vietnam in their fight against North American aggression and for the salvation of their country. With each increased aggression, their crimes become graver. The war can last 5, 10, 20, or more years. Hanoi, Haiphong, and other cities and their enterprises can be destroyed, but the Vietnamese people will not be intimidated. There is nothing more precious than independence and liberty. When the day of victory comes, our people will rebuild an even better nation, a bigger and more beautiful country. The whole world knows that each time the Yankee aggressors prepare to escalate their criminal war, they announce their false peace negotiations, with bombs and rockets trying to deceive world opinion and blame Vietnam for not wanting peace negotiation. Mr. President Johnson, answer this question publicly before the North American people and the peoples of the world who sabotaged the Geneva Accords that guarantee the sovereignty, the independence, the unity, and the territorial integrity of Vietnam? When has the Vietnam Army invaded the United States and killed North American troops, which would lead you to invade Vietnam and kill the Vietnamese people? The United States must end its war of aggression against Vietnam and withdraw its troops and those of its satellites from Vietnam. Then peace will be reestablished at once. Vietnam's position is clear, and it is based on the 4 points of the government of the Democratic Republic of North Vietnam and the 5 points of the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam. There is no other way except this. The Vietnamese people dearly love peace, a true peace, a peace with independence and liberty, and not a false peace, a Pax Americana. For the independence of our country, for our duty toward all the peoples fighting North American imperialism, our people and army, united as one, without flinching at any sacrifice or hardship, will fight resolutely until complete victory is won. In the past, we have beaten the Japanese fascists and the French colonialists under much more difficult conditions. Today, the internal and the external conditions are much more favorable for us, and our people's struggle against the Yankee aggressors for the salvation of our nation will be crowned with total victory beyond any doubt. Dear compatriots and fighters, we have a just cause, the force of unity of the entire people from north to south, the tradition of invincible struggle. Moreover, we have the broad and full sympathy and solidarity of our fraternal socialist countries and of the progressive peoples of the entire world. We shall win! In the face of the new situation, all as one are resolved to overcome all difficulties and problems in order to achieve the glorious historic mission entrusted to our nation, the defeat of the North American aggressors. With this aim, in the name of the Vietnamese people, I express our fervent appreciation of the support and unreserved aid we have received from socialist countries and the progressive peoples of the world, including the North American people. Actually, I am firmly confident that, in the face of these new criminal maneuvers of North American imperialism, the peoples and governments of the fraternal socialist countries, and of those Countries that believe in world peace and justice will even increase their support and their aid to the Vietnam people in its struggle against North American imperialism and for the salvation of our country until total victory is won. The Vietnamese people will win. The North American aggressors will be defeated. Long live a peaceful, reunited, independent, democratic, and prosperous Vietnam. Compatriots and fighters throughout the entire country, let us march forward with valor. 5 points of the National Liberation Front, March 1965. The U.S. imperialists are the saboteur of the Geneva Agreements, the most brazen warmonger and aggressor, and the sworn enemy of the Vietnamese people. The heroic South Vietnamese people are resolved to drive out the U.S. imperialists in order to liberate South Vietnam, achieve independence, democracy, peace and neutrality, and eventual reunification of the Vietnamese fatherland. The valiant South Vietnamese people and the South Vietnam Liberation Army are resolved to accomplish to the full their sacred duty to drive out the U.S. imperialists so as to liberate South Vietnam and defend North Vietnam. The South Vietnamese people express their profound gratitude for the wholehearted support of the peace and justice-loving people all over the world, and declare their readiness to receive all assistance, including weapons and all other war materials from their friends in the 5 continents. United as one man, the whole people in arms continue to march forward heroically and are resolved to fight and to defeat the U.S. aggressors and the Vietnamese traitors. 4 points of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, April 1965. Reaffirmation of the basic national rights of the Vietnamese people: peace, independence, sovereignty, unity, and territorial integrity. In accordance with the Geneva Agreements, the U.S. government must withdraw from South Vietnam all U.S. troops, military personnel, and weapons of all kinds, dismantle all U.S. military bases there, and cancel its military alliance with South Vietnam. The U.S. government must end its policy of intervention and aggression in South Vietnam. In accordance with the Geneva Agreements, the U.S. government must stop its acts of war against North Vietnam, cease all encroachments on the territory and sovereignty of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, pending the peaceful reunification of Vietnam. While Vietnam is still temporarily divided into 2 zones, the military provisions of the 1954 Geneva Agreements on Vietnam must be strictly respected. The 2 zones must refrain from joining any military alliance with foreign countries, and there must be no foreign military bases, troops, and military personnel on their respective territory. The internal affairs of South Vietnam must be settled by the people of South Vietnam themselves, in accordance with the program of the South Vietnam National Front for Liberation, without any foreign interference. The peaceful reunification of Vietnam is to be settled by the Vietnamese people in both zones, without any foreign interference. This stand unquestionably enjoys the approval and support of all peace and justice-loving governments and peoples of the world. The government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam holds that the above-mentioned stand is the basis for the soundest political settlement of the Vietnam problem. If this basis is accepted, favorable conditions will be created for the peaceful settlement of the Vietnam problem, and it will be possible to consider the reconvening of an international conference of the type of the 1954 Geneva Conference on Vietnam. The government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam declares that any approach contrary to the above stand is irrelevant. Any approach leading to a U.S. intervention in the Vietnam situation is also irrelevant, because such approaches are basically at variance with the 1954 Geneva Agreements on Vietnam. Letter from U.S. President Johnson to Ho Chí Minh, President of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, February 8, 1967. Dear Mr. President, I am writing to you in the hope that the conflict in Vietnam can be brought to an end. That conflict has already taken a heavy toll, in lives lost, in wounds inflicted, in property destroyed, and in simple human misery. If we fail to find a just and peaceful solution, history will judge us harshly. Therefore, I believe that we both have a heavy obligation to earnestly seek the path to peace. It is in response to that obligation that I am writing directly to you. We have tried over the past several years, in a variety of ways and through a number of channels, to convey to you and your colleagues our desire to achieve a peaceful settlement. For whatever reasons, these efforts have not achieved any results. In the past 2 weeks, I have noted public statements by representatives of your government suggesting that you would be prepared to enter into direct bilateral talks with representatives of the U.S. government, provided that we ceased unconditionally and permanently our bombing operations against your country and all military actions against it. On the last day, serious and responsible parties have assured us indirectly that this is, in fact, your proposal. Let me frankly state that I see 2 great difficulties with this proposal. In view of your public position, such action on our part would inevitably produce worldwide speculation that discussions were underway and would impair the privacy and secrecy of those discussions. Secondly, there would inevitably be a grave concern on our part whether your government would make use of such action by us to improve its military position. With these problems in mind, I am prepared to move even further towards an ending of hostilities than your government has proposed in either public statements or through private diplomatic channels. I am prepared to order a cessation of bombing against your country and the stopping of further augmentation of U.S. forces in South Vietnam as soon as I am assured that infiltration into South Vietnam by land and by sea has stopped. These acts of restraint on both sides would, I believe, make it possible for us to conduct serious and private discussions leading toward an early peace. I make this proposal to you now with a specific sense of urgency arising from the imminent New Year holidays in Vietnam. If you are able to accept this proposal, I see no reason why it could not take effect at the end of the New Year or Tet holidays. The proposal I have made would be greatly strengthened if your military authorities and those of the government of South Vietnam could promptly negotiate an extension of the Tet truce. As to the site of the bilateral discussions I propose, there are several possibilities. We could, for example, have our representatives meet in Moscow, where contacts have already occurred. They could meet in some other country, such as Burma. You may have other arrangements or sites in mind, and I would try to meet your suggestions. The important thing is to end a conflict that has brought burdens to both our peoples and, above all, to the people of South Vietnam. If you have any thoughts about the actions I propose, it would be most important that I receive them as soon as possible. Sincerely, Lyndon B. Johnson. President Ho Chi Minh's reply to President Johnson's letter, February 15, 1967. Excellency, on February 10, 1967, I received your message. Here is my response. Vietnam is situated thousands of miles from the United States. The Vietnamese people have never done any harm to the United States. But, contrary to the commitments made by its representative at the Geneva Conference of 1954, the United States government has constantly intervened in Vietnam. It has launched and intensified the war of aggression in South Vietnam for the purpose of prolonging the division of Vietnam and of transforming South Vietnam into an American neo-colony and an American military base. For more than 2 years now, the U.S. government, with its military aviation and its Navy, has been waging war against the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, an independent and sovereign country. The United States government has committed war crimes, crimes against peace and against humanity. In South Vietnam, 500,000 U.S. soldiers and soldiers from the satellite countries have resorted to the most inhumane arms and the most barbarous methods of warfare, such as napalm, chemicals, and poison gases in order to massacre our fellow countrymen, destroy the crops, and wipe out the villages. In North Vietnam, thousands of U.S. planes have rained down hundreds of thousands of tons of bombs, destroying cities, villages, mills, roads, bridges, dikes, dams, and even churches, pagodas, hospitals, and schools. In your message, you appear to deplore the suffering and the destruction in Vietnam. Permit me to ask you, who perpetrated these monstrous crimes? It was the U.S. soldiers and the soldiers of the satellite countries. The United States government is entirely responsible for the extremely grave situation in Vietnam. The Vietnamese people deeply love independence, liberty, and peace. But in the face of us aggression, they have risen up as one man, without fearing the sacrifices and the privations. They are determined to continue their resistance until they have won real independence and liberty and true peace. Our just cause enjoys the approval and the powerful support of peoples throughout the world and of large segments of the American people. The United States government provoked the war of aggression in Vietnam. It must cease that aggression. It is the only road leading to the re-establishment of peace. The United States government must halt definitively and unconditionally the bombings and all other acts of war against the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, withdraw all American troops from South Vietnam and all troops from the satellite countries, recognize the National Front of the Liberation of South Vietnam, and let the Vietnamese people settle their problems themselves. Such is the basic content of the four-point position of the government of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam. Such is the statement of the essential principles and essential arrangements of the Geneva Agreements of 1954 on Vietnam. It is the basis for a correct political solution to the Vietnamese problem. In your message, you suggested direct talks between the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and the United States. If the United States government really wants talks, it must first halt the bombings and all other acts of war against the Democratic Republic of Vietnam unconditionally. It is only after the unconditional halting of the American bombings and of all other American acts of war against the Democratic Republic of Vietnam that the Democratic Republic of Vietnam and the United States can begin talks and discuss questions affecting the two parties. The Vietnamese people will never give way to force. They will never participate in a conversation under the clear threat of bombs. Our cause is absolutely just. It is desirable that the government of the United States act in conformity to reason. Sincerely, Ho Chi Minh. Letter from U.S. President Richard Nixon to Ho Chi Minh, President of the Democratic Republic of Vietnam, July 15, 1969. His Excellency Ho Chi Minh, President, Democratic Republic of Vietnam, Hanoi. Dear Mr. President, I realize that it is difficult to communicate meaningfully across the gulf of 4 years of war, but precisely because of this gulf, I wanted to take this opportunity to reaffirm in all solemnity my desire to work for a just peace. I deeply believe that the war in Vietnam has gone on too long, and delay in bringing it to an end can benefit no one, least of all the people of Vietnam. My speech on 14 May laid out a proposal, which I believe is fair to all parties. Other proposals have been made, which attempt to give the people of South Vietnam an opportunity to choose their own future. These proposals take into account the reasonable conditions of all sides, but we stand ready to discuss other programs as well, specifically the 10-point program of the NLF. As I have said repeatedly, there is nothing to be gained by waiting. Delay can only increase the dangers and multiply the suffering. The time has come to move forward at the conference table toward an early resolution of this tragic war. You will find us forthcoming and open-minded in a common effort to bring the blessings of peace to the brave people of Vietnam. Let history record that at this critical juncture, both sides turn their face toward peace rather than toward conflict and war. Sincerely, Richard Nixon. President Ho Chi Minh's reply to President Nixon's letter, August 25, 1969. His Excellency, Richard Milhous Nixon, President of the United States. Mr. President, I have the honor to acknowledge receipt of your letter. The war of aggression of the United States against our people, violating our fundamental national rights, still continues in South Vietnam. The United States continues to intensify military operations, the B-52 bombings, and the use of toxic chemical products multiply the crimes against the Vietnamese people. The longer the war goes on, the more it accumulates the mourning and burdens of the American people. I am extremely indignant at the losses and destructions caused by the American troops to our people and our country. I am also deeply touched by the rising death toll of young Americans who have fallen in Vietnam by reason of the policy of American governing circles. Our Vietnamese people are deeply devoted to peace, real peace with independence and real freedom. They are determined to fight to the end without fearing the sacrifices and difficulties in order to defend their country and their sacred national rights. The overall 10-point solution of the National Liberation Front of South Vietnam and of the Provisional Revolutionary Government of the Republic of South Vietnam is a logical and reasonable basis for the settlement of the Vietnamese problem. It has earned the sympathy and support of the people of the world. In your letter, you have expressed the desire to act for a just peace. For this, the United States must cease the war of aggression and withdraw their troops from South Vietnam, respecting the right of the population of the South and of the Vietnamese nation to dispose of themselves without foreign influence. This is the correct manner of solving the Vietnamese problem in conformity with the national rights of the Vietnamese people, the interests of the United States, and the hopes for peace of the peoples of the world. This is the path that will allow the United States to get out of the war with honor. With goodwill on both sides, we might arrive at common efforts in view of finding a correct solution to the Vietnamese problem. Sincerely, Ho Chi Minh. 48. The Last Testament of Ho Chi Minh. May 10, 1969. In our patriotic struggle against us aggression, we may indeed have to endure greater difficulties and consent to new sacrifices, but we are bound to win total victory. This is a certainty. I intend, when that day comes, to tour both the North and the South, to congratulate our heroic compatriots, cadres, and combatants, and to visit our beloved old people, youth, and children. Then, on behalf of our people, I will go to the fraternal countries of the socialist camp and the friendly countries of the whole world and thank them for their wholehearted aid and support for our people's patriotic struggle against us aggression. Tu Fu, the well-known Chinese poet of the Tang period, wrote, "In all time, few are those who reach 70 years. This year, being 79, I count among those few. Still, my mind has remained very lucid, though my health has somewhat declined in comparison with previous years. When one is on the wrong side of 70, health deteriorates with age. This is no wonder. But who can say how much longer I shall be able to serve the revolution, the country, and the people? I, therefore, leave these few lines in anticipation of the day when I shall go and join the venerable revolutionary leaders, Karl Marx, Lenin, and Auer, other revolutionary elders. In this way, our people throughout the entire country, our comrades in the party, and our friends in the world will not be taken by surprise. First, I will speak about the party. Thanks to its close unity and total dedication to the working class, the people, and the country, our party has been able, since its founding, to unite, organize, and lead our people from success to success in a resolute struggle. Unity is an extremely precious tradition of our party and our people. All comrades, from the Central Committee on down to the cell, must preserve unity and single-mindedness in the party as the apple of their eye. Within the party, the best way to consolidate and further solidarity and unity is to achieve broad democracy and to practice criticism and self-criticism regularly and seriously. Genuine affection should prevail among all comrades. Ours is a party in power. Each party member, each cadre, must be deeply imbued with revolutionary morality and must show industriousness, thrift, integrity, honor, total dedication to public interests, and exemplary selflessness. Our party should preserve absolute purity and prove worthy of its role as leader and truly loyal servant of the people. The Working Youth Union members and our youth overall are of excellent nature, ardent to volunteer for vanguard tasks, undeterred by difficulties, and ceaselessly striving for progress. The party must foster their revolutionary virtues and train them both as Reds and as experts to be our successors for building socialism. Training and educating future revolutionary generations are extremely important and necessary tasks. Our laboring people, in the plains and in the mountain areas, have for ages endured hardships, suffered feudal and colonial oppression and exploitation. Furthermore, they have experienced many years of war. Yet, our people have shown great heroism and courage, ardent enthusiasm, and great industriousness. They have always followed the party since it came into being, and they have always remained loyal to it. The party must work out a very effective plan for economic and cultural development in order to continuously raise the living standard of the people. The war of resistance against U.S. aggression may drag on. Our compatriots may have to face new sacrifices of property and of human life. Whatever may happen, we must remain firm in our resolve to fight the U.S. aggressor until complete victory. Our rivers, our mountains, our people will always be. The Yanks beat, we will build a country 10 times more beautiful. Whatever the difficulties and the hardships ahead, our people are sure of total triumph. The American imperialists shall have to pull out. Our country shall be reunified. Our compatriots in the North and in the South shall be reunited under the same roof. We, a small nation, will have earned the signal honor of defeating, through a heroic struggle, two giant imperialisms, French and American, and of making a worthy contribution to the national liberation movement. About the world communist movement, having devoted my whole life to the revolution, I am as proud of the growth of the international communist and workers' movement as I am grieved by the dissensions now dividing the fraternal parties. I hope that our party will do its best to contribute effectively to the restoration of unity among the fraternal parties on the basis of Marxism, Leninism, and proletarian internationalism in a way that conforms to both reason and sentiment. I am sure that the fraternal parties and countries will unite again. About personal matters, all my life I have served the country, the revolution, and the people with all my heart and strength. If I should now depart from this world, I would regret nothing except being unable to serve longer and more. When I am gone, grand funerals should be avoided so as not to waste the people's time and money. Finally, to the whole people, to all our party, to all our armed forces, to my young and infant nieces and nephews, I leave my boundless love. I also convey my cordial greetings to our comrades and friends, to the youth and children throughout the world. My ultimate wish is that our whole party and all our people, closely joining their efforts, build a peaceful, unified, independent, democratic, and prosperous Vietnam, and make a worthy contribution to the world revolution. Leftward Books is a New Delhi-based publishing house that seeks to reflect the views of the left in India and South Asia. We publish critical and analytical works on a range of subjects, and pay special attention to works on Marxist theory. We project the interests of the working people and movements for social transformation. Set up in 1999, Leftward runs and manages Mayday Bookstore and Cafe, which is next door to a theater space, Studio Safdar. Leftward Books is the publishing division of Naya Rasta Publishers, PVT Limited, www.leftward.com.